They're like, grab a beer. I grab a beer, and we're outside. They're all smoking a cigarette, and my uncle puts his arm around me. He's like, "So the Earth's flat, huh?" Like,
Oh
yeah.
shit.
So yeah, it's flat. It's like, and then I showed him like some memes of like the globe, like throughout the years, and how it's changed so much, and the continents changed.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "Oh, well, that's just they had different cameras." It's like that's not going to make the continents change size.
I like when they always do the mental gymnastics, don't they? They try to like make it sound like they know why it's that way, and they don't really know why it was even. They're all different, like colors, different continent sizes. It's funny.
I don't know how people can't see it because I watched a video. The first video I ever watched to get into flat Earth was the final card by the Founded Earth Brothers.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
once I watched that video, I was like, I couldn't. I told my wife, I was like, I think I'm a flat earther because they had undeniable evidence. I couldn't reject it.
Nice.
Yeah, just went from
And
there.
we got some new people that just jumped in. I'm gonna mute all of them. So hopefully, you guys that just came in, you're gonna have the ability to speak. We got Ava that just joined. Ava, welcome to the server. We got AZ Rebels. AZ Rebels, welcome to the server. You guys have the ability to talk. As I'm calling your name out, you can jump on the mic. If you jump out, however, you're gonna lose the ability to speak. So, Berenson, you have the ability to speak. Go ahead and say what's up. Daft King, what's up? Shout out to you. Go ahead and say what's up. Who else is in here? Ort Denab or Denab. You have the ability to speak. Go ahead and say what's up.
Hi.
What's up? What's up? All right, hold on. Let me go through everybody before you jump in here. We got Joseph. Joseph, welcome to the server. Say hi real quick if you're in here.
Hello?
Joseph. All right. Well, just getting everybody the ability to speak. And also welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We are live streaming on Rumble and YouTube. Guys, if you want to put the links up for the people that just joined so they can click on that, maybe get their sound bites recorded. We are live streaming 24/7. This is the biggest Flat Earth Discord server. And if you have any questions, we have a panel of people here that will be able to help you out. So, does anybody have any questions they'd like to ask the panel while you join, or perhaps what brought you here? Are you guys all coming in together, or what?
Well,
Yes.
no. Oh, sorry.
Yes,
sorry.
we are. Yeah.
I just wanted to say I seemed very interested in what you had going on here, and I just wanted to see what your like ideas were about this. I was very curious.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. Ava, are you there? Ava, if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome, welcome. Berenson, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yep.
All right. So what's the deal, guys? Were you just all like gaming and then say, you know what, let's go into 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and let's get some lulls out of this.
That's exactly correct.
I know. It happens all the time, trust me. All right. So does anybody have any questions that we can dive into? Because right now, you guys are like, this is fucking a joke. So let's see if you guys have any questions. I don't give a fuck if they're dumb to whatever. You can just ask whatever you want.
I personally, I'm just kind of curious to see like what your ideas are. I mean, I'm with them. Like it was just kind of joining as a joke, but like I'm actually kind of curious to see like what you have, what your thought process here. I'm not like saying it's wrong or anything. I'm just curious.
So if the stratosphere is green and we have 2 times the oxygen on the surface of the moon, then how can we get to the moon and the earth backwards? Because how long would that take? I'm trying to kind of I'm trying to pull all these thoughts out at one time, so it's coming off as a little bit frantic.
Yeah, it sounds like they're getting stuck in the door, like they can't make it through the door. So here's what you got to do, man. Just take a breath, right? Concentrate on one thing and just speak that one thing. So here's what we got to say. Now, just give you guys something to think about, right? For everybody who just joined right now, I'm going to ask you a question, right? And you can help each other out. It doesn't really matter. Who is the first person to ever measure drop over distance on the surface of the Earth, to confirm that it is curving on the surface. Because drop over the distance means that from your location to where the horizon is, we can know or detect what the amount of drop rate would be for the Earth being, like what they say, the surface of it being curved. Who was the first person to confirm that in history? Does anybody
Was
know?
that he had a telescope, or is this more recent? Because I think it was like Galileo. Am I
I'll let
correct
you.
or no?
That's incorrect, but I'll let you guys kind of.
Oh,
Anybody can
okay.
chime
I'm
in. You
sorry.
guys can help each other out. But listen, this is important, right? Because this is the very first. I only got 3 small questions for you guys. That's the first one. So if you guys can tell me what person is that first person to measure the surface of the Earth to be curved, so that we can know that we're living on an Earth that's a globe. Can anybody confirm what was the name of the person or people, or what was the method by which we confirmed that we can do that? Measure the surface.
Was it Isaac Newton?
No.
Was it the Aztecs? Wait. So the Aztecs, they lived. Where were the Aztecs?
The Aztecs were they were Mexico.
Yeah.
Was
So
it
the
the,
Aztecs,
Oh, sorry.
they not design the telescopes and the calendar? They had a calendar system.
They had a calendar,
So
not telescopes. They didn't design telescopes. They had the
oh,
calendar.
Was it the
I'm
Greeks?
thinking of
You're thinking of the Mayan calendar.
yeah,
Aztecs had a
that one.
calendar,
I'm sorry.
but that's fine. Like the question is though, the surface having being said that it's curving, right? Like because they say that we're all standing on a globe right now. According to maybe what you guys might know right now or think, we're standing on top of a ball, right? That's got a surface that's curving. So what I'm asking is, if it truly is what you think it is, then who was the first person to measure it as such? This is important, guys, because if you think you live on a globe right now, you guys would be able to tell me, because you're coming into a server where we're telling you that the Earth is not a globe. So if you know it's a globe, then which is the person or the people or the method by which they've measured the surface?
NASA and Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, the guy that landed on the moon.
Yeah, but see, we're talking about something else other than the Earth. We're talking specifically about the Earth.
But I thought you said it was something other than the Earth. But you
No,
then said
I never said
specifically
the
about
other.
the Earth.
Yes, I said specifically the Earth. The
then you
Earth. The thing you're standing on right now, right? So if you
Yeah.
are on the Earth, who is the first person to confirm that the Earth is curving with the drop rate that they say it is, right? Because it's got a geometry. So the Earth is a oblate spheroid, right? That's how they tell everybody. Like you guys might think that. But if that is true, who's the first person to measure it, or the method by which it was done? That's what
Well,
I'm
I
Is it
asking.
mean,
God?
Neil Armstrong, he was the first one to like document it, I think, or one of the first.
Okay,
One of the
Was
so
it
49ers.
God?
no, it's not God. So this is important, right? Because it's starting to get to where you guys want to. I know you're itching to make this into a meme. I know that you are, because you guys are young. It sounds like a funny topic, but what I'm asking is, look into your mind of like where have you learned about the Earth being a globe, and see if you can pull out actual information to confirm the Earth being a globe. Can you do that? It's important, because if not, the funny meme that you thought you were going to come in here and snicker and laugh about is going to start getting really serious on your side anyway. I mean, obviously you could keep it a meme, but if you really think about it, you don't have the answer, do you?
I'm pretty sure
All
it was
of you.
Aristotle.
Okay, so now remember, I asked you the name of the person and then the method. So what method did Aristotle do to confirm that the surface of the Earth is curving?
He like looked at lunar eclipses and noticed like spherical shadows, which implied that the Earth was a sphere because it created a spherical shadow in eclipses.
Okay, so he's looking at not the Earth, but the moon. Right?
Yeah, the shadow of the Earth. Yeah.
The shadow. Okay, how do we know that we have confirmation that it's the shadow of the Earth? What is the confirmation to let us know that?
Well, what else would it be a shadow of?
Now that's an interesting question. What else could it be? But because you asked that, leaves it open to suggestion, meaning it doesn't have to be that. Right? So, what is the
It could be
confirmation?
God or
No, Joseph,
anyone.
you're
It
trying to
could
turn it
be.
into a meme, but like, let's check this out, Joseph. And I know you're dying to, but you're not
Mhm.
coming off as funny because I got you right before. So I know that you're trying to turn it into a meme. I got you, but check it out. If you're being honest with yourself, there's no way to confirm that the shadow on the moon is from the Earth. And if you think it is, then I need the confirmation of how it is.
I mean, well, we like know the different planets in our solar system because we've invested like billions of dollars into it, and we can like there's no other planet or asteroids that are close enough to us so where we can like the sun can be from one side of us and blocking the shadow of
Okay.
like without another planet.
All right. Interesting story, but yet still no confirmation. So we are hearing a story that you just said, not backed up by how it was actually that information you just said. How do you know that's true? Because that was obviously told to you or you read it somewhere, but how do you know it's
Um,
true?
I have a question. So,
I don't know. Can we let
you know,
Barrison answer? Because I want to know how he knows. I'll let you answer, Joseph, but I just want
oh,
Barrison to
okay. I
I
just
just
had a
respond.
question
oh
about,
Yeah,
you know,
we'll get to you, but bro, just relax. Barrison, how do you know
okay.
that's true?
Well, because like the way I've been like taught to like read and stuff is I check
Mm-hmm.
like, well, because first teachers have told me, but that's like not enough because I don't know sometimes. And then like if multiple different sources say the same thing, what I think is that it's probably valid information if multiple different sources have said the same thing.
Valid if multiple. So let's say 3 of us in here tell you that the Earth is flat. We're not valid because we're not valid sources, or what?
Well,
We're
I'm
there's a
saying
lot
like
of
if I go online and I read multiple sources and multiple sources are telling me the same thing, then the
yeah.
chances that it's true are higher than like
So you're telling me essentially what you're saying is that if we have, let's say, companies that you call reputable tell you that something is true, that makes it true. Is that right?
if multiple of the it doesn't have to be like reputable if there's more companies if there's more like websites or companies I guess that I would consider reliable are telling me one thing than not because just one like reliable source isn't enough but if there's more telling me something than not then I would believe that it is true.
Okay. So what we're doing here is that, and I would say if you guys are doing this, you're disengaging with critical thinking. Now, what I'm trying to do here in this exercise that we're having a discussion about, we're trying to engage with your critical thinking. So without it, I would say belief is the key component. So when you believe something, it doesn't take any effort. All it takes is for you to say, well, I have a couple of sources that makes it true. That's good enough for me. So if that's your level of of gaining knowledge about something, just trusting other people, then I think you're in a very bad position to say anything about the earth because of the fact that you just trust other people telling you something. And when it turns out that when you investigate or you research the information and you find out that that's not the case, then you're going to feel kind of bad about it because you're like, well, I trusted them. But that's the thing, we're not trying to go into the part of believing. We want to know how it's true. So that's why I'm asking you the question: how did you validate that information? Yeah, you read it by some people, some companies, and you feel comfortable enough to say, yeah, I trust them, don't worry about it. But then I'm asking you, that's fine, but yet if you wanted to research and find out, how would you verify that information? How could you know?
Well, there's
Right?
nothing I think in like life in general, there's like I don't think there's any way or there's like very like few things of like this caliber that are like 100% provable like but if the way I think of it is if there's something that's more of a chance of being something than not, then I think it is like well a good example is like God, right? I don't think like, there's no way you can prove it either 100%, but whatever you believe, if you believe that's like a higher chance of being true, then you believe in that. And I think based off like the sources, it's not just me trusting people, it's trusting organizations with billions of dollars because people have tried to like prove flat earth before and it's like there was a story about people proving it and they've like been wrong about it. So it's like companies with a lot of money proving it. And there's
Hey, you're
also
talking about I think what you're talking about is probability. And you're saying on
Yeah.
a scale from 1 to 100, it's got a higher chance of probability of being true. And I think that's why you say because of what it sounds like to you. So you're going, and it's more based on feelings than anything else, Barrison. Like how you're telling me, because you feel it's not about. See, truth doesn't deal with feelings. It's true no matter what. When it comes to the truth, so it doesn't deal with probability. It deals with either is or is not. So when you think that way, you're not understanding what it means to hold something to a standard where it's a bit more rigid. You can actually verify something, you can test, you can retest, you can falsify, and then it becomes empirical. But if you don't go through the method by which you can do that, then it just becomes a belief. It just all it is well, it's a good chance these guys aren't lying, so I trust them. And then if that's the case, then a lot of how you live is based on your feelings, and it's not based on facts or truth, just based on how you feel. And so that's why I want to differentiate the that way of thinking from like and somebody who's actually investigating, right? Like if I was to tell you, any of you guys, new guys that came in here, if I was to tell you, don't eat at that restaurant, they got rats there, and if you were like, there's a high chance that they don't have rats because they always get checked by the health inspector, but yet if I was to tell you I seen it like 2 days ago, uh, you would just be based on the health inspector going there and knowing that the health inspector would have shut them down a long time ago if because I trust the health inspector, right? But yet, if I was to tell you that, you wouldn't take it into consideration because you believe some organization versus me. Whereas I could tell you, yeah, you can go into the restaurant and see for yourself. The rat's usually crawling around like near the kitchen. And so if I tell you that and you go and check it out, then you'll find out the information is true. But if you never do, you'll only trust the information coming from the health inspector. You see what this is the issue that we have. It's the same analogy.
I don't get why
With
it's an issue that because
it's
I'm not
it's
I'm not old
important.
enough to like go like because I right now I'm not like I don't have the money to like go just
Oh
explore
no
the
no no
earth
no
and
yeah
like
I get
test
what you're
if
saying,
like the yeah.
Barrison. It has nothing to do with finance. It doesn't have anything to do with finance. What it has to deal with is about the information being verified or falsified. So if I was to tell you, now I'm going to relate it back to the conversation of flat Earth and globe Earth, right? So if I was to say, well, the guys say that you can go, let's talk about like the planets. The planet Jupiter is a gaseous giant, right, or whatever. Like I could say whatever I want, right? How can you verify that information if you can never get there? You're never going to verify it. You're never going to falsify it. If I tell you that it's raining diamonds in Jupiter and it's a gaseous planet, or it's got methane as the atmosphere, how can you know that's true other than these guys telling you, well, we use spectroscopy and we know these elements because these the radio lines that they get from the spectral lines or whatever. Like they can tell you a story that sounds believable, but there's never a place where they're going to be like, we know for sure. So when it comes down to the information, you don't need, tons of money. All you need to do is have a critical thinking mind and ask questions. Be curious, like find out which is the method by which they discovered this is true or not. This is what I'm
Okay,
asking you guys to do here
yeah.
in this chat right now, at least for a moment. Try to engage with your critical thinking because if everybody thinks like Barrison right now, then anything that anyone ever says about, these your teachers, your professors, whoever you're listening to, then you'll just wholeheartedly accept it without even saying like, wait a minute, how do I know this is true? At
Well,
least
if I'm trying to think the way you think, can you like give me a way to because basically you're telling me like not to believe what other people say unless I like go like do it myself. So, but right now, like from what I've seen from the server, you're trying to like find ways to convince us that the Earth isn't a globe. But like, how am I supposed to trust you? Because obviously, like not you said like I should go out and I should ask questions. But so is there a way you can give me so that I can prove it myself? Because I don't want to
absolutely.
just trust anyone.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're gonna get into that, but we kind of went over some time here. Joseph, did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, so I'm just wondering how we have all these photographs and documentations of us really knowing that the earth is round. I mean, it would perplex me.
Who's us?
It the United States, NASA, they have
That's
these.
not you, though.
I'm sorry.
No, it's
I'm
fine.
just
Not
kind of
you.
generalizing with
Yeah, I know
the
generalizing,
cause
Joseph, but here's
of
what we do
being.
in this
Yeah.
server. I think what we here's I said it early on. We engage with critical thinking. So when you speak, the words that you use, it's semantics, right? So words that mean things. So if you say something like, "Well, we went together," or like say like your favorite football team, my football team, we won. No, we didn't win. They won. You watched them win. Like, so really what it boils down to is how you articulate yourself in a conversation like this. So, and if you don't do it correctly, you're gonna start sounding like you're generalizing. You're saying things you don't really mean, but you're kind of using slang. Like so. In here, we kind of you just I would say watch how you say things because it's gonna be like
Yeah.
you
Well,
guys.
let me make a similar statement to what he said. We took
Yep.
pictures of Bigfoot. So that's proof of Bigfoot, right? Because we have photos of Bigfoot.
No, because that's not multiple. That's not most of like the
There's-
human
there's,
race and multiple different reports on like giant
listen,
companies.
more
So it's
people
different.
claim to have seen Bigfoot than claim to have seen the Earth from space. Way more.
That's
Well,
Well-
that could be from a variety of different factors.
No,
I
but
mean,
this is your
there's
standard of evidence. We have
No, but
pictures.
but how many do you know like the name the people that saw Bigfoot? I know for a fact NASA has documentation of the Earth being round. There's multiple scientists.
You
I'd
know
rather
for a
trust.
fact?
I know for a fact that there's been multiple like NASA has said the Earth is round and they're a giant like corporation. I would trust NASA more than a Discord server because they get more funding,
said
they have more
trust
money,
us?
they have more research. This
So
like
that's
Yeah,
the
we'll get it.
standard of trust. You have
Yeah.
money, you have funding, you have research.
Yeah, we'll get into that, Barrison.
multiple
But
more
So wait,
smarter
like your
people. Yeah.
standards of
We'll get into
evidence
that.
are just bad.
yeah,
Why are
I
they
told
bad?
I told you
Because
that. I
they're
told you that
based
earlier.
upon trust, dude.
See, told you.
I'm
I
not
said
gonna
that early
I'm not
on,
gonna
Barrison.
discover everything. What do you want
I
me
said
to
that
do?
earlier.
Go
No,
out and
just
see
just hold
everything?
on, man, because I think it gets interesting, right? Because here's the thing that's going to happen. You are asking, how can I know if something like you're asking me to ask questions and be curious? That's what you asked me, right? And so I'm well, I was going to get into that. I just wanted Joseph to finish what he was saying, but he's basically reiterating a point that you were saying
well,
too. You
I have
just
another
trust.
question. I have another question.
I don't know,
So
Ava.
if we're
Let Ava
critically
hang on,
thinking,
Joseph. Yeah, hang on.
Can
Let Ava answer one. At
Oh,
least
okay.
ask one question.
Okay, if the Earth is flat, then why is the like climate around the equator warmer than like other places around the world?
Damn, that was a good question.
Why is it
Really?
warmer? So so what we're dealing with is basically okay on no, the idea, right? We're just gonna go based off on this, so just so you can wrap your mind around this. On the idea that the Earth is a globe, or if it's a flat and stationary plane, it all has to deal with the sun's proximity to your location. So if the location from where the sun travels, and like we're going to use the celestial sphere for this, for the purpose of like speaking about this, right? Because we're talking about the sky, and the sun travels in the sky. So if we're talking about the sun's proximity to your location, right, wherever you are on this earth, as it goes farther away from you, it becomes wintertime for you. When it draws near to you, it's summertime for you. I don't know where you live on the earth, but it works the same for whatever location. So as the sun travels from Cancer to Capricorn, right, and these are the places in the heavens, right, where the sun's going from through its annual cyclical pattern. So when it travels from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, it's going to go back and forward. And as it's going back and forward, the middle ground would be the equator. That's where where it's always going to be in the warmer climates, but it's in the center. And if you're in either of the northern or the southern hemisphere, that's where you're going to get a more extreme climate where it's colder because the sun's farther away from you versus you being in the center. So if you was a flat stationary plane or it's a globe, it doesn't really matter. It's still working the same way. The sun's proximity to your location.
Not exactly. If the Earth was flat, then no, one place couldn't be like the whole reason like the whole reason that it's warmer in the equator, what you're saying is that the sunlight is directed at the equator, meaning like it
No, it's not
stays.
direct. Yeah, no, it's not directed at the equator. It's because the sun, from where it's going from the northern to the southern hemisphere in the celestial sphere, it's the equator is the middle ground. So you think of it like this: if you have 2 points, like you can do this in your mind, right? Put your finger on the desk right now. Put two fingers on one finger on one hand on the desk and the other finger on the other side of the desk. And so that think of one side being the Tropic of Cancer and the other one being the Tropic of Capricorn. And the sun would be going back and forth between the 2 points of your fingers on the desk. So, and the equator would be in the center point of your two fingers. So as it's going back and forth, the equator would be in the center. So it's always going to have the most amount of sun versus the tropics. The tropics would get the coldest because that's where the sun's the farthest away. Do you understand? Like
So
the
what-
center
so what
point would be
Are we
on
implying that the Earth is tilted on an axis, or it
No.
isn't?
no. It's the
sun
sun's
Well-
moves above
proximity
the
to.
Earth. The
Yeah.
Earth-
Well,
the
then that
sun- the
wouldn't
Earth is
work.
not orbiting the
That
sun.
wouldn't work.
Well, I mean, you
That
can
means
say
it would
that.
stay the climate or all around the world. No,
Right.
if
What
it
happened
wasn't
is-
tilted, then the climate would stay the same, like everywhere.
No,
No.
no.
Yes.
So wait, are you saying the
Cli-
sun like? Do you still
Okay,
think?
can
the,
I
are you
can I
saying the
answer
sun,
a
like,
question about the sun and just like clear this up real quick?
All right.
Now,
Mhm.
at the so-called equator, there isn't actually an equator, but let's pretend there is. So, on average, the length of day is more than everywhere else. So, if you're in the north, the length of the day in the summer is something like 16 hours, and on the shortest day, it's something like 11 or 8 or something, right? But on the
Yes.
equator, it's close to 12 and 12 all the time. So it has the most consistent daytime, the length of day. That means from the time the sun comes up, from the time the sun goes down, it's the most consistent. Whereas in the north of there or south of there, you have times of the year where the sun is only up for a short period of time. And when that happens, well, not exactly when it happens, but like months later after that happens. So in December is the shortest day of the year in the north, right? So after that happens, about 2 months later is the coldest day of the year.
Excuse me, that only works if, like, if the Earth was flat, that wouldn't work. Then everywhere would be like the same amount of day
No,
and night,
no.
especially
No,
because we're assuming it's not the Earth's axis
Yeah,
is not
okay, wait,
tilted.
well, hold on, Ava, because
I
here's
just
here's
told
the,
you
here's the
why.
thing
It's
that's happening.
Day
Here's the-
length, not the tilt of the Earth.
Yeah, here's what's happening right now though. You have your mindset on like the cosmos being like the Earth being a globe, and you have the sun and the sun's way bigger. Like in your mind, you're trying to fit that all in what we're saying, and I think that's where the issue is. You're having a problem with scale. So with you, it's like that's not possible because look how big the sun is. So in your head, you're already imagining the scale of the Earth to the sun. So what we have here is just it's a problem with scale. That you think that the Earth is smaller than the sun. It's the opposite. Because when we see the sun, like it's not shown everywhere on the Earth because obviously there's nighttime, right?
Wait, so you're saying
So
the sun is smaller than the Earth?
The
think the
sun's
Earth is bigger
listen,
than the
yeah. So
sun?
the sun's hold on. The sun's light as it travels through
Uh-huh.
the air, it attenuates. So that means that
There's
it
no
can
air.
only
Not air, but yeah, whatever.
through the
There's
what?
no air.
There's no air in space.
What?
No. Wait,
Oh.
wait.
In space.
Confused.
Okay, hang on. It's confusing. Okay,
thought-
here's
Okay, sorry,
wait.
I
Hang on,
thought,
Barrison.
but you know,
Wait.
Why-
Hold on.
yeah.
Wait
Okay,
a
let
second.
Alpha talk.
Just wait for a second, okay? Because what I think's happening, it's not just
Understand.
scale, but it's also the cosmic problem. So you guys, for the cosmos' sake, right now, can you just all of you put the heliocentric cosmos to the side for just a moment for this conversation? Don't think of it like
What
the
is
Earth
it?
being a
Wait,
globe going
What's
around
a
the sun.
heliocentric?
It
What's a
means that the sun
heliocentric?
the sun's in
The
the
solar
center.
The sun's in
Yeah,
the
the
middle of
solar-
the solar system.
Basically the solar
Oh.
system.
Okay.
So for now, just this conversation, just put that aside for now. Don't think of the Earth that way. Let us tell you what it's like, and then we'll explain more if you want to know more of how it's operating. But like, if you try to think of it like a solar system, it's going to cause too much chaos, and like you're not going to be able to see how what we're saying is working. Because I think that's the issue right now. You're trying to fit the scale and fit like all this. All right, so okay, if we're gonna talk, I'll give you
like
this.
you have ideas about the way it works based upon what you were taught in school. We were all taught the same thing, right? But that's not how you experience reality,
Yeah, let
Okay.
me
right?
let me just lay it
So
out.
you
to
don't experience a
Yeah.
solar
Okay.
system.
Explain to
Reality.
me.
Yeah.
Explain to me. Like.
Okay,
Yeah.
you don't. Do you experience a solar system? Like when they show you a diagram of a solar system, have you ever seen the reality from that point of view?
Yeah, I've seen other
What do
planets.
you mean?
No, but
Of,
we have.
No.
from
seen
outside,
yeah.
from outside the solar system, you looked and you've seen other planets, and you saw that they were orbiting the sun.
No, from
That's-
Earth, I've seen other planets. But from
Okay,
outside the
fantastic.
'cause-
Okay, so you saw dots in the sky moving around. Great, fantastic. What's that mean?
means that there's other planets in the solar
What
system.
doesn't it mean? Because
No, it
Wait,
doesn't.
wait.
It
absence of
doesn't
I have a
existence
necessitate.
is not
Hold on, it
existence
doesn't
of
necessitate a
absence.
solar system. Okay.
Okay. Go. What's your point? Like, what's
So our point is you can't fit. Hold on, because like when I said
We're
put
trying to
put
get
this,
you to reality as opposed to your concepts, right? That's what I'm
Yes.
trying to do. Is
Mhm.
get you to what you experience of reality versus the concepts that you were taught in school. So you're taught all these concepts, right? That what the Earth looks like from outside of it, what a solar system looks like from outside of it, what the Milky Way looks like from outside of it. Points of view not you nor anyone else has ever had, right? But these are concepts, right? But how do you actually experience the world, right? You see planets move, you see the sun move, you see the stars move. You don't see yourself rotating, right? You don't see yourself orbiting. You don't see any of these things. But you're stuck in the concept, and we're trying to tell you our point of view, quote unquote cosmology, if that you want to call it, is from the point of view of what we experience in reality, not from what we thought about.
So
Are you guys
mean
getting it
like,
so far?
Okay,
I have a
wait
point.
a minute.
I have a
Yeah,
point.
yeah,
Wait,
are
wait,
you-
wait.
I'm
Just
getting
wait.
it.
I have a
Are you
point.
getting it so far, or do we need to break it down some more?
Okay. No.
Some more, I
I just have
believe.
one point. I just have one point.
I don't.
If to prove that the Earth is flat, you're breaking down thousands of years of science discovered by philosophers and historical scientists that
We'll go
we've
through
known
it.
and established for years.
we'll
You're
go
just
through it.
destroying all of that to prove that the
Nah,
Earth is
well,
flat.
no,
but
no,
what
we'll
they're
go through
telling
it.
us is that what the scientists said doesn't matter, and it only matters what we
Wait,
see.
you're
Like, that's what
you're
they're
putting the
telling
cart
us.
before the horse, Barrison. Like what you're doing is you're
Stop
putting the
trying to
cart
project
before the
your
horse.
bullshit
Just
onto us.
relax, dude. You guys gotta
No
relax.
I
profanity.
thought that's what you
Jesus,
told me
dude,
before.
relax. If you
I
don't
thought
let us
that's what
get
you
us,
told me
if you don't
before.
let us get through it, what's gonna happen is you're just gonna get really frustrated and then walk away upset and say, "But this is fucking stupid."
Okay, but
Just
I have
I'm
a
not gonna
really
frustrate you.
important question. I have a
You're not
really
gonna let
important
us get
question.
through it, bro, if you keep interrupting with questions. Like we can't get through it, and you're gonna have more questions than we're gonna be able to answer. So if we can't get through telling you about the cosmos, then we're never gonna get to why you're gonna. Yeah, it'll solve the problems a little bit anyway.
And
Oh,
All right, so
my question
and
isn't related
no, Joseph,
to
stop. Joseph, stop.
what we
All I'm
just
saying
go
All
ahead.
I'm saying is that we have thousands and thousands of years of like
You think?
I know that, Ava.
historical
And
text
if I
that
ask
tells
you,
I
us.
know
hold
that.
on.
I know
If we
that.
ask you what that evidence is, you won't know what it is. But the thing is, here's the funny thing is, we do. Everybody, every flat earther on here knows the globe better than any of you three do. Way
Yeah,
better.
trust me. But that's beside the point. Like, just okay,
But
just
I don't think
have
you
a
know it better
take
than
a chill
like
pill, man.
thousands of
Relax.
years of science.
My God,
Yeah.
can
want
you
me to go
just
through the
wait?
history of it? I can go through the history of the
Fuck.
globe going back to frickin' Plato. You don't know
You
anything
just
about
keep
it.
using the word
Please.
science like a magic spell and don't know
Jesus,
what it
dude.
is.
I'm trying to get through the cosmos
Jeez
here, and I can't do
Louise.
it. Fucking have a seat for a second. Good God. All right. So when we're talking about the cosmos, we're gonna tell you right now, like I said at the beginning, put it to a side for a moment, because when we're explaining flat Earth, it's not gonna sound like anything you've ever heard of, and it goes against whatever you've heard from mainstream rhetoric that it's thousands of years of. So here, check this out. Basically, it's the floor of the universe, right? So we would say that when you make your observation, like India was telling you, you're making your observation from your vantage point, from the Earth, right? So when you're making your observations, you're looking at everything around you. So when you see everything, you only take it from the perspective of the Earth, right? Standing on the Earth. So number one, we got to cover some ground here. What does the cosmos presented to you versus the cosmos what you experience? How can they put them side by side and see how they measure up, right? So we're not even talking about what other people said. We don't care what people say to you. We only care how you can verify the information. How do you know it's true, right? So from the vantage point of us being the floor of the universe, we would say that everything that's in the sky is all that there is. There isn't anything more than that, right? The ground is the floor, right? Where you're standing on, that's the floor, right? We're not talking about the shape or anything, right? We're only getting to what you can witness right now. So we can witness that we are standing on the earth, and it appears to all of us as a flat and level plane. Now, if I was to tell you, the next question would be, well, we have thousands of years of people telling us that it's a globe. Okay, that's good. Now let's get into, how do we know that? So my question to all of you was, if that is true, right? If we're going to observe something, we're making our observations. Now we got, on the one hand, when you go to the beach, the horizon looks pretty flat, right? So we got that. Visual is the first thing. What we see, what we
Yeah, can I
observe.
talk about that? Can I talk
Yeah,
about that really quick?
what we observe is a flat
What
level
I
horizon.
have observed, for the start of like a good part of my like childhood, I lived only like 15 minutes from a beach, and I knew a lot of people, like close family and friends, that worked in like boats and fishing and shrimping. And on beaches, the horizon line, when a boat goes over the horizon line, you can
It looks
see
like
it
it's floating
disappear.
almost.
You can
Yeah.
see it disappear. If the earth was flat, then that wouldn't happen.
Okay, so that's
That's
definitely
true.
that's definitely a way that people think, right? Boats going over the horizon and then disappearing over the curve of the earth. Correct? Is that not correct?
Yes.
That's what people think about. All right, so my question to you and to anybody who thinks that would be, from where you're standing and observing this, what is the distance between you relative to the boat?
The horizon, like so where her
I'd
horizon.
Wait,
say
Barrison, wait.
I would say if I was standing at a shore and I was watching a boat go off and go under the horizon line, it would be like around like around a mile or so, I'd think, or something like that. A mile,
Well,
or
it sounds a bit like you're unsure, but I would say, do you
because
know?
I don't have any real way to measure, but if I were to
Well,
take a very good guess, then that's what it would be.
okay, but okay, I'll say it this way, Ava. Now I'll throw it to all of you guys who came in brand new. Would you know what distance that would be? And I'm talking about the distance to where the boat disappears behind the curve. Does anybody know the distance?
Not by heart, no.
Not
Well,
particularly, but
okay, so here's the
I
issue.
can know the
Do
general.
you?
Like,
Do you know the
I'm-
distance?
Yeah, this
You
is
know
the
the
this is
distance?
where now we're getting somewhere,
Ooh.
right? We're getting somewhere. So now we're finding out that nobody knows, that says that boats go over the horizon. Okay, that's all good and well. That sounds like a nice story. But if that is true, then that place where you're standing at and where you're making your observation, where you see that boat go over the curve, could be measured. Like you would say, hey, it's going over, and like you were saying, Ava, at 1 mile. Like you're taking a guess. But
Okay,
I'm asking.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but they're making fun of my friend in the chat. Like we're trying to have a genuine question with this dude, and he just is making fun of us.
I don't
I'm very
know.
sorry to interrupt. I'm really sorry. I just like, it's bothering me because I'm just trying to stand up for him, and he's making fun of us.
What
I
are
don't know
you
who
just
he's-
trolling?
I don't know who you're
I'm
talking
not.
about, bro.
Bullshit.
No, I was trying to ask a genuine question. I was trying to ask what like a theory or like idea of the space is. It like based on how the Earth rotates or how the sun, like what's the original theory that made this whole like group? And
not a theory.
he
Well, yeah, we'll talk about that
Not
in a
based
minute. But let
on
me
theory,
just get to
on
okay, I'm sorry.
observation of reality.
yeah, we'll get
Okay.
to that in a moment. But I think the most pressing question right now is, what distance relative to a person standing on the beach to where the boat goes over the horizon? What is that known distance? You can look. Listen, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of time because I actually want you to look it up. It's not a gotcha. What it is I want you to think about this, because this is where we're going to engage with critical thinking. If you say that boats are definitely going over the curve, then that point from where you make your observation to where it actually goes over the curve would be measured absolutely 100%, because it's going over the actual curve of the earth. So does anybody know?
Well, it doesn't matter the distance. It matters that like it falls off. So okay, let's say because I've experienced this firsthand. The boat like it does genuinely go under the horizon. So what else happened? Like it doesn't matter the distance. What matters is the
It
boat goes under
does.
the horizon.
Do you know why
Yes.
it matters, Barrison? Do you know why it matters?
So then what happens to it if it goes under the horizon?
I'm
If there's
that, but
if
well, wait,
it's
we're
not
not even
curved?
there yet. Do you know why it matters?
We'll get to that.
Do you know why it matters?
The distance. No, the
Okay,
distance.
Yeah.
quick point. This
God,
I
you
just
guys are
realized
all
this
over the
question
place.
depends on like it
doesn't.
depends like
It doesn't
on
depend,
On how big the
Ava.
globe
Depends
is?
on your
okay, it
elevation.
depends on the
It doesn't
Depends on
tide,
your
depend.
number one.
elevation.
It depends on the height
Alright.
of the boat, number two.
No. I'm gonna walk you
It
guys
depends
through
on
this.
the height of the person,
No,
number three.
yeah, well, yeah, but just 1 second, Eva. Yeah, that was correct. But here's the important part. Do you know that the Earth already has a set size of geometry? It's a certain size. Do you guys know this? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know how big the radius is? You can Google it if you want. You don't. I'm not. It's
Is
not a gotcha. I want you to look at.
25,000 miles.
No,
I
that's
think.
not the radius. That's the
Oh.
circumference. You said the
Oh.
circumference. The radius. Google it.
The radius of the Earth?
Like
Yes.
around
No,
4,000
the
miles.
radius is half of it though.
Close,
The radius
yeah.
isn't the full thing.
It's
Around 4,000 miles.
She's close.
3,958.8.
Yep.
3,958.
Right. So that's when the circumference is. You said it, Barrison.
25,000, I think.
That's correct.
About there.
And of course diameter. But if we're saying that the Earth has a certain geometry, if it has a certain geometry, that's already putting math to the Earth being a globe, right? Would you agree with
Mhm.
that?
Yes.
Okay, so with that math, could we have a known distance to how much curvature there would be on the surface?
I would think so. Yes.
It should be known, right? I'm kind of getting you guys leaning. Now we're talking
Is
about
the
math.
wait, but the Earth is not every part of it's the same.
Yeah.
I
So
It's not
Interesting.
an
all the
exact
sides are
shape.
not evenly shaped.
There's
You
different
can't create an
elevations.
equation or anything to
Because
Right,
actually
but
the reason they
determine
don't
that.
talk about like the curvature of it more is because it's much harder to do than like the radius. Because radius is like a finite, because the radius is also most an imaginary line. But if you want to do like the genuine curvature, there's like so many like different mountains and dips, and like the oceans make that so
And
much
that
Yeah,
harder.
but
doesn't
we're
even
not
count
talking about
for like the
land. That's
planet without water. It would not be a sphere at all.
interesting,
So,
and that's an interesting thing. But like, it's for that right now is not the point we're talking about, and land topography is not the issue. That's why we're at the beach. So we're doing this over water. Whereas water, if it was conforming to the surface of a sphere, then it would be definitely be bending at a specific rate. And we were not talking about actual land because land has a topography that we'd have to deal with, and so we're not doing it over land. We're doing it over water. So that's why I use the beach, because if the surface of water was curving at a specific rate, then it would be known absolutely. Like there would be no
Plus, just to
Yeah.
throw it in there, is plus the majority of Earth's surface is water. So whatever the water's doing, everything else has to be doing.
Yeah, it has to be doing it. So like we know the numbers are already there, right? The radius, diameter, circumference. So what I'm asking for is that if the boat is definitely disappearing behind curvature of the Earth, then mathematically it would be drawn out as in how much would be the drop rate over the distance. That's what we call drop over distance. From from your position to where the boat is disappearing, you would know the curvature drop rate, because the Earth from your position to where the boat is disappearing behind the horizon is actually dropping behind the Earth, and the Earth is obstructing your view from seeing the boat. Do you guys follow me now? You know why it's
Yeah,
important.
the Earth's curvature is obstructing my view of the boat. Yeah.
Correct. So if that was the
Yes.
case, then the math would follow. The predicted value, so there would be a math prediction for where the obstruction would be. Now the obstruction would appear exactly where it should be. Do you guys follow? Are you following me now?
yes.
Because there's no variation. So if the Earth is of a certain set size of geometry, dimensions, right? It would be exactly where it's predicted to be. And so you can't say it's different math. It's like no, it's specific. We already
So
know the
then-
radius, diameter, and circumference. We already know that. They've said what it is.
How are we
So then
supposed
how
to
is it
be
blocking?
critical thinkers and kind of think outside the box with the provided information when we have more information about these other things? And as well, do you really think that these people who supposedly came up with the idea of this round Earth would have found any loopholes or any way that they could disprove this? I don't think they would. Because if so, then they wouldn't have chosen this. So
White knights
there
entered the
that
chat.
means
Are you like white
this
knighting for like Culvers or something?
I don't know what you're talking about,
Are you
Joseph.
like defending the honor of the people that came up with the globe? Like, what?
All
the
I'm
hell are
asking you
doing?
right now is to look into the information as far as what they're
Stay on
telling you.
topic.
He's just trying to prove the theory.
I'm trying to
No, he's not
articulate
proving
my
the theory,
point.
No,
Money.
listen,
Here's
He's
listen.
just
he's not
There's
proving
no
a theory.
theory to
Okay, go.
prove. It's all about the actual creation of this supposed lie that was
Not
kind
a
of
lie.
perceived by everyone. No, I'm
Most
talking
people
about
just hold on. Most people just believe it's a globe, and they just repeat it, right? So it's not a lie. If you believe something and tell somebody what you believe, you're not lying. Like if you tell me, Joseph, hey, Earth's a globe, you're not lying. You believe it. You're just wrong.
No, I'm talking about you guys are saying that round Earth is not real. So I think that
No,
You're
it's
not
wrong.
letting the conversation happen,
It's
Joseph.
wrong.
Yeah.
If you let the conversation happen, you'll find out what the end is. If you keep interrupting and putting words in now, you're gonna miss the point completely. You're not gonna know. And that's what I'm telling you, just to relax and at least engage with what we're saying, but don't start making up your theories, right? Or ideas. You got ideas right now. We don't need to hear. Just wait. All right. So what I'm talking about specifically, going back to my point, is the predicted value of the curvature where it should be. If things are disappearing behind this alleged curvature, it should disappear at a specific rate.
Quick point. If you're like your point is that there isn't curvature, but all you're saying is like if there is no curvature, like you're saying, then why does it drop below the horizon line?
Why does the boat disappear? Is
Yes.
that what you're saying?
Yes.
Well,
You
it has
tell us. You tell us. And how do you have a horizon on a
Wait,
balltard to begin with?
I have a question.
What do you
No.
mean?
How do you have a
horizon?
horizon? How do you have a horizon on a balltard in the first place? You see this picture of
What
a
is-
horizon at
A
39 minutes
the
after the
sphere
hour?
because we can't see, like, we don't have mirrors on the Earth, so
I'm
we can only
sorry,
see in, like,
that
a straight.
doesn't work.
What do you mean that doesn't work?
No,
Why does
it
that not
doesn't.
work?
Because according to the slope-intercept formula, the
Mhm.
slope of a horizontal line, which is derived from a horizon, is the balltard's IQ. 0. What's the definition of curvature, please?
Like a curve? It's
No,
a
a curve is a curve. Great definition. I'm going to need a little bit
Yeah.
more.
A curved line. Happy?
No, it's not a curved line. Curvature is the rate of change of slope. So if you go
A
out and
slope
look at
is-
if you shut up, if you see a horizon on the Earth that has a rate of change of slope of 0, because it wouldn't be a horizon if it wasn't, how can you be living on curvature that has a rate of change of slope non-zero? That's a paradox.
Why would it be changing?
Because they got curvature. That's what it's defined as.
It's a like
It's
consistent curve though.
It's a
Yeah,
nothing.
but you're using
It's a nothing.
I'm using what? What's the definition of curvature?
You just said it.
Rate of change of slope. But horizons have rate of change of slope of 0.
Horizon, I think you're confusing like curvature
No,
and
I'm
horizon.
not
Horizon
confused.
is like
Yeah.
the distance of like what we
No.
can see.
curvature is actually
Horizon-
the degree of which something is being curved.
What?
I just looked it up. It's
You
the
just looked
degree of
what up?
something that's being curved. So
What
you were
is?
incorrect.
I am
Curvature.
correct. It is the rate of change of
Here,
slope.
I'll look up curve
the
definition
US
and maybe we
Shut
could get
the
somewhere.
fuck up.
Wait, how do you know this definition of curve? Because I was
The
told
definition,
that
that's
like
what the
you have to
curvature
think for
definition
yourself,
is.
and you
That's
should.
how I know it. That's what it is, defined by the U.S. Naval Academy.
No, but I was just told that like I shouldn't believe
You were
like
just
what I hear
told.
in the US. Like they said like NASA, and they're like, why do you believe what like NASA's
NASA,
telling you?
why do you
Why
believe in NASA? Don't go away from the topic. What is the definition of curvature, people?
Here, let me.
The degree of which
Here.
something's being curved.
Definition
Yeah, that
of-
makes about as much sense as a fucking rabbit.
That's what it says
You
on
look
the
it up.
dictionary. I'm
And
sorry.
45 minutes after the hour, Crown Muncher, from the
Curvature,
United
it says
States Naval Academy.
It says the
Shut
fact of being
up.
curved or the degree.
Shut the fuck up. 45 minutes after the hour from the United States Naval Academy. Curvature is the rate of change of slope, Crayon Munchers. So how do you have a rate of change of slope and then observe a horizon that has a rate of change of slope of 0? That's a paradox.
Okay.
Okay.
Real quick, I'm gonna step away from math. Imagine.
We're not imagining things. Deal with the topic right
Okay.
now. Imagine. That's what your problem is. Imagining.
No.
Barrison.
I'm just.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
I'm just telling you, Barrison.
Yes.
At 45 minutes after the hour, read the definition of curvature from the
Yes, I
United
just did. I
States Naval Academy,
I'll send a
Sunshine.
screenshot in chat if you want.
I don't give a fuck about your screenshots. Barrison numpty dipshit. Read the definition of curvature by one of the most prestigious universities in the entire world.
Yeah, Oxford. That's #1 rated in the
Oxford
world.
is fucking bullshit. Read it. United States Naval Academy, Sunshine.
That's not. I think Oxford is a bit more like trusted.
Rate of change of slope. You don't need them to define it. You don't even know what curvature is, you fucking retard. Curvature is the rate of change of slope. You don't even know when to define it. That's what curvature is. This is just confirming it. You fucking idiot.
Look
at Oxford. What does Oxford say?
Yeah, because you said college. I'm just saying what you did. I'm sorry. I'm
college. I said university. I didn't say college.
University is.
Yeah.
No, universities contain colleges, right? There's colleges within universities. A university isn't a college.
Search up synonym of university. Let me see what the first
No,
one is.
it is not a synonym of university.
I
went to university. We had colleges within the university. Okay.
Synonym of university. The first one says college. The on like.
You're a dumb fuck.
That's for fucking feds, okay?
You're a dumb fuck. You don't even know what curvature is. How fucking old are you? Like 13?
Yeah, I am, but I'm smarter than you, which is really surprising.
Yeah, you're smarter than me. You fucking dumb fuck. What's spontaneous parametric down conversion? Let's see how smart you are.
That's not what the conversation. Hey,
What's
don't get off
spontaneous
topic.
parametric down conversion?
Hey, remember what we said.
Hey,
don't get off
fuck.
topic.
You said you were smarter than me. Hey, I'm not a fucking horse.
You're the grown-ass man getting fed up at 13-year-olds.
Shut the fuck up. We don't need your fucking color commentary. He doesn't know what curvature is. Neither does any of you baltards.
You do, because look up the definition right now. Tell me what it says.
Tell me what says.
The definition of curvature, because that's what you're saying. I don't know.
Curvature is the rate of change of slope. I just
it's not though.
It's not.
It's not.
So what is it?
I think I've said it like 4 times here. Listening ears on.
Here, listening to you.
Definition,
here, listening to this. What is it?
I'm searching it up right now because I had to search.
You're so fuck off. We already got the definition for the United States Naval
Academy. You got
Academy.
goldfish memory? You said it 4 times and don't remember what it was?
I'm going to post it right now. You dumbass cracker. You're a dumbass. Pretender clown fraud. Go ahead, Meggie. Sorry about that. You're done, baltards, by the way. As soon as you see a horizon, it's over.
Look, yeah, I want to bring something up about you two saying you saw ships over your horizon. You're full of shit. Okay? You're both lying, and I know you're lying, because I do live near the ocean. I can actually, if I go on the other side of the building, I can see the ocean from where I am. Okay, I've never seen a ship go over the horizon.
Then
Ever.
I don't think
Are
you're
you looking at ships, or are you looking at your fucking computer, retard?
You're already done.
No, I'm at the ocean, dude. Boston Harbor. Never, ever, once in 15 years seen a
What
ship go over the
story are
horizon.
you on in your building?
What
I'm in
story are you on in your building?
Listen,
It
I'm
fucking
on the
matters. It
I'm on the
fucking
ninth.
matters
What
what
about the
elevation you're
horizon
at
on your
when you're
ballpark?
looking at a boat, okay?
So-
Dipshit.
So Ava, tell me, what elevation do I need to be for a ship to go over the horizon?
I don't fucking know. 0?
So,
Zero.
oh, it only
Zero
goes over the.
If you look for long enough, I'm sure at your height it will go over
Okay,
at some
so
point. I'm just saying it'll take a
you're
shorter
sure?
amount of
You're
time if
sure?
you're at the
I thought
shore.
you saw it. I thought you saw it.
Yes, standing at 0 elevation on the shore
What kind of
where
ship
the
was
water
it?
is.
How high were you? Where was the ship?
I just
What kind of
said
ship
0.
was it?
The ship was
What kind
on
of
the water.
What kind of ship?
What kind of ship? I don't know. Fucking
Yeah, what kind of
Triple?
ship? Whatever. Yeah, of course you don't know because it never happened, and you know it never happened, and you know you're lying. I knew you were
I
lying from
know
the
it
first time you
fucking
said it.
happened.
Yeah, listen, I know you're lying. It's observed sometimes, but it's actually pretty rare. Okay, I
What do you
personally
mean it's
have watched
rare?
the ship. It's
It
rare.
happens every single time you watch
No,
a
it
Every
does
ship.
single
not.
time.
So
Really?
every single
So
time.
you have to validate that then. Well, what's the cause of that? That's the important question, isn't it? Have you confirmed via experiment that the cause of that ship going over the horizon, as you say, you can't have a horizon on a balltard, but has anyone confirmed by experiment that's what it is, Ava?
What?
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 What, you mean I have to validate the things I say? What's the cause of the
Dude.
ship going over the horizon, which it doesn't,
can have a-
dumbass? Don't fucking overtalk me. What is the cause of the ship that you seen going over the horizon? What's the cause of it?
The ship stays afloat to the water, and the water sticks to the curvature of the earth.
Stays afloat to the water. That is a fucking retard statement. You have to validate and confirm the reason why. Do you get it? Well, the ship goes over the horizon. Well, that's great. What's causing that? Don't know.
I just said gravity.
Gravity's caught. You're a fucking moron.
So just let me get this out. So Ava, I've been to the beach. I watched the ship for 3.5 hours sail out to 30 miles away. Was tracked by radar. Never went over any curve. Never disappeared. Nothing from 15 feet above sea level. So what the globe model, what Miggy was trying to get to, predicts is that ship should have been 420 feet under the horizon, a 42-story building. But that never happened.
Uh-oh, Ava.
Were you on shrooms?
No, not like you.
No, I wasn't on shrooms. So were
Good
you on
answer.
shrooms when you decided to lie about seeing it when you know you never
give
did?
me a reason to stay at the
Does
boat
that make you
stayed.
feel better? You know how many Globers we've had come in here and lie and say they've seen ships go over the horizon?
Why
And
would
you're
I
just
be lying?
another one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
that is the exact thing that a liar always says. Why would I be lying?
Yeah,
because you are. I
you're a
know
liar.
you're fucking lying.
you guys don't know the predicted value of where things should be disappearing.
don't
Listen,
get
the
anything
geometry,
from
Ava,
anyone.
Barrison,
Instead of
and
mile,
Joseph,
dude,
the
you're off
geometry
by
is
2 miles.
important. You guys don't understand that. The geometry is important. If you're inferring that the ship is disappearing behind a curve, then you have to know from where you're standing to where the boat's disappearing what that rate of drop slope.
No, I don't, because I
Yes,
see
you
it.
do. It doesn't
No, I
matter.
know
You said
because
that
I
You
earlier.
can see.
You said that
see
earlier.
stuff.
You said
Listen, whatever you see happening has to be backed up by how you know what's happening. How do you know what's happening if you're just saying I see it happening? Then if the question was when QE asked you, what is it that's causing that? And you're like, well, I don't know, shit, gravity? Like you don't have any answer to that. See, that's what I'm saying. So don't you understand when you have no answer, that's exposing you to like you don't really know what's going on or where the curvature should be, the predicted value. And this should make some sense to you guys, at least wake you up to like, you don't know at least that much, right? Be honest with yourselves. Even though we're talking back and forth, it's getting heated, at least you can come to the point where you're like, I don't know. And if you're not honest with yourself and say, well, I do know, then you're gonna find out that you really don't, because we're asking you leading questions and you can't answer them. This is
Do
what we want
you
to show
have a
you.
better
But
explanation?
why are
Do you
you
have a
asking?
better explanation?
Yeah, why are you
Do we
asking
have
us?
a better just so story? That's fucking, it's idiotic ball-tard nonsense. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion right now.
We've had many.
Gravity.
Gravity. Yeah,
Gravity.
that's your scientific evidence? All right.
Mhm.
Do we want to go down the gravy train? It's non sequitur to the question, but we can do it. Which gravity? Who am I speaking to? Ava or fuckwit Barrison? Which one?
I don't know.
You can pick. You can pick.
Not fuckwit Barrison, because you said gravity. Okay.
Okay.
We want to know which gravity you're talking about.
What do you mean?
You've already compromised
The gravity
yourself.
of the sun, the gravity of the earth, like
the gravity of fucking
gravity of the
Pluto.
moon.
You clown. What
Oh, okay.
gravity are you talking about? There's some types.
The earth.
The earth. That's not gravity. It's the fucking earth.
Okay,
you moron.
then
what?
No, I'm asking you. Then what?
You're asking me the question while you're making. You said gravity. Why are you asking me any fucking question?
You said gravity was the evidence for the ball-tard, and can you make a coherent statement of how gravity is scientific evidence?
Oh no! Wait a
the
second.
Earth
We
being a
didn't get
ball?
there. We didn't get there yet. I want to know which type of gravity she's talking about.
Red gravity. Okay, the gravity of the earth. I don't know what you want from me. The gravity that the core of the earth is like pulling on all of us.
Gravity of the core of the earth. That's dumb fuck. So here's what I'm talking about, love.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So at 56 minutes after the hour, there's two versions of gravity from your bullshit NASA, Newton and Einstein. That's what I was searching for. Which one? So now that I've given you the choices, which fucking one are you talking about?
The Earth's gravity.
Oh
That's
my
all I'm
God.
gonna say.
Go ahead and put her on fucking mute because she's a retard.
Oh.
He offered you two versions of gravity. It's there at 56 minutes after the hour, Ava. Hold on. Ava, Barrison, and Joseph, look at the live stream voice text. That's what we're typing. And so where he's posting things is going to be there. Live stream voice text.
Barrison, you want a shot at it?
You want to carry her torch? See how far you get with it.
Let's see how far you get with it, Barrison, you fucking
gravity
retard.
thing?
This is like
Which
the Olympics,
gravity?
right? The running of the torch. He's going to pass it on and see how far he gets with it before he falls.
Yeah. Barrison, so which one of the two are we talking about here?
Of the gravities?
Yeah, of the gravities. Yeah, which one?
What do you mean, like, which one?
The answer's in the text, bro. Answer's in the text.
Answer.
56 minutes after the hour.
Newtonavity. Yeah. Newton gravity.
Newtonian gravity.
Yeah.
Wrong fucking answer. That was superseded by Einsteinian gravity over 108 fucking years ago, dude.
Oh, all right. Okay, Einsteinian gravity then.
No.
Pick that one.
No. Wait. No. Just no, Barrison.
So it's number 2. Okay, now let's go. Let's give it to him because he's a crayon muncher. So you got number 2, Einsteinian gravity. Now we asked for scientific evidence. So what we need from the General Theory of Relativity, published November 25th, 1915, for scientific evidence. You probably don't know this. We're going to need the hypothesis from that paper. Just give us the hypothesis, one hypothesis from that paper, viable, please.
I don't know the paper. Like I haven't read the paper. Do you want me to go?
So you had a claim that it was gravity, and I asked for scientific evidence. You said, yeah, gravity. Now you're going to have to provide the scientific evidence. Do you even know what scientific evidence is?
Be honest.
Oh, they mute me while. Okay, wait.
Be honest.
No, I wasn't the one asking about gravity. That was Ava. I wasn't the one that
you weren't asking about gravity. You had mentioned gravity with Ava, you dumbass.
You chimed in right after her. Like you said gravity right after she said
gravity.
So you co-signed for it. Now you can't. Now your mouth can't pass. You can't cash the check, can you?
So what do you like? What's the point you want me to make?
What-
Like you want me to
that you don't know. Say I don't know. That's intellectual honesty of what's being asked here. So when you start saying I don't know, QE,
I don't have Einstein's gravity papers memorized.
No,
there you go.
not see. Why don't you here's the thing that bugs me is that you guys come in here acting like you know what you're talking about and say, "Well, I don't have this." Just say, "I don't know." And if you do that, then we could see that that's intellectual honesty from your part, that you don't know what you're talking about, and then perhaps we could tell you. But yet you buck the system and you say, "Well, I know I don't have the paper in front of me." That's not the answer.
Here's the thing. Like I'm annoyed about is you guys have been like telling us
You're
how long it's
annoyed.
been.
Fuck you.
An hour.
Fuck you.
I've been in this
Fuck you. You pretender clown fraud. You don't even know what scientific evidence is. What's scientific evidence?
all you're trying to do is disprove.
What's scientific evidence?
Proved your like
Snowflake.
What's scientific evidence, Nancy?
scientific evidence. Scientific
Yes.
evidence. It's evidence from like evidence
Science?
from scientists.
Is scientific evidence something a scientist says? Is that what it
It's
is?
something that they publish. Yeah.
They have to publish it, right? You're a dumb fuck. Can you have natural science without experiment?
Can you have? Sorry, what was it?
Natural science.
Can you have natural? We're going to ask you to define it because you don't know what the fuck it is anyway. Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
No.
All right, so we're going to need an experiment. Now, before an experiment, that was the correct answer, by the way. Before the experiment, you need a hypothesis because an experiment is a hypothesis test. A hypothesis comes before the experiment. What are the two constituent parts of a scientific hypothesis?
I need to look up what constituent.
Oh my God. You'd fail 5th grade general science. You need to look this up.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
Being
you would.
a part of the whole. Okay.
You're a pretender clown. You're going to get it wrong anyway.
No, it's English he would have failed because he didn't know what constituent means.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what he said, QE. He didn't know what the word constituent. So like it's better
Really?
just to say that you don't know. Yeah, he admitted that.
What's a scientific hypothesis? Let's try that. Get those Google
It's
fingers.
the
Get
scientific.
those
it's
Google
like
fingers a
when,
moving.
when someone wants to like start an experiment, they have something that like they believe
A
is gonna
hypothesis.
happen in the end. Yeah, that they believe.
Yeah.
They say
What's a
before they start the
hypothesis?
experiment.
What's
they
a
say
scientific
before,
hypothesis, please?
They say before the scientist starts the experiment, they say what they think is gonna happen.
No, they don't. You need a scientific hypothesis.
I
What's
did
a
that in 5th
scientific
grade. You know the
hypothesis,
scientific method.
Barrison?
You know what the scientific
What's a
method is?
scientific hypothesis, Barrison?
I just told you.
You did. Didn't sound like anything that I recognize. What's a scientific
So
hypothesis?
you've never been to school. The scientific.
Yeah, I never been to school. I forgot more about what natural science is early this morning than you'll ever fucking know. How do you know I haven't been to school?
Because you just said you haven't been to school.
I never said that. You fucking made that shit up. Why would I say that? When I got 2 actual science degrees, you dumb fuck.
Here, wait. I need a.
You dumb fuck. Anyway, you need to go Google yourself is what you need to do. You're a fucking clown, dude. Like I
Sounds
told
gross.
you. Like I told you. From the beginning, you're a pretender clown fraud. And we just demonstrated that. There goes your
21
fuckwit
seconds before.
gravity, dumbass. You don't even know what a scientific hypothesis is. What are you even doing in here? Let's try Ava. What's a scientific hypothesis, Ava? Yeah, you're muted because you're a dumb fuck. You already demonstrated that. You don't know what a scientific hypothesis is. Ava, you had plenty of time to figure out what a scientific hypothesis is. What is it?
A well-structured claim based on like what you know currently.
Incorrect.
That was really dumb. What the fuck?
Yep. At 4 minutes after the hour, scientific hypothesis by Colorado State University. A special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. I only post 2 because it gets long. You're already exposed. From Kristen McClellan, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method from the Geological Society of America. Hypothesis. The hypothesis should also contain a prediction. Neither of you bozos said that. about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. Uh-oh, we're going to get some echoes here. The first blank is the dependent variable. It depends on what you're doing in the second blank. And the second blank, number 2, is the independent variable. That sounds very familiar from the first definition from Colorado State, doesn't it? It's shocking. So, you two just shown yourselves as failing 5th grade general science. What do you got to say for yourselves?
I'm sorry, I don't know the definition of everything off the top of my head.
I didn't ask you to know the definition of everything. We asked for scientific evidence for your globetard. You both got gravity. And then I asked you what scientific evidence was after you didn't know what version of gravity you were talking about. So I'm right on topic. I didn't ask you about knowing everything, just knowing something about the subject that you fucking claimed. You fucking
Joseph, you got
bozo.
So you're saying, oh wait, so
Do
okay,
you like
here's
tickling little kids? Do you like touching them and fondling their little parts? Is that why you're doing this?
That's a ban.
Mm-hmm.
So
Do
yeah,
it.
you're gonna get banned.
I don't have to get. What a weirdo.
Yeah, you're gonna get banned for that shit. What do you got to say, Barrison? Fuckwit.
the gravity. Okay, here's my thing about gravity is gravity. It needs to be like there's no way.
We don't want to know your thing about gravity, you fucking ignorant mung.
I wanna chime in just for 1 second. You know, Alpha said to you guys, listen, if you don't know, just say you don't know. What's so hard about that? Barrison, why don't you guys just say
Wait,
you don't
can
know?
you not mute me mid sentence?
I'm gonna unmute him for. I want to find out why he just Barrison. Why you and
Okay,
Ava?
okay,
You just
no,
didn't
you're
know.
not
You
gonna
didn't.
mute
Hold
me
on.
mid-sentence?
Hold on. Listen.
Okay, sorry.
I want you to answer my question.
Yeah.
Right. Miggy said you guys should. If you don't know something, just say you don't know. Why is it so hard for you to do that?
I didn't know the college definitions of the gravity.
That's not
I didn't
answering what he's asked you. Answer what he asked you,
Yeah,
please.
listen, you guys don't know something, but you just don't say, "Hey, I don't know that." Like that's fine.
I don't know. Wait, what were we talking about earlier? I don't know the definition
Now you don't know
of
the
the
conversation.
scientific hypothesis of the
No, you don't know
Colorado
anything
You
that's
didn't
being
know. You didn't
spoken
know
over
what
you.
gravity was. You didn't know what a hypothesis
I know what gravity
was.
is.
You didn't
Gravity
know
is.
what the scientific method is. No, you were asked like which gravity, Newton or Einstein. You didn't know which one. You didn't know. You don't know the
Oh,
difference.
sorry, I
between
got
them.
muted mid sentence again.
You don't know anything about either one of them.
Are you
Why
guys
don't you
gonna
just say
like
I
let
don't
me?
know?
Nope.
No.
No.
I mean,
What?
if you're going to
That's
answer,
crazy.
if you're going to actually address what's being said to you instead
What's
of
your
trying to
pride?
answer.
narrate some bullshit.
No, it's your
Okay.
pride. Answer truthfully the question. Why do you gotta keep acting like you know what you're talking about when you don't? Why it'd be better for you just to admit that you don't know what the conversation's about, and so people can actually help you at that point when you show humility, but you don't. So because of that, you start reaping the whirlwind. And
Not even
Kiwi was
showing humility. It's just saying like it is. You don't know. It's factual. You don't know. It's not a
he left.
fucking painful. Of course. He still can't admit he don't know. Has to leave. Like fucking dude, man.
Yeah.
Why did Joseph get so quiet? Joseph came in here all cocky that the Earth was a globe, and he's all quiet now. What, Joseph? Speak up, bro.
I'm not definitive on anything.
Oh, you were.
I just, I'm
Hey.
just not the smartest.
No,
I'm
go
not
ahead,
the
Mickey.
That's
smartest
fine.
guy in the world.
Go ahead, Mickey.
I
Give it to
don't
him.
know everything.
Give it to him, Mickey.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing, right? So y'all came in a little group, and I told you guys when you came in here, didn't I? I set the rules that I was like, look, guys, you stop talking ahead of yourselves, and you kept doing it. It's like foot and mouth syndrome. You kept putting your foot in your mouth. It's like, relax. I kept telling you that over and over. And so what happens is, this is what ultimately is the outcome because of that. And you could have had a different outcome if you would have just been a bit more patient. If you would have said, you know what, I don't know what's going on. Can you let me know what's up? Or you don't have to know everything. You guys are young. You can still learn a lot of things. But when you come in here and you're very prideful, you're egotistical, you're going to get shown like what you were shown. It's just the way it goes. And money never funny. Like you were just in the chat chiming in. The same goes for you. Everybody that comes in here, all you got to do is be like respectful and say, look, I don't really know what's going on. If you don't know, just say you don't know. We don't have to go through this whole thing where you're trying to say what you think you know. It's ridiculous.
If you do know, tell us what you do know. Which ain't very much, but so the funny thing is when all three of you came in here, like scientists proved this for thousands of years, etc., etc. Arians, dude, your mic is hot as shit, dude.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So you guys are like scientists. You guys don't actually know why you believe what you believe in reality, right? You just think that there's some scientists out there that proved the Earth's a globe. You trust that happened at some point in time, and you stop thinking at that point. You don't actually know why you believe what you believe or what they did to even come to the conclusion that it's a globe. It's complete blind faith.
Yeah, it's even a category error because natural science has nothing to do with with shapes. So it's a complete non sequitur category error. This isn't a scientific topic; it's a geometric one. Fucking bozos.
Yeah. So Joseph, if I make the statement, my table is square, is that a scientific statement?
Not definitively. I mean,
Oh,
I
we
haven't
got
seen it.
Is there any
definitively.
science involved in that statement at all? My table is a square. My table is a triangle. My table is 48 by 48 inches. Any of those statements are those scientific statements?
No, those aren't. But the thing with the Earth, what is science is proving it. That's what like trying to prove like how like you're saying the Earth is.
No. Natural science doesn't deal with what is existence questions. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships, not existence questions. You just compromised yourself again.
Deals with phenomena.
You're done. I mean, you can't recover. What else are you gonna say? Where is he?
No,
So
I can't say anything. I'm getting server muted. I can't.
Well, yeah, because you're a dumb fuck.
So Barrison, water boiling is a phenomena, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's cause and effect. The existence of boiling water is not a scientific question. Whether it exists or not is not science. Whether it exists in a certain volume of space, right? Say it's a 1 gallon pot. It's not a scientific question if that's a gallon of water. I mean, like we're getting this remedial, dude. Like, I'm sorry.
You'd fail 5th grade general science. You just said it yourself.
It's not your fault that you think it's science. It's because you've been like they repeat this crap at school. It's a scientific fact that Earth's a globe. It's a dumb statement in the first place.
Yeah, it's a non sequitur. It's a category error completely. It's like asking you're saying that science proves the social security numbers of colors. Fucking stupid. See what you did was you just stepped into a hornet's nest and you didn't have any clothes on. That's what happened.
This is going exactly like what we talked about earlier, Indio. The moment that they get taken disproven, he's going to attack the character. Like that's all they got. See, Barrison, don't you find it funny that the only thing you got is insults when you could easily just be like, you know what? I don't know what's going on. Like, I'd like to know what you guys, what point of view you have, anything other than you sounding like you know what you're talking about, or throwing insults because you're shown to be that you don't know what you're talking about. Tisk, Barrison.
And if you want to whine about being muted, you're being muted because you're actually not addressing what's being said. You're trying to say what you want to say. You're answering questions that weren't asked.
All right, we got Cal.
Hey, what's your name? Oh, I love soccer. Dude, no. Come on.
We got Calcool in the house. Calcool's brand new, I think. Let's see. Yeah, brand new. I'm going to go ahead and unmute Calcool.
Yeah, I'm brand new. Hey, guys. What's up?
What's up?
What's up, Calcool?
Not much. I was just wondering, I'm not sure if the Earth is a flat or a globe. Can you give me, like, your side of it?
Our side of it? Well, you got to start with what it's not. So
Okay.
you've been told that it's a globe, right?
Yeah.
So is there any evidence for the Earth being a globe? How about this? I'm going to ask you a different question. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Can you define scientific evidence for me?
Well, it's not me. If I'm asking you a question, it's either answered with a yes or no. Do you understand what I'm asking you?
No, I don't. I just want your definition of scientific
So you
evidence.
don't understand what I'm asking you. Is that
No, I
what
do
you're saying?
not. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay, so the issue then would be that have you been told that the Earth has scientific evidence?
I've been told that. Yeah.
Okay, so and what evidence have they provided for that being the case?
I don't remember actually.
So you
But
don't
I know I've been
remember.
told. No, I don't remember. I don't remember. I'm not saying it's either one. I'm just
Got
saying I don't.
globegesia.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the problem that we're having earlier. So you don't do science on what is questions. So that's
Mhm.
what we're asking for is what is the Earth? And when I asked it, it's a malformed question. How I'm asking it to you, because there is no scientific evidence of the Earth being a globe, because it's not a
Oh.
science question. It's a question that deals with geometry. What is
Yeah.
the Earth? So it's malformed, and you didn't spot that. Though that's the issue, and that's what they teach you. They're teaching you this idea that the Earth can be known as a what is question, can be understood as scientific, and it's not. You get
Okay.
it now? So
Yeah.
that's what's wrong with it. It was malformed in the first place. So, and I just gave that to you. So, being that the case is that it's malformed and it's a what is question, then we're actually needing to look at how is the Earth a globe? So, is there any evidence for the geometry? Calculus?
I not that I know of. No. I haven't I don't know of any right now.
Okay, well, and that's where we're getting to now. So, if there's no evidence for geometry, how about evidence for the Earth in its rotation, axial rotation, spinning? Is there any
Uh,
evidence of that?
not that I can think of right now. Like I don't have any prior knowledge.
Is there any evidence that we are in a cosmic vacuum?
Uh,
Or yeah, go ahead.
I don't think so. Well, I
Right.
don't know any. I don't know
So
any.
these are the three, foundational claims for the Earth being a globe: that it has surface curvature, that it's a globe, that it's spinning, and it's a cosmic vacuum. It's in a cosmic vacuum. So if
Yeah.
that's not the case, because you don't have any information to support it, right? No information to substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe by way of it being a globe or spinning or in a vacuum. So how do we know what they're telling us? Like, how can we validate that?
I don't think we can know, but do you guys think the Earth is flat, right?
Well, it's demonstrated as flat. It's observably flat, and it's navigated across as flat. So yes.
Those are the reasons to why it's flat.
What do you mean? Those are the reasons? Well, what
Like
else reasons would you need?
You listed the main reasons to like why the Earth is not a
Yeah, it's
globe or why they
observably
think it's a
flat,
globe.
right?
Okay.
We observe
Yeah.
it that way. We can measure it being that way. We can navigate it that being that way. So yeah, it's flat.
Oh. Okay.
When we talk about flat, we say the flat plane of existence. So, we know that we got land topography, which means, we got mountains, valleys, and all that kind of stuff. But that's not what we're saying. We're talking about the plane of existence. So if I was to point in any cardinal direction, I'm pointing straight across the plane. So we're not around or antipodal to another person relative to where we're standing. That's the idea that you think you live on a ball. That's not what the existence of this reality is. It's just straight across the plane.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yep. I mean, we can go further and talk about it, but it's what the difference between what somebody's mind thinking that they live on an Earth being a globe versus the flat plane of existence where we are on right now is what can be observed, what can be measured, and what can be navigated across as. So all these things can demonstrate to you that you don't live on a globe because there's no evidence for it.
So, what do you think I should say to someone who thinks the Earth is a globe?
Prove it.
Prove it? Okay.
Yep. It's simple because if they're going to say that it's a globe and they say, well, we got pictures from NASA or whatever they say, you can always go to the three foundational questions that I asked you. How is the Earth a globe by way of curvature? Like, who's measured the drop over distance? who's measured the axial rotation, or we can talk about gas pressure without a container, which would be the cosmic vacuum. That would be the third question. How can we have gas pressure without a container?
Okay.
So I didn't talk about that with you, and I'm just mentioning it now, but we would say that on the third question. The first one would be drop over distance, curvature measured. I mean, we can go that in the direction where they're going to have to show, with the radius being 3959, as per what they say the size of it is, the circumference and the diameter. And then we can go that route where they're going to have to demonstrate how they know that's been measured. And then the second one would be the axial rotation, how they know that's been measured. And then the third one, of course, is gas pressure without a container argument. Um, and they're going to have to demonstrate how, in an open system that the Earth being a globe would have, how they can provide evidence that we have gas pressure here on Earth. And then we got the vacuum of space, which is adjacent to this gas pressure. And the gas pressure doesn't move into the lower pressure environment of the vacuum of space. That's doesn't happen. And the only way that would not happen is that if there's a container containing the system.
Yeah. Wait, so you guys were talking about like gravity earlier, right? And I was kind of like wondering what the difference between Einstein gravity and Newton gravity was.
Well, that you can just look up for yourself to find out the difference, right?
Which one
And
is?
why?
Are they like? Do they
Einst-
both coexist, or is one a thing?
No.
and one not?
Well, you're gonna hear from the rhetoric that it sounds like it coexists, but in the way it operates and the way they've been talking about it is that's mutually exclusive. So one superseded the other. Einsteinian gravity superseded Newtonian.
So,
But you hear a
Einsteinian
lot of people
gravity is
say a
like
bunch
what
of
we have
shit
right
where they, huh?
So Einsteinian gravity is like what we have right now.
Currently, yes. It explains the cosmic scale of things and their paradigm, but not that it does. It's their words or their ideas of how they would explain the the cosmos.
And so you think it's factual, or you think it's
No,
oh, it's
not
not
factual.
factual.
No,
Okay.
there's no evidence for it.
What do you think about the force that holds us down? Like,
There
what do
is
you
The
no
think?
force,
force.
Or
the
not
force
force,
that
but
holds us
why do you think
down.
we stay on the Earth?
There is no force because the Earth's not moving and
Oh,
it's
okay.
flat. That's how we stay on the Earth.
But okay. But like,
Like what?
when we jump, how do we go back down?
Yeah, but
Huh?
here's the
Jump.
calcul. Yeah,
No,
you're
like, what
asking
makes us
you're
go back
asking.
down is
Listen,
just what I'm wondering.
you're asking the questions, but yet what you've been told, whatever you've been told, what does it do to substantiate the information that you
I
are?
can tell you what it's not. It's not fucking gravity.
I know it's not that, but like, what would it be?
What would it be if it's not the fairy tale gravity that's
Yeah,
never been
gravity's
scientifically
not real. Gravity's
validated?
not
What
real.
was
What
that?
would it be?
Well,
Like, how do I go
it
back down? Is
appears
just what I'm
that you're
wondering.
like denser than the medium that you're in.
Yep. It's a medium and object relationship. So it's a relationship between the object and the medium. So you can see how something is affected by that. So what I mean by that is that if you were to drop a log and it will just fall to the medium of air, it will drop straight to the ground, right? But
Yeah.
that same log, you could drop it in water and it would float above the water because it's lighter than the medium that it would be in. So then you could see the difference between the object and medium relationship.
Okay.
So it just depends the object and the medium that you're talking about and the relationship that they both have. So it would change, what the object does. And the same you could see that in a little test you can do with an egg. You could drop an egg in fresh water and it would sink to the bottom. And you put some salt in that water and it'll start to float.
So you mean
So
like
you change the medium. So what you're
yeah.
doing there is you're changing the medium and it gives it the different it gives the egg the movement. So the displacement happens whenever you change the medium. So what you're doing essentially is just changing the object and the medium relationship. And then you'll
Oh,
see the
what would the
the
object medium be? So would the object medium be me in the air if I
yep,
jump? Okay.
yep, same thing.
Okay.
So imagine jumping into a pool and holding your breath. What happens with the lungs? Your lungs expand with air, right?
Mhm.
So what would happen to you? Would you sink to the bottom?
I'm not sure what would happen.
Just do it
You'd,
with a basketball. Throw a
you'd float.
basketball up in your backyard, it falls to the ground. Throw a basketball in a swimming pool, guess what?
It'll float.
Yeah, same thing.
Okay.
But we don't need that. We know what it's not. Gravity.
Yep.
There goes the whole heliocentric ball tard spinning space monkey religion.
Okay.
It's all
remember
over right there. Yep. Go ahead.
I was just saying I understand better.
No, I told you that if you're gonna present this to someone, they're gonna be like, yeah, well, we have gravity. What is what I told you, to talk to them and just let them know. 2 words, prove it. And when you do that, they have the burden of proof is the one who makes the claim. So the claim is already on the table that gravity exists, and they're telling you. You could even ask them. They probably won't even know this because nobody does. Like when you ask them the question, which gravity you're talking about, you think they're going to be able to tell you?
Like it happened earlier. They're not going to
the
be
same
able to
thing.
tell you. They're going to say, well, the Earth's gravity. What are you talking about? Are you talking about on the sun? They're going to start pulling that retard shit.
Yeah.
Right? Because they don't know what they're talking about. 99.9999% of people don't know what gravity is. Even physicists don't know what the fuck it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
gravity doesn't exist. The spheritard doesn't exist because we have horizons. We're going to keep it real simple. We can get more complicated, but let's keep it simple. As soon as you see a horizon, it's all over for the spheritard. It's done. It's a paradox. Can't have a horizon on a spheritard. It's impossible. It's geometrically inept. And you can't have gas pressure without a container. So you live on a flat, non-spinning, contained system. Period.
So you guys were talking about there's physicists that are don't know what they're talking about, right? Are there any physicists that you think do know what they're talking about?
Do I think that they know what they're talking about?
No,
I'd
do you
have
think
to
there's
listen to their,
I know you think that those don't, but
I'd
are there
have to
any
listen
that
to their
do?
claims,
Yeah.
and then once they make a claim, if they're a physicist, they're going to have to demonstrate it via experiment.
Do you know of any that you think are telling the truth?
Doesn't matter. Personalities don't matter, buddy.
That's a bit vague. You're getting vague though.
Personalities,
Are you?
credentials, none of that shit matters. The only thing that
I'm not
matters
talking
are the
about that.
results. Yeah, you are. When you
Do
say,
know
is
any,
there a
no,
physicist
I'm not.
that
I'm
you
saying,
trust?
are there any physicists that have claims that
Yeah, you're talking in
saying the
general
same
though,
thing
right?
as
You're
you?
not being
Yeah.
specific to this topic. Yeah, are you talking about this
Here's if
topic
you're
or
a
in general?
physicist.
Or in general, because you were saying in general, physicists that were talking about the Earth don't really know what they're talking about, right? Are there any
specific to
they
the
don't
Earth.
because they've never done any experiments.
Their job kind of depends on them not being flat earthers too.
Well,
but are there any
this
who
isn't a physics
who are?
topic? Well, gravity is it's not even a physics topic, but the Earth and its shape is not a physics topic. The subtopics like their fairy tale fuckwit gravity, because they claim it's science, that would be, like I said, indirectly physics. But anything else? Can you think of anything else?
No. I was just wondering, are there any major figures in the community of flat Earth, like how there are in global Earth? There's just physicists who you can think of, right?
Yeah, but I just said that's a category error.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Right?
That has nothing to do with what finding out about the Earth.
Going to tell us.
Yep.
Back to the horizon thing. I was wondering. So you said there are horizons on the Earth, right? Why would they not be able to happen if we're on if the Earth is like a globe? Why would there not be horizons on a
There's
globe?
no curve, bro.
Sure.
And it defeats the purpose of the terminology that's being used. Horizon.
What's the
Horizon
terminology? Can I Google it?
Horizon is defined as a rate of change of slope of 0. No rate of change of slope. Whereas curvature is defined as a rate of change of slope. That's a positive number. So that means that it's a paradox. You can't live on something that has a rate of change of slope and then have a horizon that everyone sees with a rate of change of slope of 0.
Yeah. Wait,
Yep.
but which source are you guys using? I just want to.
Which source?
Yeah, I just want to know where
Curvature.
the
The U.S.
information's
Naval
coming
Academy.
from, right? The
U.S. Naval Academy. The U.S. Naval Academy. The U.S. Naval Academy. How about that?
But what I was wondering,
But
what makes
what? But
them
what?
what's it called? Valid. Like what makes
What's
them
it called? What's
correct?
it mean? Because it's valid.
But what makes it valid?
Because
Like
if
what
you
makes
look at
them
a
more valid?
curve, because when you look at a curve, it has a rate of change of slope.
But that's not what I'm talking about. Like what makes
That's
the
what I'm
Naval
talking about.
Academy correct?
What?
Like what makes them trustworthy?
What? I just said, you dumb fuck. I just said when you look at curvature, it has a rate of change of slope.
No, you're restating their claim. What makes
No,
their
I'm
claim
not.
correct?
Look at a fucking circle. It has
Yeah.
a rate of change of slope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Great. Fuck. My God.
You're not answering what I'm asking.
I'm not
I'm
answering your
asking why
question.
the Naval.
So
Nothing to do with
curvature
whether it's the
has a
Naval Academy, dude.
So you guys wait, but where would you get the information from?
Whether it doesn't matter where the information comes from. It only matters whether it's true or not.
But
You can
how
determine
do you
that
know
for
it's true
yourself.
or not?
when you
Have
look
you
at
ever
a
seen a
Because I
slope
can
with
draw a
no
tangent
curve?
line to a fucking circle, right? And if I move that tangent line around the circle, the slope of that tangent line changes. I can watch it change. I can measure the change. I can predict the change. It changes.
But
Doesn't
we've
matter if
done
the
that.
Naval Academy says it or fucking Adolf Hitler says it. It's the same.
What I've done that for the Earth though, and it changes.
Oh, really? Where?
Where I've done it like
Yeah.
see, I've gone like
Where?
throughout the Earth, right? At this
Where
thing,
at?
and I set the marks where I live.
Well, really? Show.
Show?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I
Does he live stream? Does he have privileges?
can't do it right now, but
Well,
I
then
can
you
try to do
can't
it
make a
later if you
fucking
want.
claim right now, can you?
Well, can you guys prove to me your claims right now?
Prove me your claims right? What claims? That curvature is the rate of change of slope? We just did.
Wait, why'd you guys mute me?
I just muted you because you were over talking
No,
me.
Calcul,
But
if
I
you try
wasn't
to like
talking.
say something that doesn't agree with them, they mute you.
Fuck
Oh.
off. That doesn't agree with them.
Should
So,
I
are
listen to
you
that guy?
challenging the definition from the United States
Why,
Naval
is he your friend?
Academy that curvature is the rate of change of slope, Crown Muncher?
Yeah, I am because I'm asking
Yeah,
what
you
makes them
are.
credible.
What's your
What
definition
makes
then?
them credible?
Fuckwet.
I already
No,
told you.
I don't
You
have a
got
definition.
fucking.
I'm just saying,
Listen,
how
you
do you
got
know that
shit in your
definition?
ear.
Fucking diarrhea of the moth, dumb fuck.
Have you ever
Yo,
seen a slope with no curve? Is that what you're telling us? Like, what the fuck, dude?
Look, it
You
has nothing. I told you why it's true, and it has nothing to do with the Naval Academy. It's a basic mathematical fact. Okay, has nothing to do. Hitler could say it. Jeffrey Epstein could say it. Doesn't matter who fucking said it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you said it, it would still be true.
But okay.
But
But what if I've
but-
like measured the Earth and
really? You
okay,
measured the Earth?
Okay, you measured the Earth. Okay, what device did you use?
I didn't use a device. I used like measurements.
Yeah,
Shut the
you
fuck up.
measure things with a device.
He didn't
So
use
you
a
need
device.
an instrument. What instrument was used in the measuring?
What do you mean?
Jesus Christ. If I want to measure your height, I need a tape measure, right?
Yeah.
So what did you measure the Earth with? A tape measure?
Yeah, I used a tape measure.
Yeah.
He's either really stupid or he's just a troll, but
No,
I think he should just give up
he
at this
thought he was
point.
gonna. Yeah, he thought he was gonna come in and be clever, and now he's like spiraling into trolling because it's all he's got left.
What? You guys are
What?
confusing me.
What?
That's easy. We're not surprised.
You sound like a retard, dude. What device? Yeah, I used a tape measure. Get your dumb ass out of here. Go back to your cake decorating threads.
Color by numbers are fucking.
That's too complex. I don't think you could follow it. All right. He's the only one in here, so.
How come these purple crayons don't taste like grape?
I don't know. I was trying them earlier, and you know they tasted different. You know.
How do you have gas pressure without a container there, clown?
What's gas pressure?
Gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. That's gas pressure.
What was the question?
OMG. That's what the question was. You're
That's
a
not a-
moron.
That game anymore.
My word.
I'd rather sit here in silence and listen to someone feigning stupidity. Partially feigning stupidity. Now we're gonna try Barrison again. Barrison, you think you can? Think you stop fucking white knighting for a retard?
Whoa, let's not use that language here, guys.
Oh, why? You know, there's a saying: if you throw a rock into a pack of dogs, the one that yelps is the one that you hit.
I didn't know that. I haven't heard that saying before.
Yeah, me neither.
Wait.
Well, that
Wait, can
means
you
the
repeat
Earth's a
that?
sphere tard.
Wait, what does that mean
Well-
though? What does a sphere tard mean?
Sphere tard. That's some idiot that believes in a ball.
Oh,
So it's like a slur? Or
Racial
what is it?
slur?
I
No,
don't feel
like-
comfortable being called that. I don't know.
That wasn't appropriate. I was trying to ask a question.
yeah.
Yeah. You're a sphere tard. So is
I'm gonna
Calcul
change all
and
their
Barrett.
names to White Knight.
Wait, but why? What makes me a
Because
sphere
you
tard?
believe in the sphere tard.
Oh, wait, but who was
He's
the
a
original? Do you know who the
sphere tard
original
'cause-
one was?
Because he believes in the sphere tard?
No, because he believes in a sphere making him a tard, then you combine the two, sphere tard.
Wait, how does a sphere make me a tard?
Well, you believe in something that you cannot
Oh.
prove.
How can wait? Just don't mute me. I'm gonna ask one question. You guys,
Shut the fuck up.
damn it.
Do you like that? Did the OG like that?
Hold on, Barrison. You can ask your one question, but you actually have to listen to the answer. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay, ask your question, and it better be on topic.
What? Because you have like said stuff like proving that the
Oh,
Earth
now you're
isn't
gonna
round,
talk
which
about
yeah,
What?
which I
Because
yeah.
you like said? What? Because you like said? That's
Am
that
I-
you're not starting off well.
Am I the topic? Am I the fucking topic? I'm not the topic. Flat Earthers is not the topic. The topic is flat Earth, not flat Earthers. So please, question.
Ask him-
Make it
ask him-
topical.
Ask him again, Indio. He probably forgot by now.
Oh yeah. Goldfish
What
will be
is
touched,
your
right?
proof for the Earth?
Go ahead, ask him again, Indio.
No. Ask him what? I forgot now. That fucking is contagious.
Wait, so what is this sphere tard exactly? I'm a bit confused.
Oh God damn it.
I know
What
I'm
hell
the
do I-
prime example right now because I'm confused.
I've been waiting for this question. I'm gonna pass the mic to Quantum Eraser. Go ahead.
Wait, what's a tard?
Okay. Barrison wants to know what the proof the Earth is flat is.
Why should I? I already told him. Horizons.
Horizon. Surface of the bodies of water don't curve, dude.
They have no slope.
Hmm.
Simple. I already
So
did
the surface of the body of water has no slope. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I got it.
Surface of bodies
already
of
did
water
that.
do not curve
Well, he
at
took
any
that, Indio.
distance or scale or anything like that, except for a body of water. Not a fucking raindrop or something that's on a hydrophilic surface or hydrophobic surface.
I guess you guys are kind of right about that. I never thought about that way.
Kind of right or
We know-
absolutely right?
Right. Correct.
So there's the Bolivian salt flats. I mean, there's you
Well-
drop your link, man.
I got 7 of them on my website.
That was my bull-tard argument when I first heard flat Earth. Yeah, look, I can curve water with a teaspoon.
I got 7 flat Earth proofs on my website, but the flat Earth isn't the paradigm. 99% of people on the globe tard believe in a sphere tard. So
Wait, what's your? Can I go to your
Yeah,
website?
where's your
What's
website?
What is
Yeah.
your wait?
Can,
what is
can I go to your website?
Yeah,
Wait,
What's it?
where's the link? Is it in the
Yeah,
Discord
I'm
or?
wondering the same.
I'm gonna go try to find it. Somebody's gonna post it before I get there, right? Platter's already on it. 1 second.
SphereChart.com.
Wait, is it actually, or is that a joke?
No, is it actually? Come on, dude. No.
Well, I'm just wondering because it's kind of.
No, I don't know.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I don't know why I'm still talking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't either. Did somebody already post it? I'll go ahead and post it. Sorry.
But Joseph, bro, you were so cocky. You were talking about something about like the stratosphere being green or something. Your
Oh
energy
my.
completely changed, bro. What happened?
There you go.
I think I'm sleepy, and it's a mix of factors. I think there's just
Yeah,
all
bro.
sorts of things that were feeding into me.
At 40 minutes after the hour, there's the website. There's all the flat Earth proofs right there. More than more than you'll ever need.
Just say it's flat, Joseph. That's all we want to hear.
No, not really.
No, we don't want to hear
No,
that.
I don't care if he says it's flat, and we don't really have to prove it's flat because we're the negative position to the positive planes of the globe. So it's just a burden of proof reversal.
It's just a joke, bro.
Well,
not
I
a
mean,
bro.
Barrison
She's
came
your
in here
sister.
saying that we're trying to convince people. We're just giving you information. What you fucking do with it is up to you, right?
I was addressing both of them.
Well, I'm just saying we can't convince you of anything, and you shouldn't be convinced either way until you do something to test the
I
Validate.
actually designed websites, so if you need help with that, I could, maybe help you
Well,
out.
mine's been on hiatus
Oh,
for about 2.5 years.
I'm just saying, just in
I
case
don't
you
think I
need
need
that.
any help. I think that it does it all on its own. 1, 2, 3, ABC with every single proof.
Right. I'm just saying about like the graphic design.
Like it or
If you need
graphic
any help.
design? Is it graphic design or is it like graphic design?
Well, I just like to add a lot of likes to my sentences because it kind of elevates it and makes it
It
sound.
doesn't elevate it. It fucking drags it down with a ball and chain to the bottom of the ocean.
Oh.
like a Valley Girl.
I just like
totally
to say it
grody.
without. I just like to say it without you muting me. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, happy birthday, Kiwi.
Oh, thank you.
I told him, by the way.
How many candles, man? You just get one big candle?
Yeah. 60 inches high.
Not
First fire size.
So I'm old. Shut
You
up,
got 2
Flatsy.
years on me.
It's not the age, it's the mileage.
Yeah, that shut up is what I stay
No
for,
doubt
man.
about that.
Wait, so with flat Earth, a year is still 365 days and 7 days a week and 24 hours?
Well, I mean
Or
that
no?
depends because you can use like a lunar map. Some people or lunar calendar. Some people actually do go off a lunar.
But I could kind of like use whatever I need.
You can
So,
use
Joseph,
whatever
want
you
me to blow
need.
your mind? Want to blow your mind on the calendar?
Ready?
So, a lot of people think that the leap year, that there's like 365 and a quarter days, and that we ignore that quarter day until the 4th year and we just add a day. That's actually not how it is. So if you count sunrises and sunsets for a year, right? You can do this like say on the equinox, right? You watch the sunrise and where you see the sunrise on the horizon, stick a stick in the ground and you count all the sunrises until the sun comes back, right? For a full year. You're going to count 365 days for the first year. You're going to count 365 days for the second year and 365 days for the third year. On the 4th year, you're going to count 366 days. Yeah, there's a full extra. There's an extra sunrise and there's an extra sunset. Not a bunch of quarter days like they tell you in the heliocentric model. That there's a sidereal day and a solar day, and that there's a difference, and that there's an extra 25, quarter of a day, and so we just add them all up, and at the end of the 4th year, we just add a day. Not how it works. There's an actual legitimate extra day. In the heliocentric model, the days are caused by the orbit or the rotation of the Earth compared to the orbit. So for some reason, the Earth rotates at a complete extra time in that orbit.
Uh-oh.
Hey, remember the thing you guys were asking for? I sent my proof in the general chat.
Your proof for what?
In the
To
lobby?
the measurements.
Nothing in there.
For the globe tart? Impossible.
Wait, I thought you said you're a neutral, Cal. Now you're like a globe Earth apologist?
No, I am neutral. I'm just trying to test out both sides.
Yeah. Think your IP grabber means anything?
What?
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 Huh?
What? Wait.
Where
Huh?
does that link go to, buddy?
What do you mean?
My
What
malware
do I
stopped
mean?
it.
I'm clicking on it.
Malware stopped it.
I
Said
think it
it's
broke.
fucking bogus.
Wait, I'm trying to fix it.
Yeah. Suck, dude. Look, I could give you my fucking IP address and tell you
don't
the
want your
ports
IP,
that are
bro.
open, and you couldn't do shit. Okay?
Okay. I don't want your IP, bro.
I could tell you where I lived, my operating system, what my internet service. I could tell you everything,
Do
and
it.
you couldn't do
No
shit.
balls. No balls. Do it.
He'll just fucking overtalk you, man. Is that your technique? You just overtalk people right in the middle of their statement?
When did I overtalk?
Wait, that like you just did to me, you fucking
Just
idiot.
now.
I think you're getting a little confused.
Oh, you're getting a little what?
A little confused.
Little kid. Yeah, I'm not fucking confused. You
okay.
glue sniffing fungus muncher.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
bad.
confused.
It's always been your
You're
bad.
confused,
That's
Dewey.
a new one. I never heard
The
that.
middle of your sentence is interrupting the start of his.
Yeah. Where's your globe tard proof?
I don't know. I think it broke. I'm trying to get it.
We can't wait.
Okay. I can't get it that quickly, so if you can't wait.
Literally.
That's what she said.
Okay.
Yeah, I clicked on the link and it didn't send me anywhere.
I know. I'm trying to fix it, bro.
Trying to get your IP address.
Hold up. I'll be back in like a few minutes. I'm gonna go try to do something. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Whoever just clicked on it, he's out there trying to take your bank account.
Yeah.
Wait,
Welcome
really
to
quickly.
Screen Share Pics. This website domain is
Wait,
part of
I
a
had a-
link shortening service called Grabify.
Okay. Wait, I have a friend really quickly who wanted to speak.
Use this
Can you
domain.
unmute Daft_King?
Yeah. How about no?
Oh, okay.
Why are you trying to
I'll
grab
be back
IP?
in a few
Why are
seconds.
you trying to grab IP addresses, bro?
My malware put a stop to that shit quick. Daft King. Daft King, what is the scientific evidence of your sphere tard?
Oh, well, I don't know.
I know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know.
Oh.
I'm not informed on that topic, unfortunately.
It's a
But
good
I
thing
am.
it's a good thing
sorry.
you're not, because it would have been your ass.
Huh? Sorry, I'm not. I don't like to listen myself with profane stuff.
Profane.
Yeah.
Like it's your ass. That's profane.
Yeah. I don't want to.
You like a delicate Nancy.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, but I am curious about one thing though.
What's that?
how come like horizons doesn't work on a globe? I was just
Yeah,
wondering
because
about that.
horizons have a slope of non-zero, and curvature is the rate of change of slope.
Hmm. Yeah, but
Interesting.
like, well, like,
Interesting
well,
paradox, isn't it?
yeah, but like, how come you can't? Like, what prevents you from seeing like other stuff farther than the horizon?
Other stuff farther. Well, other
Like
stuff
other
further than
buildings.
the horizon. Well, we stopped at the horizon. How can you have a horizon on a sphere tard?
No, like I'm saying,
No,
like
no, yeah, like
I'm saying if like in the event of a flat Earth, what's preventing you from seeing
if in the event of a flat Earth, what the fuck?
like if the flat Earth,
If
if we're
the
talking,
flat Earth, what the
if
fuck,
we're
dude?
talking about the flat Earth model.
Model? We don't have a model. Neither do you, by the way.
Okay, you know what I
How
mean.
far
If
do
we're
you think you
talking
should
about
see
the
on a
flat,
flat Earth, dude? Just spit it out. How far do you think you should see?
yeah, what's
Yeah,
preventing
How
you from
far?
seeing
How far
yeah,
further
should
than
we
the
see?
yeah.
horizon?
How far should we see?
It's not
I don't
yeah
know. I feel
either.
like what's preventing you from seeing further than
Air.
the air?
What? Whoa, whoa,
Air.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
What?
whoa. Indio, he's dragging you. Hold on. What?
No, he wants to
State
know
the
why we.
question in full, man.
I can't
What's
even form a
preventing
question.
you from seeing like? Is there like a barrier that prevents you from seeing
Yeah,
buildings
air.
further?
Air.
Like, was
Like
Air.
buildings further than what?
Ship, bro. Air.
fur-
Fucking air. Are you deaf? Air. Air. Air.
there's?
Air. Air.
Yeah, I know. He asked me
Yeah.
to say the full question. I haven't said it yet.
Do you listen? Can you look up your local weather report?
Sure.
Yeah, Google local weather.
Well, I got the weather app.
In there it'll say
What do you want me to say?
visibility. So visibility, what does that mean when it says visibility?
I have no idea.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. It's
I don't
how
know. Probably
far
what you
you
can
can
see.
see because of the
Yeah.
clarity, how much the light penetrates through the air. Because air is full of particles and particulates, and air itself absorbs light and attenuates light. So
Yeah.
we can so like when they design a lighthouse, right? They want to how far does this light shine? They have a
Yeah.
formula. They do a calculation. Hey, this light can shine 30 miles. We want it to shine 30 miles. We need a bulb this big.
Yeah. The
Right?
sun's a pretty big bulb. So like, why
Yeah,
doesn't it
it
stop?
is.
Holy shit. Now you're just fucking going off the
Gish gallop,
reservation.
man.
What is your question in full, please?
Okay, so what stops you from just seeing the entire world since it's flat? It's all level. What stops you
Listen to
from
the
seeing?
answer. Jesus fucking Christ.
Go ahead, Indio.
Did you even listen to what I just said?
No,
Dude,
but
did
You
you
follow
just
asked me
listen
to
to
say
reason,
the
like,
full question.
what makes it
Okay.
like
Okay.
because it's a finite level everywhere. There's not one place where you can like see almost
Air.
further than like another. So
Harrison,
like,
shut the fuck
Air
up.
absorbs light, stupid fox, dude.
Harrison.
Air. Look up, go on Wikipedia if you don't believe me. Look up visibility meteorology. Scroll
I
down
thought
and it'll
I
have
thought you said
it'll
it was.
say how far
Shut
you could
the
see.
fuck up.
It'll say how far you could see in the cleanest possible air. And it's 294 kilometers. And we actually know that that's not right because that's just the model because people have seen from sea level 300 miles. How do I know this? Because it's recorded. It's recorded in the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide that it's not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. This is from a ship. It's a sailing guide, right? So they're not on land. It's a sailing guide. Pretty sure boats don't sail on land, so they have to be on the ocean, right? So it says they can see mountains 300 miles away.
All right, there's
So
your
the
answer.
air restricts how far you can see. Can't see far in fog. You can't see far in smoke. And some clear days you can see farther than other clear days. It's not mysterious. It depends on the humidity, what the air pressure is, etc. How many particles are in the air?
Wait, so is it the air or the particles in the air?
Both, man. The visibility changes. That's why it's in the weather report. Weather changes. You have a weather report. They release it like 5 times a day because the conditions of the air rain, snow, fog, visibility, they change.
Oh, that's cool.
You just figured out weather today?
No, I don't check the weather app. I just look outside.
All right. Any other questions?
Fuck's sake, dude.
Huh? Wait, what'd you say?
Any
I
other
said for
questions?
fuck's sake. Yeah, any
Oh,
other
I'm
questions,
sorry. I
man?
thought you
Yeah,
asked
no,
me.
go, dude. I'm lamenting for humanity, our future. We're fucking doomed.
Yeah, we are doomed. Go ahead, Barrison.
I agree.
Yeah, he also said that he looks outside. Do you look when you look outside? Does it look dark sometimes?
Yeah, during the night.
So that there's a big portion of the earth that is like in blackness. Can't see that, bro. So that's why you can't see the whole of the earth as well. Is that add that to the equation?
Yeah,
Thanks
but
for that.
no, but like that makes sense on the globe like model
It
because
makes sense on a globe
It's
tard. How
because
do you
the
have a
Earth's a
horizon on a
globe,
globe tard?
so the sun's hitting
wait,
half
can
the
How
I
do
Earth.
you have
The
a
sun hits
horizon
half
on a
of the
globe
Earth.
tard? How
can
do
I
you have a
answer my
horizon
question?
on a globe tard?
That's not what he was asking. It
That's what
makes
I'm asking.
no, but I want to answer the question of the other guy. So
I
the
want to
reason
ask that. I want to ask you this question again. How do you have a horizon which has a rate of change of slope of 0, and then at the same time live on a globe tard that has a rate of change of slope of non-zero? How can they both exist at the same time without annihilating the law of non-contradiction?
probably because the Earth is really big. That's just
It's
my
a biggie. Oh, that's because that doesn't have anything to do with the
The
fucking
horizon's an
horizon.
imaginary line. It's not a
It's not an
line.
imaginary line.
The reason the horizon.
Shut the fuck up. I'm asking Daft King. It's biggie. That doesn't have anything to do with the question that I asked you.
Biggie
We'll get back.
Smalls.
We'll get back to how biggie it is here in a second. But that doesn't have anything to do with your horizon and the curvature.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's get back to biggie. How biggie is your earthy?
Probably like I'm pretty sure.
Probably, not probably, sunshine. You have a story that's been given to you that you have to adhere to. So I'm going to ask you one more time. How biggie is your earthy?
196 to 197 million square.
Oh, you're a fucking retard. All right, Barrison, your turn.
All right, wait. So about horizons, the reason the horizon exists is because like the Earth curves down and you can't see anything.
The Earth you can't have a horizon curving down, then it wouldn't be a horizon.
It's not curving down. The Earth.
Oh, it's not. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
I never said the horizon was curving.
You didn't. You just said that.
No, I said the Earth was curving, not the horizon.
Yeah. So the Earth is curving, but the horizon's horizontal.
Yes.
That doesn't make any damn fucking sense, dude.
Explain to me why that doesn't.
Explain to you why that doesn't make any sense, because it's a paradox. Because we see horizons which has a rate of change of slope of 0. And if the Earth is curving, then it has a rate of change of slope at a non-zero number. Then you can't have horizons which have a rate of change of slope of 0 on a fucking sphere tard that has a rate of change of slope of non-zero. You get it?
Here, wait. Do the okay. So you know, like a.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, Barrison. How many flat spots are on a ball? Jesus, man, I gotta talk like.
Wait, your mic's too bad. Wait, can you say it again?
Yeah. How many flat spots are on a ball?
On a like perfect ball, 0.
Okay. How many
Welcome
flat
to Flat
spots on
Earth.
the ball Earth?
The Earth isn't like a perfect sphere.
It's not? Then you're going to have to call NASA and have them redact over 50 years of their fuckwit photos.
No one ever said it was a.
No one. They don't have to say anything. They just have to show the photos, you fucking nitwit.
Here, grab a piece of paper.
Grab a piece of paper. Grab this. You argue like a clumsy child.
Just let me say, like,
shut the fuck up.
You guys must have like muting.
Shut the fuck up. You already embarrassed yourself.
It's not a perfect sphere. Is it an imperfect sphere with flat spots?
Let them cook. Let them cook.
Let him
Is
cook.
it an imperfect sphere with flat spots, Barrison?
No, don't let him cook. He sounds like he's a vegan, so don't let him cook.
Or are there just places with less rate of change of slope than other places?
Holy shit, Indio. With less rate of change of slope than other parts.
You're making me do it, man.
Okay, if you curve a paper down, like you make it into a, where you like pinch two ends of it, you know, like you have a regular sheet of paper, you pinch two ends of it, so there's like a curve on the other side. You can't.
The fuck are you talking about, dude? Post a picture.
Now he's talking about cylinder Earth.
He
No,
was
not a
talking about
cylinder,
the way
yeah,
he.
cylinder.
Basically,
No, he
like
was talking
you
about the
pinch
way
from the other end.
he
The
wrapped
reason
his
you can't
Christmas
see the other
presents with
side
paper.
isn't because there's air in the way. It's because there's a finite like line where it just curves down and you can't see.
Really? How far away is that? A 1 foot observer. How far away would that be?
At sea level, 12 miles.
That's incorrect. 1 foot above the deck. How far would that be?
1 foot above sea level?
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't measured that, but like at sea level is 12 miles.
You don't have to measure it. All you need is geometry, you dipshit.
What do you mean at sea level? What are you talking about?
Geometry uses measuring.
Geometry uses measuring. Oh, that's fucking profound. So, my question is, at a 1 foot observer height, how far should the horizon be on a globe tard with a radius of 3959 miles?
I'm going to do the math.
It's very
1.2
simple.
miles.
It's very simple. It's already been done for you. Somebody get ready with the black swan.
I believe I saw that on your website.
You would be correct. Where'd he go? Did he run away? Yep, he did.
Like if the flat Earth,
if the flat Earth. Thanks, Flatsy. Yeah, he ran away though, Flatsy. He couldn't hang. Let's go back to Daft King.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I just gotta say thanks for the clip because I actually got banned because you guys thought I was a child, but that clip proves I'm not a child. So thanks. And I don't know, what were you guys talking about? I wasn't really paying
How
attention.
far away should the horizon be at a 1 foot observer height? How far?
How am I supposed to know? What?
Well, you're a globetard. You need to know the geometry.
Not necessarily.
You're not necessarily. Then you're a religious zealot.
What is a zealot?
A religious zealot. It is believing something that somebody told you without confirming it true, and then running around exclaiming that it's true.
Oh.
That's a zealot. That's you.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, just like.
Well, yeah.
I side with the globetards because, in my opinion, they make more sense.
You're a sphere tard. What makes sense on a sphere tard? What? Name one thing that makes sense on a sphere tard.
Well, why would the Earth be flat? But
why would? Not a question. That's not a question to us. I asked you.
Yes.
Because you said, shut the fuck up. You said the globetard makes sense. I said, state one thing that makes sense, and then you asked us a question. That doesn't make any fucking sense. State your fucking proof of your sphere tard right now.
Okay, since the Earth is round, it would make sense.
No, false. You fucked up right out the gate. Since the Earth, well, you haven't proved it, so it's not since. The Earth is round. Well, you're round that's not a spheretard because round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. I could have a round pizza, a round penny, a round record. It's still flat. You following me, sunshine? So regroup
Yeah,
and
follow
state
you.
it again. What makes sense on your spheretard?
Because the stars you see in the sky.
The stars? What the fuck? We're asking about your spheretard, not the stars.
Nonsense.
Yes, I'm using it to prove my example.
You're using things in the fucking sky to prove what you're standing on. Yeah, me and my wife, when we walk into like museums, I say, honey, wait a second. Can you confirm the shape of the ceiling so I can walk in here without fucking obstruction? You dumbass cracker.
I'm not white. So yeah, anyways.
That doesn't mean you're not a dumbass cracker.
Yeah, it kind of does.
No, it
Well,
kind of doesn't.
I don't think
Fuckwit.
you'd say the other.
Now fucking prove your spheretard. What makes sense on a spheretard?
Okay. The bright things in the sky look spherical.
The bright things in the sky look spherical. Are you even fucking literate?
I changed my mind mid-sentence because I got to be more specific for you.
Holy fuck. Go ahead, try it again.
Okay. Since the bright things in the sky are spherical.
Wrong. Incorrect. You can't tell three-dimensional shape from two-dimensional objects, especially in the night sky.
What do you mean two-dimensional objects?
You can't tell fucking 3 dimensions from distant objects. It's greater than 30 meters, you dumb fuck, without binocular vision. You get it?
Well, you probably could.
You probably could. Citation, please.
Like the Eiffel Tower. You could.
Like the Eiffel fucking Tower. Oh, boy. This is painful. Why do I subject myself to this?
Happy birthday.
And
what a birthday.
And it's illogical anyway, because right from the get-go, what's in the sky doesn't define what you're standing on. It's non sequitur. Can you try again?
Wait, before I continue, I just want to know, since it's your birthday, happy birthday.
Thank you.
How old are you?
60.
Oh, all right. Happy birthday.
What makes sense on a spheretard?
I don't know.
You just said you knew. That's why I fucking gave you the floor. So what makes sense on a spheretard?
Sorry, that was an expression.
Expression?
Yeah, like whenever.
What was the expression?
The expression is when you're thinking, you say, I don't know, and then you get into what you're saying.
That's not an expression. You need to look up what an expression is. What
well,
makes
deep in the heart of Texas, that's what we say. Huh?
Holy shit.
Sorry,
what makes sense on
let me take this for a second.
You're going to try to reason with him?
Yeah,
all right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to try to show him that he's not reasoning. That's what I'm going to try and show him.
Yeah, I guess I'm not.
You said the globe makes sense, and you brought up a literal logical fallacy.
What's the fallacy?
A non sequitur. Namely, the planets are round, therefore the Earth is round.
Oh yeah, that is a fallacy.
Yeah, because it's if I went to the woods and I said, I see only trees, therefore I'm a tree. That would be stupid, right?
I know. You can look at yourself though.
Yes, we can look at the Earth.
Yeah.
And when you look at the Earth and then you look in the sky at a planet, do they look the same as the Earth?
Yeah, but you're seeing it from like on top of it. So
okay, but do they look the same as it? That's great, but do they look the same as the Earth?
How are you supposed to tell if on top
of it? So
why
would you reach the conclusion that they're the same thing?
I don't know. You can see the Earth though, but from satellite.
Why would you jump the shark and reach the conclusion that they're the same thing when there's no observational evidence that they are the same thing?
There's though, because you can look at it from satellites.
Okay, is that what you did? You looked at it from a satellite?
Yeah, I've seen a couple pictures.
Pictures from satellites. You saw a
Yeah.
picture claiming to be from a satellite. How do you know that was
Yeah.
taken from a satellite? How do you know there is a satellite?
Because you can
Because they
probably
said
see it
so.
through a telescope.
So if I wrote on a, if I like made an image and I just wrote "taken from Narnia," you'd be like, "Yeah, dude, that's proof that you could take pictures from Narnia."
Yeah, but Narnia is not real.
Neither is
No,
the
I got a
vacuum of
picture, man.
space.
But I got a picture. The picture proves it's real.
Neither is the vacuum of space. It's akin to Narnia. His analogy is correct.
No, what's up there then?
You know what's up there? No,
What's in
you tell
Narnia?
us.
I don't know. You said there's no vacuum. I want to know what's up there.
There can't be a vacuum because that's the second law of thermodynamics violation. How the fuck are you still breathing?
Because there's an atmosphere on Earth.
Atmosphere, that's a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. You'd fail. You'd literally fail. Literally. Literally. First grade intro to gas behavior. Literally. You need citation for that?
I didn't learn about that in first grade, but the word.
Well, most people did. So, do you need citation for that?
Oh no, I went to school in the ghetto, so I'm not that.
In the ghetto, they still talk about gas pressure in the ghetto, and even if they don't, you fucking know it.
Well, did you grow up in the ghetto?
You could say so.
Ra-ta-ta-ta.
Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Good
sorry.
argument. That's why the Earth's a spheritard.
I'm sorry.
You better take it easy on that crack pipe, son.
You see how he got off the? It makes sense, right? You got off
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah.
It don't make sense.
Huh?
What? We asked. You were asked. Said the globe makes sense. You were asked what makes sense, and your idea of making sense was putting out a logical fallacy, which by definition does not make sense. A logical fallacy, by definition, can't make sense.
Everything you said that I said is wrong.
Okay, what did I say about you being wrong? That was wrong.
I don't remember.
Here we go. This is the new tax, dude. Is take a Man in Black brain eraser, pretend you don't know anything, can't see anything, become a paraplegic.
Who are the Men in Black?
Oh god.
Hey, that's an insult to paraplegics.
Yeah, I'm paraplegic. That's not
No
nice.
swearing.
What? That's definitely not a rule. You've thrown a couple R slurs.
No swearing.
Hey man, you can't.
Retards to swear now? What the fuck?
You can't do that, man. I've heard you curse like so many times.
Retard is not a swear.
Yes, it definitely is.
No, it definitely is not. It's still in the medical literature. For example, if I look under clinically retarded, it'll say an IQ below 83, and there'll be a picture of you there.
Well, how would you know
It's a
that without
description.
any proof? Come on, man.
There's a picture of you there.
That's ad hominem. That's another fallacy.
No, that's just an insult.
No, that's ad hominem. Why are you insulting me in a
No, see,
debate?
you're using ad hominem wrong. Ad hominem is talking about someone's character or something about the person in order to prove a proposition. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just insulting you, dude.
Exactly, but we're still debating, though.
You're
An ad
debating.
hom is in place of an argument.
Anything in an hour, man.
What?
What
Maybe the evidence. Maybe the
Hold on.
evidence that you've presented so far has led him to that conclusion.
Evidence. We're still waiting for that thing that makes sense on a spheritard.
Huh.
What makes sense on a spheritard, please?
Well,
for the past 20 fucking minutes.
Well, what makes sense is that, like, I'm gonna have to think about that one. Give me a minute.
Oh, brother.
Back to us in an orbit or two.
He's missing an orbit or two. Is that what you said?
What is an orbiter tube? Why are you insulting me? That's not nice.
That's not nice. What are you, a Nancy fag?
Look, man.
What? Okay, that's definitely a slur.
Oh, that's definitely it. Then you better leave.
Why would I leave?
Because you're a Nancy fag.
You don't even care about the slur, bro. You don't even care about it. You're
Can't hang
acting like
with
you
the
care
tough
about
guy.
it.
Of course I
I
do.
don't know, Curie. I think this guy's
Of
like one of my
course you do.
favorite globetards.
Don't call him Nancy.
What do you mean?
What?
Of course I do. What do you
He's
mean?
like
Of
an
course I
honest
care about it.
globetard.
What do you mean? Of course I care about it. What do you mean?
What's the speed of dark?
What?
Oh my god, Curie.
Dark is just the absence of light.
I didn't ask you what it wasn't. I asked you what it was.
Okay, the same speed as light then.
Prove it.
Dark is the absence of light. If you
That's
turn off
not
the light,
proving it.
dark
You just
comes.
said the same dumb shit again.
Okay. In your opinion, how do I prove?
In my opinion, I don't have opinions. I speak facts. What is the speed of light?
How am I supposed to know that? What?
Because you appealed to it.
I don't know, 3 million or something.
3 million or
3
3
million or
million of what?
something.
Grapes, parsnips, tree limbs. 3 million of what?
Miles per hour.
3 million globes.
That's incorrect.
Really? Oh, well, I
Yeah.
just made that up.
Yeah, we know.
Duh. Like what?
We can't tell.
Hey,
Okay. Wait.
hey, man.
Andy,
We're gonna put you on the back burner, man, so you can form a coherent fucking argument for your.
you guys keep cutting me off. How am I supposed to?
That should be late
Yeah,
2032.
you've taken up the turn.
Hold on.
You guys have just been berating me with insults
No,
and
I want to
cutting
get
me off.
Goblin. No, I want to talk to Goblin, but he took off. Was
You could talk to money, never funny.
He was
I don't
here
feel like
earlier.
talking. I mean, I just keep getting muted. When I tried to say something, I just got muted. And
Really? Well, you're off mute. Say something.
Would you please
So-
stop crying when you get on the mic? How about you use your mic time to actually say something relevant?
Can you please stop interrupting me? Okay, so one of the things I was talking about is how, like, we were talking about nighttime and daytime. And I was saying how, since the Earth's a sphere, only half of it.
Since the Earth's a sphere, you haven't proven that. That's begging the question. You got to prove the Earth's a sphere first.
Yes, you actually cut me off before.
Wow, I did. Okay, prove the Earth's a sphere. Is this scientific evidence?
No, so I was saying the sun. I was saying
Is this
why.
scientific evidence, Goober?
The sun's not the earth.
Yes, I know that.
and you don't know
No.
your model because in the gold model, more than 50% of the Earth is lit up. Yeah, that's right, dude. More.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. What?
And
What's
this is
the
why you were
scientific-
muted.
What's the scientific evidence?
What?
Is this scientific evidence of your globetard or not? Is it? Yes or no?
Can you stop calling me a globe?
Oh god.
It's not your birthday anymore, but I still want to say happy birthday, Kiwi.
Thank you. What's
You got-
is this science? Shut up, Flatsy. Is this is is this scientific evidence of your globe? Yes or no?
Can you elaborate?
Elaborate? No, it was a
Yes.
pretty distinct question. It was a
So,
closed-ended question.
For the
Yes or
whole
no?
time. Okay, wait. Let me just say something. For the whole time I've been in this, you guys.
We don't want to give. We don't give a shit what you think
For the
about.
whole time you've been in this, you've been trying to get out some fucking unsolicited comment about how the servers run, how you get to talk, how you don't. Shut the fuck up, dude. No one cares. Next.
Is
Okay, I'm
this
going down the list.
let's go. Let's try him one more
Mover,
time.
Dubs.
India, let's give him one more chance. So,
Can you not
is
mute
this
me?
evidence for your globe tart? Is this scientific evidence or other?
So you talked to me about scientific evidence.
Yeah.
But this whole time you've been saying stuff that supposedly proves it, but you've never.
Shut the fuck up. Go ahead, India.
I was just gonna go down the list of people. Who's next? We got Gus here. Let's unmute Gus. Gus has a burning question.
Does he?
Yes. He's
Yeah,
wondering.
so I was wondering,
Do we have any pictures of
do
Earth
we have
from
any? Yeah,
space?
do we have any pictures of Earth from space? Or yeah,
No.
yeah, actually,
No.
why not?
Well,
'Cause-
because anything from space that would mean the vacuum of space, they can't get out far enough because the vacuum of space doesn't exist. It's Narnia. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
So we can't go to space ever.
Correct.
Yeah. Oh, that's all I was
Correct.
asking.
Well,
Where'd you get
just
the
an
idea?
addition
Like, where did you get the
caveat,
idea
it
that you
doesn't
could?
exist.
I want to know, Gus. Where'd you get the idea that you could go to outer space and go to a vacuum? Where'd you get that idea from? Because you didn't invent
School.
it, right? So in
Yeah,
school, did they give you any evidence for that?
They've said people have gone to space.
Yeah, I didn't ask what they said. I asked what the evidence was.
No.
Okay, then. So why do you like? You seem like you think it's some foregone conclusion when they didn't give you any evidence for their claim.
No, I
So
was just wondering.
if they did go to space, let's take for a fact that what they said is true. How the fuck are you still breathing?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, you wouldn't be sure because the second law of thermodynamics violation, because we have a certain pressure here on Earth adjacent to an open system. That open system is a vacuum. And the area of that vacuum, according to the paradigm, is 10 to the 80th cubic meters. It's beyond imagination. How does gas stay connected to a ball-tard and not evacuate into the available volume without violating Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, Brownian motion, and the King Topper, the second law of thermodynamics? Can you tell us that?
I can't.
Yeah, you can't because it's impossible. It's a violation of all the entropy laws and all the ideal gas laws. So it's all over. So that's why you don't have any photos from there because out there is Narnia. Get it?
Right. Yeah, I get it.
And anything
Thanks for-
connected to Narnia, that means orbits, anything about the sun, the moon, the stars is also fucking horse shit. Because the medium's compromised.
Right.
Yep.
Thanks for answering.
Simple as that. Yep.
Okay, next in the queue is Goblin. Okay,
Hello.
Baron Goblin. What's up?
Hey,
Hey, how you doing?
I'd like to have I don't want to turn into a screaming match or anything, so
It won't.
so I'm gonna come back to what you're saying about the atmosphere.
That's a paradox.
Yeah, about that. So you said gas can't take a shape.
That's correct.
Yeah. So the magnetic field of the
What
Earth is what's
magnetic field of the Earth? Where's that coming from?
the core.
The core. You have
Yeah.
proof of the core of the Earth?
What's keeping us down on Earth?
What's keeping us? That doesn't have any fucking connection to what you just said. You have proof of the core of the Earth and this magnetic. Let's get to this because you don't have proof of the magnetic field or the core of the Earth. How strong is this magnetic field, would you say?
Well, I know the gravity on Earth is
Gravity. We're not talking about gravity. We destroyed that for the last 8 years, step by step. And earlier tonight, we're on the magnetic field. Stay focused. Get the Adderall drip out. How strong is the magnetic field on the Earth?
Oh, I haven't gone into research on that, so
I'll tell you. My refrigerator magnet on my refrigerator is 20 times stronger than the fucking magnetic field on the Earth.
well, the magnet is a lot heavier than the air particles.
Oh, the magnet is a lot heavier. We can get into that. Here, I'll post this for you in live stream. Are you in live stream voice text, by the way?
I'm not sure.
Live stream voice text. That's where we post stuff. stuffses?
Yeah, I'm not seeing
I
that.
got to give him the roll. Hold on, I'll give you. It's just make sure you follow the rules so we don't have to kick your ass out of here.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
I'm sorry.
So I gave
It's
him.
not
I
20
gave him BC
times.
verified. I gave you the BC verified roll. You should be able to see it now.
All right, cool.
I'm
Can you see
sorry.
it?
It's not
Right
20.
above this channel. Sorry,
Holy fucking shit. All
Point of
right.
parliamentary order. Now talk.
Point of parliamentary order, Your Honor. It's not 20 times. That refrigerator magnet is 200 fucking times stronger. There it is right there at 25 minutes after the hour. So, you were saying?
Well, I was saying that the weight of the magnet
The
for
weight?
the fridge,
The
it's
weight?
not. It's holding it onto the fridge.
The weight of the magnet. What's define weight?
Huh? It's mass. It's something about mass and times gravity or whatever.
Well, that's been debunked.
Okay.
That is derived from F equals ma.
Okay.
So W equals mg. Mg love you long time. That was debunked. Over 100 years ago, dude.
100 years ago.
Over 100 years ago, yes.
So,
you need proof. You need proof of that too.
Can I move on to another topic?
You better, because you're going to get your ass handed to you here.
All right. So the Arctic Circle.
The what?
The Arctic Circle.
And
every, I don't know how often it is, but the summer solstice at the Arctic Circle.
Summer solstice.
I'm not. This is not me trying to disprove anything. I just want you to explain this to me.
Explain what? I'm not explaining your claims. It's your
well,
claim.
no, it's not a claim.
You
It's not a
fucking
claim.
explain it. Now I'm not saying you fucking
no,
explain.
this
It's
isn't-
your
this
fucking
isn't-
claim. It's your fucking claim. I'm not here to explain your fucking claims. We want an explanation from you for your fucking claim, and then we're gonna need scientific experiment validation for that claim there, sunshine.
So I'm not allowed to.
You're not allowed to ask me, would you go up? Let's say I walked up to somebody and I said, well, you made a claim and I want you to explain that claim. What would happen? What would happen?
Well, I'm not trying to make a claim right now.
You're not. I
No,
thought
no,
we
I'm
asked
not.
you, what is your evidence for your globetard?
Well, I'd like to have a little back and forth now.
Back and forth? Well, that's not me explaining your fucking claims.
Well, no, I was wondering under the logic of the flat Earth.
Under the logic of the flat Earth? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, it should be able to be explained, no?
What? No. What is your evidence for your globetard?
But that's not what I'm.
That's not what you're here
segueing into.
for. Then shut the fuck up. Next. I guess there is no next. Let's go back to him. What's logic?
Well, what do you mean?
You asked me for my logic.
Well,
right?
yeah.
Do you know what logic is? What are the 4 types of logic?
Well, I don't think that's relevant.
Yeah, you're not. You asked me for logic. I ask you, or the 4 types of logic. I don't think that's relevant, you fucking imbecile. My point is, you don't know what logic is. So if I gave you any logic, how the fuck would you know it?
Well, could I ask a question to you?
Ask a question to me?
Yes.
Why would you ask a question to me and not prove your sphere-tard?
Because it's a part of it.
It's a part of it.
Yes.
Go ahead, ask your question.
All right. So, the Arctic Circle.
Oh, brother.
Something occurs in the Arctic Circle called the summer solstice. Okay, and that's where
that occurs in the fucking Arctic Circle. The summer solstice does. I don't think so.
Well, I'm not
What's the
saying it
summer
occurs
solstice?
just in the Arctic Circle.
What's the summer solstice?
I'm in the middle of asking a question, but it's
Yeah,
okay.
I want to know what the summer solstice. I don't know what the summer solstice is. What is it?
Okay. The summer solstice occurs when one of Earth's poles has its maximum tilt towards the sun.
Maximum tilt towards the sun. Can you?
Well,
can you? Are you in the Arctic Circle? And can you feel the tilt of the Earth?
Well, no, but I believe that the Earth is on an axis.
Well, this is not a belief forum, right? Beliefs are for religion and whose favorite color is the best forum. This is not a belief forum. This is a no forum. You know the difference between belief and knowing?
Yeah, I do.
What is it?
Belief is an opinion, and knowing is a fact. But many people can say that. Okay.
No, belief is acceptance without evidence, and knowing is facts. You're close. So go ahead.
I was just wondering how, like, in the Arctic Circle, on the summer solstice,
I don't know.
How does the sun not set?
I don't know. I've never been to the Arctic Circle. I don't know.
Okay.
So, and the sun setting and rising is just rhetorical language. The sun doesn't set or rise on either a globetard or a flat Earth.
Well, it's a figure of speech.
That's what I said. It's rhetorical language.
I don't understand. Like, I can say, well, I don't know an example right now.
I'll give you an example.
Okay.
How can you have a horizon on a spheretard?
Well, as you were talking about earlier, about how you can only, Daft King was going on about how you can only see so far, and you were saying because it was there.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh well, Indio. I don't know.
I'm not Indio.
Okay.
So that's not answering my question. How do you have have you ever seen a horizon?
Yeah.
How do you have a horizon on a spheretard?
Well, I can only see a certain distance.
That doesn't answer my question. You can see the horizon at a certain distance. So how do you have a horizon? Third time. How do you have a horizon? How can you see horizons on a spheretard when horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0 and a spheretard has a rate of change of slope of non-zero?
Okay, so the Earth is very large.
No, it's not. How large is it?
I don't think it's fair that you can just say no to what I'm.
Say no. I didn't say no. I said, how large is it, even though you're evading my fucking question?
You said no,
I'm
it
going
isn't.
to allow you to red herring fallacy away from the fucking Earth is biggie. That doesn't have anything to do with my question of how you can have a horizon on a spheretard, but I'm entertaining your dumbass.
Well, as you were asking, the Earth surface is 196.9.
Shut the fuck up. How do you have a horizon on a spheretard?
Are you going to let me speak?
How do you have a horizon on a spheretard? I already let you speak. Answer the question.
I don't think this is a fair debate.
Yeah, fuck off. How about that?
When you tell them to fuck off, you got to go, fuck off. You got to stretch it out a little more.
Money never funny still here.
Oh, it's 12:30. I got to take my leave of you, ladies and gentlemen. It was fun. Have a good night. See you tomorrow.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Well, that was going nowhere fast. That last guy, man. Poor
It's
guy.
been like this for a couple hours.
I'm glad I missed it.
Romper room.
Buzzword science. That's my new. Got buzzword. Gravity. Horizon.
Buzzword
Science.
earthers. That's what we call them.
What do you call them?
Buzzword earthers.
Buzzword earthers. Yep. Horizon. Yep.
Science, scientists,
Tilt.
physics, physicists, astronomy. Look at the stars. Look at the sky. Satellites.
Arctic Circle.
Wait,
Pictures from space.
Chubbs is in here. Chubbs is the globe skeptic.
Shrubs. Tubbs.
Chubbs,
Shrubs.
defend yourself now.
Welcome to the server, man.
You want another go, Goblin?
Did he already have
No,
round one?
I'll take my leave because I don't feel
I didn't
like
hear what happened. So.
I don't think
Oh,
feel like it's that's
hey,
fair.
Goblin, Goblin, that guy,
What would
he's
be
like,
fair in your opinion?
my bad.
No, I just felt like the muting was excessive.
Well, he's gone now, so we won't excessively mute you, I guess.
I'm done for the night. I'm a little exhausted.
All right, man. Well, thanks for coming out anyway. Thanks for playing.
Well,
back.
just remember, we're trying to brainwash you to think for yourself.
It's weird. It's kind of weird.
Goblin, don't puss out now, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're gonna puss out now?
He's tired, man. He's tired.
So the only question you need to ask yourself is, what do you actually know? You know someone else claims they know something, but what do they know?
Well, I don't truly know either, in any sense. But
exactly,
we know what you do know. You know the exact same things we know, right? How the Earth actually presents itself versus how they say it is, right? So what they say is the Earth. Well, what we see is that the Earth presents itself as flat, and it feels motionless. We see the stars move. We see the sky, the sun move. We see the moon move. But what they're saying is, no, that's not happening. You're moving. And no, it just looks flat. But if you go to some other place, it'll be round from there. But you can't actually go to that place. Trust us, we went there. We saw it. That's the reality of the situation.
well,
That
wait.
not the reality of the situation? I say anything that was incorrect.
Well, like, have you been to space to try and see the curvature?
Have you?
No.
Do you know anybody that has?
Well, I'm
Do you
saying.
know anybody that has?
No.
Do you know anybody that knows anybody that has?
You're picking me up and do a debate. I don't want to do it.
No, I'm just asking you a question. You don't know anybody that has?
We don't know anybody.
You're just supporting what I said. That there's people, complete strangers, that are saying they went to a special place outside of the realm of normal human experience, right? Friends, family, or your friends and family. None of them have any knowledge of any of this. But there's some people that claim, yes, we have the specialized knowledge. And you have to either just believe them or not believe them. Well, what's one good reason to believe them?
Well, I just think that's a kind of closed mindset.
What does that
I think, well, if you think that you'll never be able to go anywhere, you're not going to try and go there. If you think there's nothing, okay. Wait, what did you say? Well, yeah, but you said
I can't go anywhere.
India, you lost.
Outer space isn't just like anywhere. It's a different physical reality. Right? When you go in outer space, when you drop something, does it fall?
Well,
not according to gas.
No, right? But in your experience and the experience of everyone you ever met, when you drop something, it falls. They're saying they go to a place where that doesn't happen.
Well, yeah, there's not a strong gravity out there.
Yeah. Well, you're missing the point. The point is they're saying they go to a special place where everything you know is different.
Special. Special.
Mm-hmm.
What's hard to comprehend about that? It's like saying you went to Narnia or Mordor or something.
Inner Earth.
Well, I don't think it's as far fetched as those.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah. Well,
Carry
So
on.
you think when you drop something, it not falling is not far fetched?
No.
Okay. I don't say to
Our work
that,
here
man.
is done.
Which is a very odd thing because people come in here and
No,
go,
I mean,
"You don't
I
believe in
drop.
gravity? You think gravity's fake?" And what they're implying is we think things don't fall when you drop it, but that's actually what they think.
I dropped the helium balloon, Indio. Didn't fall.
Well, yeah, because that's because helium is less dense than air, so it's gonna rise.
So not gravity.
Not gravity.
Not
Huh?
gravity,
It's
right?
gravity immune. It's immune to gravity.
It's less
Exactly.
dense.
Immune. It's got magical powers, bro.
If you do the equation for
Is there
gravity
an equation?
on a
Okay, there's an equation.
yeah.
What's the equation?
Okay.
F to MA, F times MA.
So the equation for buoyancy, G cancels out. So
Indio, get your mic. You said you lost all your bass in your mic, man.
yeah, I know. My mic is fucked up.
All right.
Actually, hold on. I got another mic. Let me go get it.
All right. It's good if you're close to the mic, man. It's fine. It's when you're kind of step away from it. It's like really low. It's not low, but it's thin, as they say in the business, man. It's a thin sound, man.
What's up, dude?
What's up, Flatsy? I don't know.
Whoa.
It's the holidays, ish, whatever you want to call it, end of the year. We're into winter now. I'm totally digging the vibe. But I do have some apprehension for the new year, man. It feels funky. Anyway, got a vibe. I'm sure you guys are feeling it too.
So, Goblin, is the Earth a spheroid? Is it a sphere or is it an oblate spheroid?
Can you define those? I don't. I
No,
don't know what
One
those
you,
terms mean.
no. I'm asking you, which is it?
Well, I don't know what those mean.
A sphere is like a basketball, and
Well, no,
an
he said oblate spheroid, and then he said
oblate spheroid is an
Little chubby.
irregular basketball, more like an avocado or something.
Yeah, like pear shaped. Is the Earth a pear or is it a ball?
I think it's more of a ball with. It's not quite. It's not. I wouldn't say it's smooth because there's mountains, but
Well, that's
I'd
not
say it's.
actually the claim that you're supposed to defend.
Huh?
The claim
Yeah.
the claim is actually it's pear shaped, not a perfect sphere.
Well, that's one person's claim. Other people say it's really big at the equator. It's really big. It's kind of big. It's
Yeah,
fat.
this is the same thing. Really big at the equator is the same thing as being an oblate spheroid.
But
'Cause
all the pictures I've seen, it's completely fucking round like a basketball. It's perfect.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
All of them.
Goblin,
Well,
which
I
is
wouldn't
it?
say it's any wider at the equator.
I
Well,
wouldn't
that's
either.
not actually what your side claims.
I wouldn't either.
Well,
For sure.
if you draw a circle around the sphere at any point, the radius is always going to be the same distance from
Okay,
the center.
what sphere? Why are we even talking about what
Well, no,
sphere?
he's asking me to prove my.
Well, we're just
No,
talking about shapes right now. We're just shaping
Yeah.
out. We're
Mhm.
shaping
I,
out.
I just want Goblin to clarify what exactly he's defending because, a lot of Globers don't even know that they're defending a like pear-shaped Earth. So, like, is it pear-shaped or is it a circle?
I'd say it's a sphere.
So it's a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not actually what your side claims anymore. They claim it's a oblate spheroid, which means pear-shaped.
They actually claim a bunch of different things depending. They
Yeah.
also claim potato Earth.
Avocado. You guys are making me
No, it's
hungry.
just-
Shut up.
I
It's
still
just
want to
upper
know why
interpretation.
space is plausible. I don't get it. It's so outside the realm of experience that I don't understand why you just yeah, that's okay.
Goblin.
Like Goblin, what?
Oh wait.
What could NASA say where you'd be like, man, that's suspect? Like, how far do they have to go?
Well, give me an example.
Okay, the moon is inside Earth's atmosphere. If they said that, would you believe it?
No.
Yeah, well, they said that.
They did about 4 years ago.
4 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll post a link to it in the chat.
All right.
How would you feel about the statement, Uranus passes gas and it smells like sulfur twice daily or something?
Yeah, they said there's a window that opens up to pass the gas.
I should do some NASA.
I know.
Dude, you think we're making this shit up? No, these are actual. This is actual shit they said.
Hairy black holes. Hairy black holes.
Hairy black holes.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant atmosphere, as in
That's
the
there's an
immediate
article
atmosphere.
on space.com that new computer simulations predict that some black holes are hairy.
Fuck out of here.
I don't think that's in the literal sense.
I haven't read that one.
As seriously as it there? That's hell.
Cheers, everybody. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Let me ask you, was this
sulfur smells rotten eggs, so I don't think that's too far fetched.
Oh, there's no oxygen in space, right? How do you smell anything? But anyway, was this a scheduled event? Like who's going on the bus? That bus? Was this an event or what? I clicked.
Oh
on
yeah,
it.
there was. I don't know the main guy's name, but he left earlier a minute ago.
QE, man. Yeah, QE. Yeah, John. Yeah. Was that?
Yeah, there was like a
okay.
queue, but now it's kind of just free for all.
Was it like a debate going?
Yeah, it was a debate, but he kept muting me,
okay.
so I stopped talking.
Yeah,
there wasn't much debating.
Yeah.
I was more masturbating. I get it. No, I'm just. No, I don't know, man. I missed it. I don't have nothing to say. I just was curious. There was an event, and I just saw it. I went, okay, I'll click on that. Here I am. If I'm fucking it up, man, let me know.
You know, the only point I'm trying to make, Goblin, is that you have a belief that's outside of your experience, and that's fine. We all believe things that are outside of our experience. The only question is, you know, this type of question, right? When you start saying, well, the Earth's a sphere, it came from a Big Bang universe, and you evolved from monkeys. Now they're getting into a creation story, right? Now it starts to become an existential question about why you exist, how you exist. And I think pictures from purporting to be from outer space, taken from a place which is outside of all human norms, you're getting into almost a religious belief. Not even almost, you are.
Well, yeah. That could be said, but also, I mean, there's a difference. I feel like there's a difference between I can look out and I can see the planet with the telescope.
What planet? You can see our planet with a telescope, or you?
That's not what I was referring to.
Okay, I just want to make sure what planet you're.
And what does that tell you? You pull out your telescope, you look up in the sky, and you see a round thing. What does that tell you about the Earth?
No, I'm talking about like.
Doesn't even tell you about the thing you're looking at.
Well, can I talk to India?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I'm talking about like telescopes, as in like the Hubble telescope.
Oh, that's not your telescope.
Well,
that's NASA's telescope.
Have you actually seen what the Hubble telescope, what their images look like before they process them?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Oh,
you wouldn't even see an image. It's blurry because they sent it up broken, according to them.
Also, it begins as a data set that people interpret, and then they make an image of it. So yeah, it's kind of absurd. You wouldn't really look and then see anything. What you would do is just wait for the data set, and then artists will give you something.
Well, yeah, there's obviously a process to the image, like.
Well, what they
image
claim is that they sent the mirror up when they Okay, I was like a kid when they were doing.
Yeah, it was 19. What was it? 90.
So they made a mirror, and the mirror was defective. Okay, and the mirror cost some gazillions of dollars.
$1 billion.
Whatever it was. So then they made another mirror.
Yep.
They stuck it in the telescope, supposedly, and sent it up in the space shuttle, even though that flight is not listed in the International Registry of Space Vehicles. But that's fine.
Right.
It's neither here nor there. They sent it up, right? Let's just say they sent it up. Well, when they got up there, they're like, oh shit, it's broken. We can't see anything. So what they did was, then they went on a servicing mission, quote unquote servicing mission, and they went up and they gave it contact lenses.
That's in the registry.
In everything. So you can actually watch it. Like, I actually have a video about it on my YouTube channel about with their press conference saying, this is what it looked like before. This is what it looks like now. It's computer, quote unquote, computer enhanced. Okay.
I don't believe in computer enhanced stuff, but
everything they produce is computer enhanced. And when they make a picture of Mars or Jupiter, it's actually a rectangle that they wrap onto a ball.
I just posted an example of a Hubble image of a I don't know if it's an exoplanet or what it is, and compared against an observatory land-based image.
Well, yeah, I don't think that Hubble was the greatest of telescopes, but I believe it was far above what they had at the time. So it was quite revolutionary. It was the basis of their discoveries from like their fourth until the recent one they've sent out, the James Webb. But I think it as in enhance, I think it was more of a image processing thing where
that's what that means, man. Image processing.
Yeah. So I don't think that enhance is the right term for that.
Well, I mean, that's the term they used.
Well, it's a general
term I
term.
used.
Dude, we like to stick with what they say about stuff, and once you start looking at it long enough, you'll be like, okay, something ain't right.
Well, I was just stating that play, like you can say you play, like you're playing a game. That's more of a general term. I'd say the same with enhance is more of a general term. You can enhance it in any other way.
You can kind of wash it away any way you want, man. You can think of it as it's just unicorns, and it's not real. But you've never been there. None of us have. Nobody in this room has been anywhere outside of this earth, man. You start looking at shit in the sky, man. You can make up all kinds of crazy shit about the sky.
The point is, it's founded on belief. You really have to trust these people like priests.
Well, yeah.
You do, and if you want to do that, that's cool, man. Go through your life.
That's cool. Just call it what it is, right? Call a spade a spade. That's what it is. You have a belief in these people like priests, right?
Well,
so in the past, the average person wasn't allowed to read the Bible. They had to rely on the priest to tell them what the Bible said. Right? It wasn't until Gutenberg and the printing press that the Bible became popular for everyone else to read. But before that, you just had to rely on the priest. They told you what the reality of your spiritual life was. You just had to rely on them. These people are doing the same thing. They're saying, we have the special knowledge. You don't. You have to trust what we say because reasons, whatever their reason is. I can't think of a good reason. Maybe you can think of one. I can't think of one.
Maybe we just have to wait until a type of telescope that can look out there, or a type of thing that can let us explore on our own. Much like the printing press.
Good point.
Let me speak. So much like the printing press, let them read the Bible on their own. Maybe it's just a matter of time until we can come into an age where we can look out there on ourselves and make our own decisions on what we see.
Welcome to 2023 Flat Earth. We've been looking at shit in the skies and deciphering what they're telling us versus what we're seeing.
So, do you think you're going to go to space someday?
No, I'm just.
That's all we can do.
Do you think that you're going to go to space? That you are going to see a baller? No, never.
No.
How about your kids?
Well, I'm not sure.
How about your kids?
There's no way to say.
There's no way to say.
Well, right now we're into like the fourth generation of promising that people are going to go to space, like the average person. They sold tickets like in 1969 Pan Am. It was called the first. Was it the first Moon Club or something like that, where they sold tickets for people who were going to go to the moon?
Well, that's just
back in
fraud.
the 60s.
That's fraud.
Well,
I mean, that's what they were telling everybody. That's what they were printing in the newspapers. It's what everybody was saying.
magazines. It was all over the place.
Well, they're not printing in the newspapers that we're going to be able to go into space. So
Yeah, they're saying that they're
all the
sending
time.
civilians now. They're saying
Are you
it now.
kidding me?
Okay. Well,
In 2027, there's supposed to be a space hotel.
Yeah. What about Virgin Galactic? You ever heard of that ride to space? No. Virgin Galactic. You never heard of that?
No.
Oh wow. You know what Virgin Airline is, right? Or Virgin Records or Virgin Hotel, Virgin Casino, Virgin toilet paper. No, you never heard of all this?
No.
Okay, what's the guy? Richard Branson. He's from England. He made a bunch of money and started a space company that was going to take people up into space for like 2 minutes. Anyway, he's got a total of like in 20 years, man, he's got like a total of 0 people that have done it that are like average people, you know. Anyway,
I think he was
Space Hotel in
overstepping.
2025, bro. Space Hotel in 2025.
the Space Hotel 2025. What do you think, man?
I don't believe in that.
Let's sign up, dude. Come on, man. How much is
It
the
was on
sign up?
CNN, man. CNN don't lie.
CNN don't lie.
I think it's a title that's supposed to rope you in so that they read.
No shit. Clickbait, you think?
Yeah, I think it's
This
clickbait.
this company doesn't exist, and it's not saying this. Is that what you're saying?
Huh? Well, I think
This
they might
company.
be.
It's a
Well,
company.
the same thing with Virgin Airlines, whatever you said. He didn't send anyone to space. I think that's more of a over. What's the phrase?
Over promise, under deliver.
Yeah,
exaggerated.
Ever heard of Fire Festival?
Yeah,
it's
there's
like
another
it's like
word.
They're promising.
Yeah, I know Fire
something
Festival.
That, yeah.
Although they did have a festival, it sucked fucking balls. But anyway,
bunch of wet mattresses and refugee tents.
I know about that. Yeah,
I think it's more of that.
you could actually go to Fire Festival though, man, and people were like they're like videotaping their shit.
Well,
like,
yeah, but it was.
This is
false
not anything
promises.
like it was sold. This is total bullshit. Fuck this. This sucks. Yeah, I remember all of it. I watched the documentary on that thing.
It was like false promises, though. I think it's the same. I think
It's
they're
the
trying to get young minds excited for the future and into more scientific
or mind
careers.
Excited for the future. I mean, if you're young, you should be pretty excited for the future anyway.
I don't think he's excited for the future.
Not really.
It's like,
Look, it's all a bunch of bullshit, dude. I've been listening to this crap my entire life since I was a little kid. Been listening to them talking about space and how everyone's going. Nobody's going anywhere.
Nobody's going. Fuck.
You know why? Because you can't. And I'm going to give you one good reason. Okay, so they claim. God, let's just think about this critically. If we want to create an ultra high vacuum on Earth, right? What do we have to do? We want to create an ultra high vacuum chamber. We do this to do what's called chemical vapor deposition to make computer chips, right? So you have to have a vacuum chamber. You vaporize some element, and then you spray it into, and then they land on freaking parts, and it makes a couple atoms thin layer of nickel or zinc or whatever they're trying to layer, right? But you need a vacuum. You need a vacuum chamber, high vacuum, like 10 to the negative 7 torr vacuum. Now, space is supposed to be 10 to the negative 10, 10 to the negative like 13 on the
17.
moon. Yeah, so it's a super low vacuum. Now, we know from making these vacuums on Earth that the seal to make these vacuums is a one-time use seal. And the seals are made of metal. They can't be made of any type of rubber, plastic, or anything like that. They're metal. They're one-time use. You close it, the metal deforms, right? Like say you got a round door, you close it, you put the seal on the door, you close it, boom, and it gets like almost welded. So it's a perfect seal of metal. How are they getting in and out of the International Space Station without changing the seal?
Wait. Sorry, I got a little lost along that track.
I got a little lost too, Indio.
So you have a vacuum chamber, Outside the vacuum chamber is the air, right? Or you
Right.
would call the atmosphere. We're trying to separate the vacuum from the atmosphere. Now we have a little door, because you got to put our samples in, right? So there's a seal when you open and shut this door. The seal's made of metal, typically copper, because the copper will. There's a name for it. I can't remember. It's some sort of electrometallic bonding or something. Okay, I'll put a video to it about a vacuum chamber company talking about it. These are one-time use seals. As soon as you open the door, got to take the seal off.
One-time use
Got to
seal.
use a brand new seal.
Okay.
Every time. Otherwise, you can't get a seal. Otherwise, you'll never be able to create the vacuum.
Well,
now,
they're
how do they do this in outer space?
Well, they got
Well,
rubber
there's no air in
seals.
outer space, is there?
There's no
but
air.
there's air inside where they are.
In the spaceship, there's air.
There's an airlock.
Right, an airlock.
Between-
But how do they seal?
That has
how do
to be
they seal?
pressurized. At some point, you have to go from the vacuum into the pressurized air. So that means whatever opening you have, door, whatever, has to have a seal when you shut it again. You have to replace the seal.
Well,
it's the only way it can work.
I'll be a Glober, and
when do they
I'll
replace
explain.
these seals and gaskets? When do they do this? You got a goddamn 3-foot door. Now you need like a 3-foot diameter fucking copper seal, a ring of copper.
Well, they're not going to be doing that shit. That's the point. They're not going to be doing that shit. That's ridiculous. That's never going to happen.
Even a cursory examination of what they claim to do is impossible. Just even thinking about it for a second.
It's Narnia. It's a unicorn. It's flying dragons. It's great.
Shooting
you got
flames.
You got the solar panel, right? You got a solar panel in space. Oh, the sun's side of the solar panel. That's and solar. You know what solar panel's made of? So it's got glass. It's got a freaking silicone substrate with a bunch of little electrical wires that run through it, right?
Copper wires.
Oh, yeah, so on one side, with the sun side, that's like positive 250 degrees Fahrenheit to 300 degrees Fahrenheit. But on the very other side of this thin panel, it's negative 250 degrees. Well, you tell me what type of material can be simultaneously negative 250 degrees and positive 250 degrees at the same time.
Wait, can I see the article? I'm actually interested.
Well, the claims of the temperature variance in the shade of the Earth and the sunlight of Earth is it's 500 degree difference. You got minus 250 and plus 250 in the sun. So, and that's a big, and that's their claim. And we're like, okay, well, what material can survive that for 20 years? I mean, that's pretty high. Fucking, I got a fucking lawnmower out here. It's like 10 years old. It looks like it's fucking ready to fall apart. You know, it's like it's only 10 years old, man. It's rusted and fucked up, and yeah, it works, but it's shit looking, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's only 10 years old, and I live in Southern California, so
you have to ask yourself why you would believe anything that they tell you you're doing. Flat or globe, right? Flat earther, globe earther, doesn't matter. Look at what they're doing and ask
with
yourself,
a critical eye.
why?
Look at
Yeah,
it.
with a critical mind, critical eye, yeah. Be skeptical.
Look at the pictures of those
unbiased.
satellites, man. Does that look real?
Right.
Does any of that look real? Any of it?
Why believe what they're telling you?
Wait, India, you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah. So that article,
yeah,
is that talking about the change of temperature, like as it goes out of the sun?
The difference in temperature of being in the shade versus being in the sun.
Yeah.
So say I have a thin solar panel, right? And this one side of the solar panel is facing the sun, the other side's in the shade, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you have a panel, right? Basically a plane. Down one side is positive 250, the other side is negative 250. It's the same material.
Well, it's
right?
it's not
two separate things.
Well, I don't think it would be 250 on one side and 250 on the other, because I think they would sort of try and balance themselves out. It's
that's magical thinking.
Yeah, you're like trying to make like a special pleading and imagine some way.
Well,
they could possibly
nature's always seeking balance.
Yeah, but you can't radiate. The problem with space is that you can't radiate, right? So heat can be heat can be transferred 3 ways: radiation, which would be infrared radiation, convection, and conduction. Right. So you don't have convection and conduction into a vacuum. That's why a thermos or anything like that, there's a vacuum bladder in there so that it doesn't lose heat or cold, right? So you can take a thermos, you can fill it up with hot or cold, and the temperature changes very slowly, and only because of the rim is connected and it bypasses the vacuum. But the most of the surface area, there's a vacuum gap, and temperature can't and heat can't transfer across the vacuum gap.
Wait.
So,
Oh, sorry.
so you got to think. Okay, now we have one method of dumping heat, and that's radiation. So thermal emission through radiation, infrared radiation, which should make it glow, but no one's ever seen a glowing ISS.
Wait, why would it be glowing? I don't understand that.
It's 250 degrees.
Well, not all metal when it
Why
gets to a certain heat glows. That's when it gets molten.
But the point
Where
is
would the
that
heat dissipate to, other than within itself? Because it's going to be getting that heat.
Well,
every collision of a molecule that is a temperature. Yeah, it will never dissipate into the vacuum.
It has to emit into infrared. Has to.
So
That's
one
the
side,
only way
okay.
it can dump heat.
One side of the solar panel, okay, it's getting that infrared, 250 degrees. Let's say that, okay. Other side is cold. You said, okay.
No, the other side's emitting infrared, and one side is absorbing direct sunlight.
The other side's emitting infrared.
Yes. The cold side has to emit infrared to dump the temperature. If it ever was exposed to the sun, if it ever got heated up in the first place, but maybe it never got exposed in the first place.
Well, I think both sides are always emitting that infrared, as you're saying. I think the sides
It can emit as much infrared as the sun.
I'm not saying it's emitting as much infrared as the sun.
Well, when you get do you know this, that all heat, right? All heat is infrared. All radiated heat.
Yeah.
So from the sun, you're getting hot from the infrared radiation. Doesn't matter how bright the sun is, doesn't matter how yellow, blue, red, any of those colors. Those don't transfer heat. Only infrared transfers the heat from the sun. You're getting heated up because of infrared radiation, and that also heats up the air. So, and then you're warm and shit. So you have a panel or some part of the ISS, it's absorbing infrared radiation. It's absorbing it. Well, in order to maintain equilibrium, just to stay the same temperature, it has to emit as much radiation as it receives, just to stay at even. So do you think if it emitted as much as it receives, it would be as bright as the sun?
I don't think so. I think there's
it has to be. It's thermodynamics. It's not
specific heat index means it's not going to heat up the same speed as any other metal other than itself.
Do you believe in like a perpetual motion machine or
No.
over unity efficient engine?
Over unity efficient engine? No, I don't think.
Yeah,
you can,
I mean,
you
can emit more than you can use.
No.
You can emit more energy than you absorb.
No.
Okay, so it absorbs the solar energy. It has to emit at least as much as it absorbs to stay at one temperature. It has to. Otherwise, it's fucking thermodynamically uphill, man.
Are we saying it's gonna be in the sun for
sunlight hits it? It absorbs 100% of the sunlight.
And it's 250 degrees infinitely, or instantly. Sorry, I misspoke.
Oh, well, of course, it wouldn't be instant.
Yeah,
it has no way to get rid of heat.
How long is it? How long is it going to be in the direct sunlight when it's
according
orbiting
to them, 45 minutes?
45 minutes.
Yeah,
but it's orbiting. Well, okay, I wouldn't.
One orbit takes 90 minutes, so 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's not going to be in the sun forever. That one piece, it might rotate in the plane that
part that's never in the sun.
Hey, I'll give a problem with the takeoff. I think is really problematic, and so you guys remember when the lander bounced off the moon? That image of it going up. I'm pretty sure everybody has seen that. But what the official story is that it attached to the thing that was orbiting the moon, right, and then caught a ride back to Earth, right? But the speed they claim it was the orbiting one was going was 33,000 miles an hour, and they, no matter what, unless they started orbiting the moon and the lander, which it wasn't equipped for that, right? So they could catch up. You're not going to land gently on an object moving 33,000 miles an hour if you're not moving, because they just bounced off the moon. It wasn't like a whole bunch of thrust or anything, and the thrust had been, I assume, essentially used when they were landing, right? Huh? No, there was the orbiter, the Glenn guy or whatever. There was 3 of them, right? 2 of them went on the moon. There was one guy in the thing orbiting the moon, and the official story was going around the moon at 33,000 miles an hour, and they caught a ride with it by bouncing off the moon and being able to crawl into the thing orbiting the moon from that lander that looked like it was poles and stuff and aluminum foil, looked like it's shower rods.
Yeah,
right?
they had to call Houston and have like a whole 100 people with slide rules calculate when to exactly push the button because they had a 5-second window to fire the rocket.
Oh, there's only a moment. It's going 33,000 miles.
Exactly when they did it, and they had a 2.5
Yeah.
second time delay, so they had to speak into the mic exactly. Do it now.
But
look, I missed.
could you?
Oh, we're fucking dead.
How many miles per hour is a bullet going? Like it's what 500 feet per second or something. But like that would be. It'd be like
for a second though. It slows down because of the friction from the air.
What? Oh yeah. The bullet will.
Yeah.
No. We're not talking that. That's another severe problem. Is we can't contain that vacuum they claim that they're in without 10 feet of steel and concrete and a mountain.
So that's another thing. I'm glad you brought that up, Goblin. Is that NASA has a giant vacuum chamber, and it's leaky, even though that it's like 10 feet of thick walls of steel and concrete, and it's nowhere near the vacuum of space. It's only like 10 to the -4 torr. It's not even close.
Well, yeah, there's improvements to be made, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that there's
you need. Hold on, you just hang out here for a second. Okay, if it's say a 1/4 inch of aluminum at the ISS, and it's 3 orders of magnitude more vacuum, how could it not be at least 20 feet of steel and concrete surrounding the ISS to keep the air they need to survive?
Well, it's the opposite. It's
on
Earth.
Now.
Well, no, wait, no. On Earth,
we should use a balloon.
Just let me talk. On Earth, we're containing the vacuum. On the ISS, you're containing the oxygen. So, I'm sure there's some leak.
What?
On the.
It leaks, man.
Yeah, that was
You have a leak. What happens if you have a leak? Well, you have a leak.
On the ISS, I'm sure there might be a leak, but it's not meaning all the air is coming out at once.
You got a leak. You got a leak. Yeah, you got a leak.
Wait, I don't understand.
Leaks, man. Really?
The space thing is so funny.
You got a leak? It's crazy.
If you got a leak, just put some duct tape on it, bro, and call it a day.
Put your thumb on it. And,
not that big of a deal, bro.
What happens if you get a leak?
Why you gotta stress out about it?
Then you have a leak.
He was talking about how he was comparing the vacuum seal on Earth to the how they're keeping the air in on the ISS, but it's a lot different. I think if you think about it, so we're trying to contain the vacuum on Earth, okay? The vacuum is all around in space. So they're containing the oxygen, not it's different logic. It's not comparable.
It's not logic, it's physics, man. We got physics here.
I'm saying it's not comparable.
Yeah, I fucking bet your ass it's comparable. Wow.
Explain to me.
Well, with gas pressure, you understand you need some sort of container to contain that pressure.
Yeah, there's a container.
If you have
It's
a,
the
if you want to
ISS.
have a, well, yeah, and you understand that. So when it comes to the Earth, even with a vacuum chamber, somebody's gaming hardcore, bro. Relax, Omar, chill out. But even with a vacuum chamber, you need a container for that too. You're saying the Earth contains the vacuum. That's not how it works.
Well, I'm not saying the Earth's containing the vacuum.
Then I mean, you can rephrase it, but that's you did say that like 2 or 3
Okay.
times.
Well, no, I'm saying it's a different model.
Let me try
Which
and
one of
explain.
them is more realistic than the other? One of them is actual container containing gas pressure. That makes sense. But the Earth is claimed to be the opposite of that, which is a big problem.
What are you saying? I'm sorry.
Well, you understood with the, the container that's containing the pressure, where these guys are in a you know in a machine going pretty fast up in the sky, whatever. It has to be contained so they have pressure to breathe. But when it comes to the Earth, there's no container to contain the air pressure that we're breathing currently, which
Well,
seems to be an issue.
I think it's the magnetic field keeping
Magnets.
Yeah, from the Earth's core.
Where do you see gases affected by a magnet?
Say again?
What?
Gas is affected by a
No, wait.
magnet.
An actually, oxygen has a, but not. Hold on, not homogeneous gas like gas in nature, the gas we experience in nature. Apologize.
Gas
Yeah,
magnet.
oxygen isolated has a interesting effect with the magnet, but
Gas magnet.
I've never heard that. I'll be honest. Where did you hear that from? Gases are affected by a magnet, or you can affect gases with magnets.
That's a new
I
one.
wasn't saying that.
That's a
I
new
can
one, bro.
demonstrated. But it wasn't like Earth air. It was oxygen isolated. But I can post it. I have to look around. It was on YouTube. I seen it. It was demonstrated. There was something I can't even remember how to describe the detail.
I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
Well, I'm not saying that magnet is affecting, air. I'm saying the
You're supposed to
gravitational
say gravity. Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
you're
sorry.
supposed to say.
I misspoke. It's
Okay, all right. You're good. You're good. Wow, the core of the Earth.
Mhm.
What do you? How far do you think somebody's drilled down into Earth?
Oh, I can pull it up. It was somewhere in Russia, I think.
It's 8 miles.
Yeah,
It's 8 miles.
I think you're right. I think you're right. It's in Russia.
7.6.
That's the claim. Yeah.
Took them 30 years.
Took them 30 damn years. 3 decades.
Bedrock's pretty hard.
To go.
It got harder and harder.
Well, yeah.
60% of the drilling was something like the last 10%.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it was like 20 years to go like the last 2 miles, and 10 years to go the other 5 or whatever it was.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Anyway.
So what
there's no
about the core of
evidence
the
for there's no evidence for core of Earth. There's no real evidence that we can check out for space. That's totally ridiculous. And that's all we're saying, man.
Yeah.
Believe us or don't, just be honest with yourself and then know for a fact that you're not in space. You don't know what it's like. And you've never been to the core of the Earth. You don't know what the fuck it's like. That's it. If you carry that through the rest of your life, you'll be good, man. You'll be good.
Just contrast what you actually experience of your life in reality versus the cartoon fantasy world that they paint for you, and they are so diametrically opposed. It's mind-boggling. I live in a city. I watch them construct. It takes them years to make a building, right? And we've been making buildings for thousands of years. And then it's like, yeah, we're gonna make a fucking spaceship. We're gonna go to space in a couple of years, and it's like no problem.
Stop the cap.
Well, yeah, but certain inventions lead to other inventions, and it makes certain things easier to.
No question.
Be
You're
specific,
right.
bro. When you speak like that, you got to be specific. We can't
But
speak
you gotta be a
vaguely
little
like that.
hyper specific on shit. You can't just vague. I mean, of
Yeah,
course,
we
things
know where.
advance.
Well,
Dude, I
like
remember when sending a picture on the internet took fucking 5 minutes. Okay,
the
5.
the axe helps people
And
make
here we are.
campfires faster. I don't
And here we
understand.
are. Super fucking hanging out in Discord and sharing pictures and fucking chat and it's
Thanks
like
to
fucking
NASA.
Yeah, things evolve.
thanks to NASA. No,
Hey guys,
thanks to
it was a short. It was a short I found, and I wouldn't agree with the content creator that liquid oxygen is magnetic. However, it does have a response that's kind of interesting, and it causes the oxygen to become kind of a tint of blue too. It's kind of an interesting thing to witness. So the oxygen gets poured over the magnet, and then it starts to spiral, and it starts to become kind of bluish tint. It's kind of cool. I don't know.
Damn, y'all some nerds up in here. I like it.
Fucking nerds.
It's interesting.
Baby.
I can't really. I can't. It's responding to the magnet, but I don't. I wouldn't quantify it as the result of being magnetic. It's having some kind of relationship with it of some type. I would say that.
Okay, I'm down with that. Yeah, man.
It's just, so it's literally like
and
30 seconds.
that's something we can check out for ourselves for the most part, man. I mean,
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, for sure.
and it's
We could
not
go to
like
space.
it's not a far fetched thing like outer space, man. We can't really check that out, bro. I mean, that's out of our pay grade, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's out of our like brain grade. We're gonna need some like shrooms for that or something.
Brain grade. Write that down, man. That's a good one.
We're gonna need some like We're gonna need some space weed for that or something. You know?
Yeah, we need some space weed. Some fucking
Does anyone know where the
Omar. Hold on, let me turn you up, man. Hold on. Where are you?
Anyone know where what?
Oh, Omar, go ahead.
in the Discord server where it explains about like the moon phases and like, the stuff like that?
Is it Indian?
Hold
Is that
on,
you?
Omar.
You're good.
It wasn't me, man.
Go ahead. Where is what?
Like my friend was wondering where in the Discord server it explains like eclipse or not eclipse.
Oh, it's here. You're in the Discord server.
Do hashtag eclipses, bro.
No,
in the chat.
Not eclipses. Sorry, moon phases and like crescents and stuff like that.
Let me see if there's one for moon. To hashtag moon, or let me see if there's one for hashtag phases. Let me see. If you scroll down to the bottom of the server, there's additional information split into two categories. You can check stuff there.
I'm looking at it, but I mean, can you guys explain it? Or?
What do you? Okay, well, let's just. What do you think it is first, and we'll go from there.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
That's
all
why.
right. So is it? Let me
I
ask you this: is it from the Earth? You think it's from the Earth?
The moon.
The phases are caused by the Earth. Yeah.
No. I think
All right,
the moon
W.
is a luminary.
Ooh, okay. Super W. Well, phases, bro, then I don't know. I think even before I became a flat earther, when I still believed in the globe, I heard this quote that said, "The greatest mysteries known to man are the sun, the moon, and the stars." And that makes even more sense now as a flat earther. I don't think anyone knows what the moon is. So if I think if you have questions like that, I would say, welcome to the club. Get in line. If you got questions, get in line, my boy, because I got the same question, man. And like, honestly, you should probably go ask your creator or whoever your God is, because I don't think that your fellow man or woman is going to have that answer. What is the moon, or how is Earth made, and why is it like the way it is? I don't know, man. I just found it this way. I didn't make the Earth. Sorry.
So like, what about those like globe earthers who say like you can see the Earth being reflected on the moon?
Cap. Oh, wait, you're saying the moon thingy? The moon map thing? It's an interesting speculative idea. Well, if it's true, that's really interesting. Although I don't know, I think life is very mysterious, but I don't know. That's not you're not gonna find like this server coming together. And yeah, that's it. We
That's
don't
it,
know,
bro. We got it.
Well, some
Fuck off,
things.
man. We got it.
That's
No,
very speculative, and
Yeah.
yeah.
it's a bit.
So
It's a bit over the line, man. That's what I'm
interesting.
saying.
See, that's the thing you have to be careful with when you're new to flat earthers. You'll be presented with things that seem interesting. Like maybe you guys are familiar with the blurry stars, right? They show you stars, but they actually look like this, and they're really blurry looking. Like if you were looking through water, like the bottom
Yeah.
of this. Okay, but has been like we don't do that. We don't say that here because we know that's actually just out of focus. Although when you're presented with that, it seems real. Oh, wow, maybe a star isn't what I thought it was. That's really interesting. It's very thought provoking. But that's cap. Like we've come together as this Discord and said like we don't post that here. Like that's just out of focus. It's not, even though it seems interesting, it's not actually evidence. It's not actually helpful.
Well,
So
yeah, not only that, but it looks a certain way, even if it could be validated as in focus. It wouldn't associate necessarily that we could know it's a light in water that's waving around and
right.
causing the light to ripple in such a fashion.
And
The
so
thing is, unless we can handle a thing, right, to know what's causing it, we can't, because if we're not handling it, we can't cause that effect ourselves, because we can't know what that effect is unless we're handling it.
right. So
And stars have parents.
the important part is that, like, in the same way that it is interesting and thought provoking, although maybe not so much true, like you have to be careful with stuff like that. The moon map, very, very interesting. I'll give you that. I've thought about it myself. There's the channel is called I remember when the old channel name, he used to be called Vibes of Cosmos. He changed it recently, I think, or no, it's Vibes of Cosmos. It used to be called Sturgio Studios 10, or either
Right.
one of the other way.
Yeah, I know the
He-
channel you're talking about. He compares like
yeah,
the map and the.
Moon
Yep.
map guy. Yeah.
I remember him back before he changed the name. So like I've been around for that. But like it's just one of those things that's interesting, although we don't know. It's very speculative. So we try not to lean on that. As a flat earther, you have to be careful, bro, because like anyone, if you people are already waiting around I think that people look at flat earthers like a clown at a birthday party. So you have to be careful with the things that you say to them, because um they're expecting you to blow up these balloon figures, like a clown, he'll blow up like a hot dog balloon, dog balloons, like weird figures and shapes and stuff like that, right? So as a flat earther, you should be really careful. So when you say things like, oh, well, the earth is like the moon map and the moon is like the reflection of the earth, people, all they're going to hear is or see is you blowing up this like weird balloon figure, and they're going to run off and like clown it. So they're not
So
here for that.
what should I
So
say
you
to
just
like what should I say to like a globe earther
stick to
that's
the
trying to
basics,
like.
bro. Stick to the basics, man. Like,
So if they ask me that question, like, what am I supposed to say? Because I don't know like what to say to that.
what question specifically?
Like why does the moon reflect the
Globies
earth?
don't ask that. Globies ain't about to ask you that, dog.
You
On God,
only use what you know.
That's a conversation between flat earthers. Go ahead, Kim.
I was just going to say, use whatever knowledge you have. Don't use something that you don't know anything about.
Facts. Yeah, stick to
I-
things that you know, bro. You'll never get in trouble. If you know
Just
what you're talking about, you never have to Google it on the
yeah, like
fly.
that's what I'm trying to say. Like I wanna make sure like I got
You don't
something
know
in
what
my
the moon
bag
is.
type
Just be
shit.
like, I don't know. You don't have to feel bad about not knowing what the moon is.
all the lights in the sky are something we can't know. And the one benefit we do know we have with them is that you can make elevation angle measurements.
Okay. Bars.
Yeah, because if there's not get into the wrangle angle of it, but that's one thing they're useful for. And that would involve their clock like predictable pattern year after year. So anyway, I'll pass on there. I'll leave it there. But yeah, the only thing that's useful about the stars, as far as other than signs and seasons, and there might both, but to say there's a red shift on a star, and that is why we say that it's older. Whatever, all that stuff is not knowable.
Stop the cap.
Yeah. And either way, the answers are not up there. The answers aren't in the sky. If the Earth is a globe, the answers are at the surface. And so we don't need to launch. Like people think for some reason like the answers are up there.
Gotta get the
And
rocket.
we need to launch up there
Gotta
to
get a
find the
rocket
answer.
and go up there. We can check it out.
Right. If the Earth is a globe, the answers are right down below your feet at the surface. If it's curved, you can test for that.
It's too logical. You're too logical. Stop it.
Launch yourself.
Launch yourself. I mean, my goodness. I mean, we've got
You better
pictures of
launch yourself
1,200
in a
miles.
rocket.
1,200 mile video flat, man. 1,200 miles, dude. I mean,
Call me
that's just
Globin'
ridiculous.
Instead of Eminem, I'm Globin' them. You better launch yourself in a rocket. Don't stop it.
You better lose yourself in Narnia.
Yeah, exactly.
You got your unicorns in space.
Snap back to reality. Oh, there's no gravity.
Oh, yeah, I love that song when it comes on. Like, I always like, "Oops, there's no gravity." Right? Yes, you got to sing that part, right? Oops.
Shout out to Globin' M. Yeah, you don't
How
need
you
a
guys doing, man?
launch. You don't need a boat. You don't need a rocket. You don't need a drone. You don't need a
guys are
high
making
altitude
me
balloon.
laugh so
Oh,
hard.
you like that? You
Wow.
like you like that, Kim?
God. You got me
Uh,
good too.
Mom spaghetti. Real radius. Eratosthenes. I don't know. I'm gonna start making some shit up.
Fixing
In fact, I think
shadows.
wouldn't it closer to the surface measurement be like? Wouldn't that help to avoid the wrangled angle a little more than like an at elevation measurement? I think I just kind of feel like it would.
You feel like, or you think?
Well, it is my subjective opinion.
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing.
Well, because like there's as you're looking further, there would be more potential for like because you're seeing further into the distance that there would be more like material between you and that spot and more opaqueness as the reason for the appearance of a horizon, or you know what I mean. So if you can, like, if you could, it wouldn't matter if you had a foot or a half foot, but it would be about that radius and where that tangent location would need to be, and you could, by looking less distant, you'll have a better chance of a clearer shot because you won't have that much space where you have that much air to make it more opaque or the view.
Look at my boy dropping the knowledge. Okay, I see you in the panel lately, rookie, doing your thing, man. I see you, dog.
Yeah, I'm new on this name. I couldn't get back into a device because I didn't have that same phone number, and then now I got this. But I really like being here, and thanks. I thank you.
Well, here's my challenge for you, man. Get a cooler profile picture, man. Something that's more you than this default Discord crap. But yeah, it's good to hear you on the panel. I always appreciate. I have a certain sweet spot in my heart for those that jump on the mic. I see Kim, you're doing your thing lately. Rookie's doing his thing. Russ doing his thing. Who else? AJ doing his thing. Who else? Flat Earth dude, he's already been doing his thing, so you don't need props from me. But Grim was doing his thing recently. T Dub doing his thing more and more. So yeah, man, like if you jump on the mic, you're already cool on my book. You're all right with me.
Hey, you could go back over today's show, but on QEs, I was trying to express the relationship to the area of the gas and how it relates to that pressure and how the ground wouldn't be synonymous because them gas molecules aren't acting in simultaneity with the gas pressure at where the and getting that said. Now, do you know what I said? Right? Because it's going to be relational to its immediate surrounding, for example, right? Because the collision and the temperature and the volume are different toward the firmament than it is on the ground, right? And there isn't simultaneity happening from the ground to say the firmament or 1,000 feet above the cloud layer or whatever you want to, wherever you want to position yourself. So, and then I don't think he understood, and then I brought in entropy being defined with or demonstrated as heat transfer, right? So the closer you are to the source of heat, you're going to have more rapid transfer at that space around it, right? And as the distance increases, or you're going to have it doesn't transfer as fast or as intensely because it's still spontaneously happening. So the equalization effect of heat transfer is what's the
I'm
entropic.
lost, man. I'm lost,
You,
Lumpy.
you
I'm
got
lost
it.
too, dude. I'm not gonna lie,
So
Lumpy.
lost, Lumpy, man. I love you,
You
brother,
got
man,
too,
but I'm fucking
you got too
like,
technical
I,
for me there, my
the
boy.
hell are we talking about? All right,
So
it's so hard.
energy
that went over my
transfer.
head.
We're talking about the solar
Well,
panels, energy on the.
well, would you agree that there's more potential energy coming out of something, say, with 500 psi than there would be with 30, right? There's more potential energy in the
You're right.
500
Yeah. Okay.
psi. Okay,
Yeah.
so
I'll
like
buy it.
on the surface, right?
Okay.
There's more pressure, and it's relational to the surrounding environment. And as you get further from that location, as you elevate, and as the environment changes, right? The
When it gets
phase change,
colder or whatever.
colder, and the pressure in that area where those gas molecules reside are actually in how this
They slow down. They just slow
actually
down.
no, yes they did, but
They just slow down.
they're
That's all.
reacting to its area. I'm not saying it's contained within itself, but what I'm saying is its environment is the pressure it's dealing with, because that's what it is. So, and why that's important is because the Glober will say, well, why isn't the air rushing up? Because it's the way it is because well, the entropy would increase it, but it is. I'm not saying gas doesn't go up and it isn't filling volume, but what I'm saying is if it wasn't in what do you call that? Uh, basically, how do you
Equilibrium.
say? Oh, it's hard to get this out. I apologize. I'm screwing it up, and I've already screwed it up because I lost the point again. So, what the gas pressure is dealing with is relational to where it is. So, okay, so how do I say this? If I have a 14.8 psi can of hairspray in a 14.7 environment, it will barely come out, right? There won't be as much energy transfer, right?
Okay.
Because, yeah, and it's also volumetric. Or if you open an airline at work, if you hold your hand close to the nozzle, there's going to be a different exchange than it would be 20 feet away, right? Like there wouldn't be that as much pressure from not 20 feet, but 2 feet away from the nozzle open. There will be a different force hitting your hand, right? So
Yeah.
that's why there'd be more pressure down here and be able to be
I like that.
equal
I
in
like the
relation.
hose analogy was good, man. Like if you
Um,
put your hand right up against the hose nozzle, it's fucking. You know, it's like. But if you're like a foot, 2 feet away, man, it's like nothing, right?
Right. Like air
I
conditioner.
get it.
Can
The
I interrupt
difference.
for a second? I'm sorry, guys, for interrupting.
Go ahead, Hank.
I've been speaking for a couple of hours to this gentleman, Divisionary, and although he's not a flat earther, he seems to be very open-minded and based in his
Oh, right on.
understanding. And I think that he's just here to learn. So I
Let's
would
have
say
at
that
it.
he's a possible future valued addition to the server.
All right,
And
let's
I think
indoctrinate him, and we will brainwash him. Okay.
I'll step back.
I like you guys already. This is good.
We might have to make you think for yourself. I apologize. First
I do
of
a
all.
lot of that. Thanks.
yeah, we're going to
Appreciate it.
brainwash
Thanks
you
for
to
having
think
me.
for yourself and question everything and don't believe anything that we say and find out for yourself
Exactly.
by
Don't
doing
believe
your own
any of
research.
us. First of all, yeah, do not believe us.
Hey
But
guys,
Sounds good.
can I give a shot with him just about in regard to
no, you
elevation
can't.
and
No,
be quiet?
no.
I would say I would begin with
Larry brought him in. Let Larry talk to your buddy, man.
okay, all right.
Shut up, yeah. Bitch! So, yeah, the interesting conversation over there was him getting to see the tactics of the anti-flat earthers and the stuff that they do, right? And over here, there's not a whole lot of anti-flat earthers, if any at all. So we're not going to be interrupted. Well, you just don't understand what an analogy is, and stupid shit like that. Because this guy, you can hear him string a sentence or two together, and understand that this guy understands what an analogy is.
There you go.
So no
it
tactics
sounds
over
good.
here.
You got a built a place, a community of people that are less like egotistical, and more looking towards different perspectives on the truth and so forth and so on.
Yeah, we're just
I
trying
like
to figure it out.
Yeah, we're here to figure it out, man. Whatever the truth is, the truth always it reveals its own head, man. And when it does, you're like, okay, that's cool, man. Fire's hot. Fire, stay away from the fire, dude. It's hot. Yeah, you get it. It's not complicated. You start logically thinking. That's all.
Yeah.
That's why we're here. Figure it out.
Thanks.
Yeah, so what we're trying to do here is we're trying to prove what we can prove and put everything else in the belief category. So that which is verifiable first-hand knowledge through experience, and or falsification, that is what we put in the group of knowledge. And what you'll find out here is that we got a hard line in the sand for where belief is, right? So I've never been to New Zealand. I believe it exists. You've been to New Zealand, so you know that it exists. So once you understand that we kind of talk funny here because we're not just little automatons who get all of our CIA, Mockingbird, mainstream media, monarch mind control information, that, we kind of do things a little bit different. For number one, like if you make a claim in here, you better be ready to back it up. Now, if you say, I'm just speculating, this is what I think, well, you can say whatever you like. But if you actually make a hard claim in here, you're expected to act like a gentleman and cite your source, provide evidence, back it up, make an argument, and stay away from the logical fallacies while you do so.
That's right.
Fair enough.
Just to add on to that, saying that New Zealand exists is not like a wild claim. So extraordinary claims need extraordinary proof.
Yeah,
They're
I
wild,
mean, all of us could book a flight to New Zealand. We all know that. It's not. I got friends who've been there. I talked to people from there. Yeah, I got it. California is a place. So is New Zealand. Yeah. No shit.
I like how you're calling it New Zealand and not just another part of Australia. Big ups. Appreciate that.
I'm sorry. Could I add on to what he was talking about? About the you can go to New Zealand. Yeah, of course you can go to New Zealand. Like you can book a flight to New Zealand. It's much simpler. I think if you were to train and go through the rigorous, like academics that would be needed to go, say, into a path of life, like aeronautics and in space and all that stuff. I think.
So you went to school. You learned about aeronautics. You learned about rockets. You learned about.
And you were qualified enough.
And you're qualified. You've been through you got your PhD or your master's degree. Yeah, we get people in here all the time with master's degrees in engineering, and I know a guy that built satellites.
Hey, where was the guy that Larry was talking to?
He's still here.
That's I like that. I, like, yeah, does he want to ask questions? Because we've already explained to this gentleman
Well, no,
a number
this
of
is a
times
different.
why space can't exist. Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
Goblin,
it is the
man.
new guy. It's
Goblin.
Goblin. Yeah, I want
so
the
this
other new guy. Larry was saying.
this
Goblin,
guy, this
Well,
guy
I don't feel like-
Divisionary, I didn't give him a proper check-in. I didn't tell him about we're not Flat Earth Society, we're not a disc flying through
I read
space.
that. I read that in the description.
Mute Hank now.
No,
yeah, I did break the rules.
The society,
He
isn't it in
did.
opposition?
He did. He
That,
violated. He violated all the rules. Just coming
Yes,
in here.
the Divisionary. Yes, yes. The Flat Earth Society is what we would consider misinformation about flat Earth.
controlled opposition.
That's
Controlled
So it's the
opposition.
same
Yeah,
kinds of
yeah.
institutions.
Same thing. Yeah.
Could we get back to what me and I think it was Flat Earth dude we're talking about?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting, guys.
It's
I
okay.
just
It's
had
okay.
to
It's okay.
Introduce. Go ahead.
Shut the
Please. Sorry
fuck
for
up, Hank.
Fuck off, Hank.
I don't need you to interrupt.
All right.
Just
So
kidding.
Hold on.
So I think that what you're talking about, you can buy plane ticket, go to New Zealand.
We can go to New Zealand. Yes.
Yeah.
We can build a satellite, man. It works. It transmits some stuff. Is it actually in space? I don't know, man. That's a big question. We can't verify that. Is it hanging from the ceiling? I don't know, man. Is it floating around on a balloon? Potentially. I mean, I've got some pretty damn good evidence that there are some satellites that were sold as being in space that were actually on balloons and they crashed back to Earth. And that's pretty damning evidence.
I think what
It's
they
pretty
meant.
damning. It's
But-
very damning.
Can you post that?
A lot of people talk about
Satellites have crashed
images
back
would
to
you post?
space for some space that are on balloons.
You know those
And that
guys.
it's pretty damning evidence.
You know those.
that some satellites are on balloons at least that, man, for sure.
You know the
cannot exist though.
Can I? So you know the companies that they send the people up in the weather balloons and they call it like you're going to space, stuff like that.
I think they definitely send up weather balloons every day, man. Bunches of them, hundreds of them every day.
Well,
get
I'm
sent
talking
up.
about the ones that
The ones with people in.
I forget what the one. It's something new
That's
they've been
pretty
doing.
crazy. They don't do
But it's
that.
not. It doesn't go to space. Is what I'm saying. I'm saying people like to refer to certain whenever it's close enough, they'll go. That's like it's there. Like they'll round up a little bit. I think stuff like that with the satellites you're talking about on balloons. Wait, can I see where you were trying to say that was from?
Somebody
Would you
will post
please
it.
grab that, please? I don't know
Yes,
how to really
balloons.
navigate to find them. Yeah, there's good crashes that were in Brazil. I think 2 of them that really showed it's got equipment.
Hey, Lumpy, man. Lumpy, listen. Nothing exploits space as satellites being on balloons better than the Samsung selfie satellite. Look it up. Don't believe me.
I've never even seen that. What are you referring to?
Samsung.
I've never heard of that.
You've never heard of the Samsung selfie satellite?
No.
Yeah, no, I want to know
It's
what
my
you mean.
favorite
because
one of all
if it's
time.
better than what I brought up, I gotta see it.
You gotta check out the Samsung
I
selfie
gotta
satellite. This is like the bust of all you've been busted beyond fucking busted, man. So Samsung came up with this satellite that had a television screen on it with a camera pointed at the television screen with a computer, and they would send up a picture of you and take a picture of you in space on a TV screen, and they called it the Samsung selfie satellite.
Okay,
And they had a giant promotion for this thing. I mean, they had celebrities, and there was this one supermodel was going to be the first one to take a picture from the Samsung space satellite selfie. Yeah, whatever, you can call it a million things. But it crashed back down to Earth like a few weeks later, man. And it ended up in somebody's yard, and it was attached to a fucking balloon.
Yeah,
If you want to
I
you want to defend this fucking shit at any point, man, please fucking defend this, man. Because if you watch,
well, yeah,
it,
I'd like to say something. I think Samsung thinks they're overqualified. I think they were overstepping. Well, do you see in the background there? Look in the
Throw
back.
them under the bus.
No. Look at 30. No, look at 30 seconds. Look at 30 seconds, please. You see the balloon in the background? It's showing that they were using a weather balloon to bring it up enough to where they can call it space. I was talking about earlier that they're rounding up. They're saying it's space, but it's
that's not how they originally sold it, man. No.
yeah, they're lying.
Nah, that's not how they fucking sold it, bro.
Yeah, they sold it like that.
They sold it with like a.
It's clickbait. It's clickbait.
They
That's what that
throw
was.
them right under the bus, bro.
Because Samsung's more of a corporation.
Whatever. They're all corporations. Don't you know
Well,
that?
yeah.
Come on.
But I think
that's that. It was an oversell. They sold it. This motherfucker sold it. I mean, that's how they sold it, and it wasn't what they promised, and it crashed, and they got busted, man. And I think it's one of the greatest, like, satellites are on balloons, fucking story you could tell anybody ever.
Hey,
Even
you know what YouTube is doing with it? It's not autofilling it. That's
so
the
good.
trademark of it being suppressed.
So
Google won't let me Google. I'm on the search right now, and it won't autofill, and I'm only like a letter off. Do you know what I mean? You got to have like sometimes some things you're trying to find, you have the whole title, and it has to
I
be.
can't find the original commercial, and everything I see is about the crash landing. I can't find anything.
You might go on. You gotta go on BitChute, man.
That's what I'm trying to find a video of.
I'll go on BitChute, man. I'll find it. Hold on, man. Let me go on BitChute.
It won't autofill on Google though, or YouTube, which like if I'm trying to find, say an image to show somebody about, say, Operation Fishbowl, the one that I really like is the one that's kind of purple and then spreads out. So I like to show people that, but they give you the ones that don't look like much, right? And hide that one. They didn't used to. It used to be the first two or something. So they're injecting in a bunch of stuff that isn't as clear, and then they'll suppress the one you're looking for unless you're perfect. You can't find it in 8 pages. You guys got to know what I mean. But
I think it's a popularity thing, and also more of a it's less recent. That photo you're looking for. I think certain things. I think certain things they push them further back because they're less relevant now because they think that things that are older.
Do you think they're still shooting hydrogen bombs at the sky right now? It's a little bit non sequitur because if somebody were to be looking at it, it would have already been recorded, in the 50s. So what you're getting at here is just kind of absurd. With that as a reason, why would that change at all? Because everything would have been uploaded post the event. So the time would, how can that follow?
What are you talking about? Can you?
You just said that it had been up long, and that's why I can't find it, right? Well, the events happened in the 1950s.
What?
It's not like... Oh, God. Never mind.
I'm trying to follow.
Yeah,
we're lumpy, man. It wouldn't matter if it was 1958 or 1952 because YouTube didn't have them then. So the age in that case, how would that matter? Because they were really shot in 1952 and 1958.
Yeah, but it's the order that they're uploaded. The date that they're uploaded. They were shot in 1952, but they were uploaded in 2000 or whenever it's uploaded. I don't know. It's
go ahead. I'm sorry. Maybe I don't see why others would be. No, because it's it happens a lot with I want to find the astronaut that dropped the bolt or even a reference to it, or you know what I mean? Like that's gone from YouTube. There's so many giants in space. You can't find that no more.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the
Yeah,
algorithm is the blacklist. Did anybody see the Google blacklist? They
yeah,
used to pass that out, and I would tell everybody, hey, if Google has a blacklist, this is the stuff that they don't want you to see. So you should probably pay attention to what they don't want you to see.
yeah. There's like an order that will follow it, and it's happening in relation, I think, to the ones like me. If I'm watching that video, I'll bet they put me on a little bit higher of a scale because of how I'm not deceived by the globe in any way. They know I'm not because of how I orient, right? So I think they know these things. What I mean by that is because the image I'm talking about, and I can post the video, but if I can post one that I think is not as definite as, at least as for how it looks, and then the one I was mentioning, the one I'm mentioning came out at this, were put on YouTube about the same time, but it'll bury that one unless I say in the words Operation Fishbowl on Dominic. Then I can start
Yeah.
scrolling and find it within a
I
page.
think in I don't know what Operation Fishbowl. I don't want to get into it, but I think what could be happening. I'm pretty sure Google might have, or Google or whatever it's on, might have a policy on misinformation, and if it wasn't verified and it was proven to be false, I'm not saying the whole thing was false. I'm saying that certain thing might have been false. I think they're allowed to suppress it or remove it in certain. Well, yeah, it's their terms and conditions.
So I'm looking for it, and obviously it's not there anymore. But here's a few things that were. I don't even know. Are we broadcasting to YouTube? And do I have to
I
censor
don't know.
myself?
I don't think it's. I think it's off. I think I'm gonna leave in like 5 minutes. I'm getting a
YouTube.
little tired.
Yeah, I can't say certain things.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's something here about a sandy cheeks hook.
Oh my!
There's something about the hollow, you know what, and proof
Hollow, you
Earth
know
is
what?
flat and dinosaurs didn't exist, and something about the climate change. There's a lot of stuff on here that they don't want us looking at. Bowling Green. What is that? I want to look that up.
I just think it
Oh,
all ties back to like, well, like here's the question: like, do you think certain things deserve to be censored?
well, yes, there is a limit to free speech. Chomo's CP.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Incitement to
stuff.
violence.
Yeah, yeah, like threats, legitimate threats. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Hate
as
speech.
far as information goes, by and large, all speech is free speech. Now, obviously, you can't say fire in a crowded theater because you might cause someone harm, injury, or loss. But if you're just, quoting your opinion on how the government is corrupt, yeah, certain people are going to think that that's hate speech, right? And in reality, there's no such thing as hate speech.
Well, I think if someone were to parade around a Nazi flag and start saying obscene things to Jewish people, I think that'd be hate speech. But I don't know what
It's free
you would
speech.
define. You think that's free speech?
See, the thing about free speech is that hold on, let me finish. The thing about free speech is that the speech that is most obnoxious and people find the most offensive is the very speech that free speech protects. Because if I just say Walmart is great, I like Diet Coke, that doesn't need to be protected, right? Now, obviously, I don't agree with, Nazis. I think that they're lowbrow and their whole idea of, what were they? It's what
Their
abortion.
ideals, like just
What abortion is today. Eugenics.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think it was really bad science.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't agree with that stuff, but do I think our government should put people in, cages and turn them into 13th Amendment slaves for something they said without causing someone harm, injury, or loss? I don't think so.
Well,
That's weird.
I think it was put into. I'm not. I haven't checked it, but I'm sure there's a law somewhere in there that protects people from being subject to hateful language that would incite some sort of violence.
No, no. A call to action would be criminal. Let's go do this thing. But an opinion that might not be agreed upon, right? But for the chosen ones, however, there is protections, and they're
I'm sure
working on
there.
more protections. The chosen ones, you know who they are. But anyway, so yeah.
Let's try to stay away from like a group of people. Let's talk about free speech. So he's talking about fighting words doctrine, which is a Supreme Court case of like the 1940s or 50s or 60s, a long time ago. You're talking about fighting words doctrine. I'm helping you out with your argument.
Okay, can I say something real fast though?
Go ahead.
I'm sure people aren't getting locked up for saying what they believe. I think they're getting locked up for crossing a line somewhere in that where it becomes a problem.
Who decides where that line is? Does the corrupt government decide where that line is?
You're
Yeah,
living
it's
in
called defamation law.
you're living in the land that they govern. I think they're allowed to have rules and regulations.
Where does their authority come from? The governed by the consent of the governed, according to the Declaration of Independence?
There's a mutual consensus that they're allowed to exhibit the behaviors that they do. But
Hey, hold on.
Let me
I want to
ask,
say this because it came to mind.
I just want to ask a quick question.
Okay.
I'll just be quick. Who's more in danger of physical harm? The one speaking their mind or the one listening to it?
I want to say this in Britain, where they don't, have for sure free speech, right? A guy went to jail because he was prosecuted for his pug Heiling Hitler, right?
Oh yeah.
That did happen. Do you want to live in
so
that type
dumb.
of?
Wait, did he train the dog to do that, or?
Dude, he did. I know, and the dog was feeling him too. He's like Heil Hitler. The dog was in it. No, the dog was in it. Like really to win it. He
Yeah,
wants
that
to go
dog
back
was
to the
totally an
days of.
anti-Semite. And that dog should be taken to the ground pound where they ground him up.
So dumb, dude. You want to not live like that. So don't let your
Well, yeah,
communist
I don't
teachers
live in Britain.
screw your brain up to the point where you can't even defend free
Can we
speech as
talk
long
about
as there's a criminal calls to action. Or if I misgender somebody, I might go to jail.
Well, I don't think that's the thing.
Or it'd even be better
in
would be
Canada?
if my child told his teacher, or didn't actually tell his teacher that sometimes he feels like a girl, and then I get brought to child protection court, and then if I'm not letting my son wear a dress once a week because the teacher says that he needs to explore his identities or whatever, bro. It's ridiculous. The school made more problems for me than it gave me, for sure, primarily in getting me to agree upon the dates in the Bible are wrong. Therefore, God did not inspire this, because people know that we have these dates and they correspond in this way at age 8 or 9 or 10. Yeah, it started with age 6, really. Dinosaurs, images, all this stuff, right? When I didn't have the faculties to challenge it.
I just
That
want
was
to get.
wicked.
I just want to get back to the actual legitimate
Hank,
limitations.
so wait, you can make a final statement because I'm about to leave. Try not to end it with a question because I kind of want to go. But yeah, sorry, keep going.
Yeah, legitimate limitations, time, space, and manner. So you can, speak freely on a public sidewalk, traditional public forum like the steps of City Hall, but you probably shouldn't be there at 3:00 in the morning at the steps of City Hall, right? So time, place, you can't go into the places in City Hall that say authorized personnel only, right? So that's space and manner. You can't threaten, violence on people, or use words that have no other reason other than to provoke violence. Like, for example, if I went to the club, midnight, right, south side, and I say F all you N-words, right, that's hate speech. No, sorry, that's not hate speech. I said it wrong. That's fighting words. So if you want to know what I'm talking about, look up the fighting words doctrine. It comes from the Supreme Court. So time, place, and manner is legitimate limitations on free speech. I hope I made that clear. Thanks.
Yeah.
Southside
Okay.
Chicago, 63rd. What up?
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that was
you
a
don't want
good
that
talk.
beef.
So yeah, I'm gonna go. See you
All
guys.
right, peace.
All right,
bro.
man. Have a good one.
You too.
Thanks for coming by.
Yeah.
Yo, what's the word?
What's the word? Pastor Herb.
Yo, he brought up some good points. I mean, it says freedom of speech, but those are definitely fighting words.
Yeah, what purpose does that edify my fellow brethren into, gaining knowledge by saying that? There's no
But wait,
reason to say that other
Just
than
because
to
it's
provoke
fighting words,
violence.
can they actually like fight them and it'll be considered okay to beat their ass?
Well, it's all cause and effect, right? So if you didn't go in there and say that, they wouldn't have been provoked to violence. So you're partially responsible. It's kind of like the Second Amendment. You can't say, you guys are a bunch of inbred, F all you guys, I'm going home, and then go in your house and get the gun and come back out with a gun and claim self-defense, right? That's not how that works. And of course, none of this is legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. Ask your lawyer if bending over and taking the plea deal is right for you.
On McLean and his human billboard sign. A hard 3.
The whole idea is that with freedom of speech, these extremist opinions can be brought out into the public and publicly criticized and ridiculed for the extremist positions that they are. But I think sometimes what happens is too many social circles form, and they say that people are principled. But I think it really comes down to what social group you're a part of and what set of opinions you're going to have at the moment to stop yourself from leaving that social circle. So I feel like a lot of quote unquote liberals don't want to have a disagreement when it comes to a lot of progressive opinions, so they kind of let live. And when it comes to like all the trans stuff, they're just like, yeah, I don't want to say anything wrong. I'm not going to argue against it, because as soon as I argue against it, these people are going to call me like a murderer or abuser or like this and that. And it's just like, I would just keep my job and kind of stay silent, stay that drone and start working in that cubicle even more than I was before.
My opinion on that is they vote in support, knowingly in support of ultimately 60 million of something that happened. I don't want to have any problems with YouTube, but a lot of things happen, and they knowingly support it with their votes. Therefore, they're going to be defending things like, trannies and tranny story hour type stuff or something. Or I shouldn't, transmission fluid. I'm sorry. Did you know that I believe it's Ford Motor Company or GM changed the official name of transmission fluid to gender fluid shift juice? Officially.
No. Really?
What?
Yeah, they can't call it tranny fluid. It's gender fluid
No,
shift
that's
juice.
bad. That is bad.
Anyway,
Beta!
let's move on.
Wait, do you guys support the LGBTQ community?
What do you
Let's
mean
move
support?
on.
Wait, what
Let's
do you?
move
Yeah,
on.
let's move on. So we should probably get back to science and stuff. Like, what is that?
Let live.
Although I do find it interesting to talk about law, I probably wear you guys out on that shit.
Shout out to Hank, man. W Hank in the panel right now.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been studying this stuff, this whole free speech thing, and if my neighbor is a freaking Nazi, I want to know about it. I don't want that dude going underground and getting like real, like extremist because he's only listening to other Nazis and he doesn't have me hearing his speech going, "Hey, bro, that's lowbrow. What are you talking about?" Like, I think that you want to know what crazy people are thinking, and if they don't have free speech, then you don't know what they're thinking. And compelled speech, you know, you got to use this or you go to jail. You got to use that. I think it's states like New York and Connecticut and Canada. They got compelled speech laws where you can actually end up in a cage, right? If you use the wrong pronouns, because there's these neo pronouns, and if you're not hip to that shit, you could end up in jail. I think that's ludicrous. That's ludicrous. Like, if
That's
my
so
pronoun
bad.
is like the sexiest man alive, and you don't use it, does that mean that you get to go to jail? King Larry is my pronoun. So would I
I
put somebody in a
believe
cage? No.
The first one was the
believe
right one.
I believe we should, like, ideally be able to like trust in our institutions. The idea that they don't or aren't supposed to have, you know, the profit of money as their first incentive, like the private sector does. That the public sector has, you know, some kind of responsibility to the people, to do by the people, and represent them the way that they see fit. But like, I would like the idea that we can build stronger institutions and that we can hold our institutions more accountable. I think there's parts of, like, when people say things like, "Oh, I can't trust the police," but I think there's aspects to that we need to question. But I wouldn't go down the line of, "Oh, we should defund it all," and, you know, what are we going to replace it with? Well, that's not the conversation. You know, it should just be abolished. But I think there's definitely aspects of, like, reviewing police officer actions, i.e., it goes to an internal like bureau, and then they kind of review themselves just a little bit. But maybe the resources are stretched thin, and it's yeah. There's, as I say, I'd just like to make our institutions more transparent and you know, just stronger in general for the people more than they are, because they do a lot of good, but when they do bad, they're at they have such an authority and they have such a leverage over society that when they do bad, it really causes some major negative outcomes. And you know, it's the worst enemy of a good cop is a bad cop. You know.
Context is key. You said ideally, and ideally, I would agree with you that we should be able to trust the governments, but unfortunately, we're kind of served that which we deserve, and it's not up to the police to police the police, because the police are public servants, and it's up to us to actually go file them Freedom of Information Act request, and once we FOIA their body cams, make their policy to where we get the whole thing unredacted other than private information like names, date of birth, address, and social security numbers. Other than that, it should all be public, and then once we publish that information, it's up to the, you know, jury of the society, what do they call, public court opinion or something like that, to, you know, rewrite the policy of the police, because as it is now in America, they have qualified immunity, and basically what that means is, if there hasn't been a Supreme Court case in that state where they've already ruled on live streaming and getting beat up for it, if you're the first guy to go and that cop did that to you for live streaming because it's a new technology, they haven't ruled on it yet, the cop has qualified immunity, which means that you don't have a case. But if you're the second guy and the Supreme Court's already ruled on it, hey, you can't beat people up for live streaming, then they lose their qualified immunity. So if people stop taking the, what is it called, where you settle on the private side, the settlement, then we actually get all the way to the court and we set new case law, which case law to them is called positive law. It's actually law, even though Congress is supposed to create the law. Madison versus Marbury to think for that. But anyway, yeah, we have to police the police. It's not up to them to police themselves because they got the blue line gang and they have qualified immunity.
Yeah.
And when most people get their rights violated, they accept the plea deal because they're ignorant. Thanks.
Yeah. No, I definitely I like watching a lot of the First Amendment auditors, but I think there are definitely a contingent, like just like in any media source, that likes to sensationalize to garner views. But I guess you would even get that in like I guess you might identify that with the Flat Earth Society, a bunch of people that don't have a clear intention to I guess like advocate or advance the study. All they're trying to do is sensationalize and keep people built on a certain set of delusions so they can maintain their watch hours and their viewing and their the as many ads as they watch and so
Well, the
forth.
Flat Earth Society doesn't really exist. I've never met someone who claimed to be Flat Earth Society. It's always
Okay.
a website that you can go to where people post there, but they post stupid shit on purpose, like the Earth is a disk flying up through space at 9.8 meters a second squared. And I've never actually met someone who claimed that to be true. I think recently there's been a group that's resurfacing that's claiming that, but I haven't met them. I just heard about them. So they piss in the punch bowl where you take the first sip and you're like, oh, this is garbage. And they mix the models on purpose because when you mix two models, it's not digestible. You're like, oh, this is bullshit. So if you go Google like flat Earth on YouTube, you're probably going to have to scroll like 2 or 3 pages down for you find an actual flat earther because the algorithm is stacked up against us. And our own government asked, what was it, YouTube? What are you going to do about this flat Earth thing? And now when you type in flat Earth on YouTube, it's going to say something about Wikipedia, right? That article is what that article Wikipedia that pops up in all those. That's the narrative that they're posting. So let me type it in. Let's see what it does. All right,
Yeah, it comes up with
Wikipedia.
that little like public message service announcement kind of thing. Yeah.
Right, here it is. Flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven concept. The shape of the Earth is a geometry, right? But they said scientifically, pay attention. The Earth's shape is a plane or disk. I don't think anybody in here is claiming that it's a plane or disk, right? So they strawmanned us and said that it was scientifically proven. That's pseudoscience. So it's archaic. You mean like 2,000 years ago when Aristophanes said the Earth was a globe? See what they did there? Just in one sentence? They strawmanned us, plane or disk. The Earth shape is disproven scientifically. That's geometry. That's a category error. And it's archaic. Like the globe Earth wasn't around 2,000 years ago, according to them. Come on. Well, that's how they hijack the narrative.
Yep.
Woke flat earthers. That's like a... You can't have woke flat earthers. You can't... That's the second video. Woke flat earthers. Looks like a comedian. He looks like he's one of them. Yeah, he's definitely one of them. It's interesting because... Let's see, an actual flat earther. Nope, not Vsauce. Just one actual flat earther. Still scrolling.
It's funny you said that you made the joke about how Eratosthenes is really the more archaic idea, right? Because I've literally joked about this in like 2 of my songs because they try to say that flat Earth is the archaic conception, but when we ask people for proof of the globe, they give us stuff from like thousands of years ago. And so I mean, the song, the line goes like this. Globe, I'm a stomp, curve dumped in my trunk, bitch. Shadows in them sticks. That shit's weak. Archaic. Hey. So yeah, man, their shit's weak, bro. The shadows and sticks is so archaic, but they're trying to say flat Earth is it's a Uno reverse card. But go ahead, back to Hank.
Yeah, I'm still searching for an actual flat earther. I'm getting a bunch of discs in space and Professor Dave and Neil deGrasse Tyson. I still don't see any actual flat earthers. 10 challenges. Nope. History Channel. Yeah, there's 0 flat earthers.
Yeah, they've really screwed it up. I mean, like, and the other videos that people that I would imagine they have algorithm for, like guys like us, things that we'll try to look up because it was good. Well, if it wasn't already taken off YouTube entirely, you'll need the whole name of the video and maybe some other ways like the channel name and the name of the video. You know what I mean? To find the video.
Yeah, because it won't autofill, even if you type it all out. Yeah. And you said that like you were one letter off typing it all out and it still didn't autofill.
I still don't see any actual flat Earth stuff. Lots of discs, you know. That's why everybody comes in here and they always ask, "Why don't you fall off?" Like, when did I ever claim that you would fall off? That's just your programming, bro.
You guys traveling around on a turtle, 3 elephants.
Bruh. Dude, I'm like way past 3 pages.
Yeah.
And of course, they put the flat earther who died in a rocket. He wasn't a flat earther, but he did die.
Did he really go in a rocket? I don't think he actually did something. I mean, but would you have would you put yourself in a rocket if it might blow up just to try to troll people, but then actually die so that the troll even seems harder because he was that dumb? It seems sus.
I would
can't
put
say that I
myself
know it.
in a Titanic explorative vessel to go under the sea.
Under the sea. Under the sea.
And then get destroyed by cabin pressure.
Okay, the
It's not
first
like
thing I
having
found.
pressure. Take it from me.
The first thing I found is 200 verses that prove flat Earth. I don't even know. Conspiracy tunes. Oh, that's not one.
No, Conspiracy Tunes is Conspiracy Cat's an old school flat earther.
Is he? Okay, so I found one.
Not flat earth, no, anti-flat earther.
Oh, so it's still not a flat earther.
That guy.
No, he's a guy. He would be on Nathan's show periodically for years, basically. So yeah, and he's a school teacher, and he's incoherent as any other glober out there.
So let's see what happens when I type in Bigfoot, because let's see if there's actually pro Bigfoot stuff. I'm not a Bigfooter, by the way. First click. Yeah, first video is pro Bigfoot stuff, and there's no disclaimer from Wikipedia.
Right.
That's weird, right?
Right.
Well, that's because Bigfoot's not dangerous to society. Flat Earth is extremely dangerous to society.
It's a threat to our democracy, even though we live in a republic, for fuck's sake.
It's extremely threatening. I mean, we let people believe in things like Santa Claus and Bigfoot, but when it comes to flat Earth, that's extremely dangerous. So we need to have those text boxes. We have to have those text
I
boxes.
think what's more dangerous is that it's become a normal attribute of when a child is born to mutilate them as soon as they come out if they're a boy.
Well, yeah, but like if they didn't do that, then it would get dirty.
But it's just like 20 seconds more in the shower, and apparently that's reason enough to just.
I can't believe people actually believe that. Like, I'm sorry. That's one of my biggest gripes in reality. Like,
there's your Star of David.
Yeah,
that's
I want my foreskin back. I want my foreskin back.
Yeah, reparations for the foreskin.
Yeah, right. I want from the Catholic Church.
Foreskin reparations.
You know what? I want equality, women equality. Start cutting. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Hey, I got to tell you this. Prior to the YouTube, right, there was you would go to websites, right? My first exposure to censorship was the common law venue.
Oh, I bet.
Yep, they were shut down within 7 months, and that goes back to what you talk about, the injury of the body. What I have a question. What would your response be to the state being the victim. Like where like the state is like the state of Minnesota versus James Herzog for DUI. What's your thought on that?
That's a tricky one, right? Because public welfare is a real thing, right? You can't drive 104 miles an hour in a residential area and
Hank,
think that you're doing the right thing, right? You're doing something wrong, right? And
Hank, let me ask
drunk
you this.
driving. I'm trying to answer your question, bro.
Okay.
Drunk driving is very similar, in my opinion, right? Because when you drink, it makes your brain swell. So you cannot be operating at full capacity with 0.08 alcohol in your blood system. So you're literally putting my life and my family's life at jeopardy. Now, does that mean that they should have DUI checkpoints like the Supreme Court says, where they just get to violate people's rights? There has to be
Hank,
another answer. Am I not answering the
Hank,
question, bro?
I know, but I'm sorry. There's a couple of problems I want to bring up. One, a .08 isn't intoxicated. I could drive safe at probably 0.12 for sure.
I'm allergic to alcohol, and I would be shit-faced at 0.08.
Okay, all right. But and another thing, and there's other people that drink daily and literally can probably ride a 2.0, a 0.2, and and be pretty normal, no slurring, basically not shaking, right? Well, Hank, what's going on there is until there's an injured person, there wouldn't be a crime, right? Because you need an injured body. And let me expand on that. Now, if you were to be beyond a certain level and even cause an accident, and if you were, you know what I mean, then it would, you could call it attempted murder, I would say, because cars have been known to kill people just like a bullet, right? And now, what do you think of the people that would be really intoxicated, choosing to get in their car if they could be charged with attempted murder for any accident that happens with them? Do you think that DUI deaths overall would reduce? I think so.
It's hard to say, man. All I know is this one thing is a fact. You know what's right and you know what's wrong. What is wrong is the thing that you know that you ought not do, and you do it anyway. And any jury is going to say, was this person acting reasonably? This day and age, you have to have a bank account and a cell phone, and you can get a stranger to come pick you up and take you away to any comfortable bed. And I think it's very unreasonable for someone to drink and drive knowing that they could harm somebody. Now, I hate that, hypothetically, what if her high heel broke and she fell and landed on a shovel and it hit the baby in the head? I hate that bullshit, right? I agree with you. There should be some sort of victim. But the whole drinking thing, like, you know what alcohol does to your brain?
Hank, I'll just go back to this. Would you say a person would not get extremely drunk if the result of that choice could be an attempted murder charge? Because a car, if you're inebriated, and I've known people to crawl to their car because they're too drunk to walk and try to drive.
That's
right?
crazy.
I've literally seen it, right?
That's crazy.
But a .08, what you're gonna get, Hank, is what we see, and that is like that hard line on $10 of a drug being a felony, and then now you might as well forget about doing any kind of education for the next 8 years.
$10.
Well, yeah, you'll get a felony through my whole life, and it used to be marijuana included with that, right? Well, what you're going to get at that point, Hank, is a bunch of homeless people and a bunch of people that have had it's harming the citizens more than it's helping, and by getting that so-called free pass, the first two basically, also puts people, because if you blow 0.2 and more, they'll just charge you a 2 at 1, right?
Look,
But
go ahead.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying I'm going to change the world, but I think it would work better the way I'm suggesting all around.
Look, it's definitely open for conversation, but my sentiment, right? This is my feelings. I admit that I'm in my feelings. You should act responsibly and be responsible for your actions, able to respond for your own actions. And every time you pull that trigger in self-defense, if it hits a neighbor, that's 5 years, man. That's involuntary manslaughter. 5 years. It's the same thing when you start the car and you accidentally kill somebody. Like, you're going to be a slave for 5 years. And I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, I consider driving like more of a privilege than a right compared to a gun. I think, like, unfortunately, our society can only move as fast as our slowest moving individuals, and it took the people that slaughtered other people on the road or manslaughtered people on the road while intoxicated before the government, substantiated rules against it. And I think, all you are saying is that, like, that there should be some more like equivacies towards it if somebody is penalised on being intoxicated or not, and that they should be tested with like better grounds to identify like a certain like tolerance, kind of like with the COVID vaccine, right? Like, you were restricted from having different access to different places, but if they just acknowledged somebody that had recovered from COVID as being essentially somebody that was vaccinated because they had had those, antibodies inside their system after recovering from that quote unquote virus, that they would have
Fucking
the
hell.
same.
Unfortunately, we can't
Gotta
talk
just
about
use
that.
codes.
Yeah.
You can make the point, but just use code words or something. The V, the C, the cocoa, the juice. You gotta use careful. We're on YouTube, man. Gotta be careful, man.
Sorry?
Yeah, you got to self-censor.
I
You
didn't know.
can't talk about vaccines here, so we're not going to talk about that any further. But yeah, the subscription that you get where you sign up for, the Cocoa, the recurring, you get it, the Cocoa
Okay, I'm
Puffs.
pro all of that stuff anyway, so
Really? That's surprising.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But
Yeah,
I don't base my prescriptions onto other people when it comes to making your own decisions.
there you go. Yeah, you can do what you want with yours. I got my
Yeah.
own, my choice. Yeah,
Hmm.
my choice is I don't trust people that in America they have this law that was passed in 1986 where you can't hold them liable. So I don't trust people that you can't hold liable, like cops. I'm not automatically ever going to trust a cop. I'm always going to record every time I come in contact with a government employee because they have qualified immunity. And it's the same thing for that law that got passed in 1986. Big Pharma has kind of a very similar thing where they have they have full immunity. So, yeah, if you look up the Compensation Act of 1986, that should pull it up. And, yeah, I just don't trust people that have no reason to hold themselves responsible for their own actions. I think people should be responsible for their own actions. I know that's crazy this day and age.
I understand it. Like, even though the police have body cameras now, they still turn them off at some weird and scrupulous times that I've seen.
Or they don't ever get, released, even though the people who are releasing the public record are only custodians, not owners of the public record. So, yeah, that kind of stuff was weird. And I think there was a lawsuit, and RFK won because the record from Big Farm wasn't being released. So I guess you can look into that if you wanted to. But yeah, I just have trouble trusting people because I know for damn sure I'm going to set a New Year's resolution in a couple days, and I cannot trust myself to be compliant with that New Year's resolution. So how the fuck can I trust anybody else?
I understand that to a certain extent. I have similar opinions about some established religious institutions in terms of trusting other people.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely against organized religion, 100%. And I've been a Bible thumper my whole life. I'm not even gonna lie, I haven't been a very good Bible thumper, but I think it's one thing, like if you want to get together and have a commune or a potluck is what they call it in the South, where everybody brings their own pie, but forcing people to, abide by the rules and you got to do this and you can't say that. I don't like groupthink very much.
Yeah, no, I think most organized religion, especially in America, is fine. It's just the types of ones that I wouldn't be able to give you specific examples, but I think definitely drawing the line in terms of interfering with the secular process of the way of governance, that there should be a separation from any religious institution and the state, and that as soon as one placates over that, and then says that all criticism is considered anti-Semitic, I'm just a little bit like, yeah.
Yeah, I feel you on that. There should be separation of church and state. Recently, there was some debates going on whether we should be able to censor the Satanists when they put up their little monuments or whatever. And I'm by no means a Satanist, but as an American, yeah, if we tell everybody that it's okay to persecute religious freedom, who do you think's going to be next?
The Christians, because they're
Yeah.
the easiest to beat up on, and the
Yeah.
majority of atheists come from religious families where they were, they had that teenage rebellious phase, and that rebellious phase kind of never ended. And yeah, I personally don't like the way that a lot of atheists communicate or debate with Christians, and the way that they denigrate on a lot of the foundational traditional aspects of where we came from. So even though I'm not myself a Christian, yeah, I just I just see a lot of ignorant atheists out there. That's all.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't look up the European Israelite theory. You said you're Scottish, so moving on.
Yeah.
Let's see. British Israelism is.
I just wish we weren't involved, to be honest. I just would rather my country not be sending me any money over there, and I could just be like, not my people, not my conflict. I don't want to be a part of it.
Yeah, they say that isolationism is like an evil stance to take, but it's like, well, what's the opposite, right? We get involved in every single conflict and send our bravest and best genetics to go die, our poorest people to go fight and die for the banksters.
Mm.
Is that the only other option? Or we could just throw like $100 trillion at the most corrupt country in Europe, Ukraine, right?
Mm.
And I'm watching videos of Ukrainian women emptying their suitcases and throwing their clothes on the ground and scooping up like bales of $100 bills and fitting it in their suitcase. And I'm going, is that why my freaking bread and eggs and milk is so high? Because they just got like bales of $100 bills, American money over there. Is that what I'm paying for? Because I'm being taxed. For what? Ukraine? What for? I don't even know any Ukrainians, and honestly, don't give a fuck. Not enough to send them my money. Because it's energy, right? We're sending them our energy. Like when I'm sweating at work and I'm like, God, it's really hot outside. It's Texas outside, and I'm, working to provide for my family, but I got to work just a little bit extra to keep up with the inflation. And they're over there just dumping out their clothes. Like, you don't need clothes if you got like a suitcase full of $100 bills. You know how much clothes you can order off of Amazon with a suitcase full of $100 bills?
Yeah. While at the same time, you continue to, let people without a home come into your country. Well, so much of your populace is either addicted to, overseas, an overseas epidemic of, drugs coming in from foreign or enemy countries. There isn't a majority of fentanyl made in China. Like, no wonder China makes a whole load of it and sends it to America. Anything to get back at the Americans, British, for getting them addicted to opium. You know what I mean? They hold that stuff to heart, or the embargoes.
Yeah, the
I
opium
think
wars. Yeah.
talk. Yeah, I'll probably stay off there. thing they did during 2019. China, all those operatives.
Yeah, the authoritarian Chinese communists started doing that authoritarian stuff, and America was like, "Ooh, like look what they're doing over there. If only we could be more authoritarian here. Like, what are we going to do? Let's produce a model, right?" And I think a lot of people lost respect for models once they saw that model that came out of the Empirical College of England. Because that model, yeah, we don't respect models anymore. So, yeah, you want to present us a model? Cool story.
Yeah. Like China doesn't have the same limitations as America does. You know, China isn't limited by having to, provide their people with rights and freedom and civilities and so forth. They can kind of just barge all that and do essentially whatever they like. And so it's a scary force essentially, and something makes me think that America is almost like leveraged by the rest of the world. That I'll start a conflict in my country, America, settles it, and then another country, another country, another country, and then the support gets spread thin enough for like. I don't want to make a prediction. At the same time, like it's either my lifetime or another lifetime that I see Taiwan get snagged. You know what I mean? Like it's essentially, yeah, no.
There's a lot of hot spots everywhere. Kindling, just kind of waiting for the right fire. And I think the Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution, it's utilized very effectively for the mindless masses, unfortunately. But it only takes 3% to cause a revolution, and that doesn't necessarily mean violence, just revolution of the mind.
Yeah. And I wouldn't say I blindly follow everything when they talk about the science behind global warming, but I do know there are many aspects of our environment that are bad, and I hopefully wish I don't see the day that hopefully I pass on before the smog that's over China, becomes a substantial cloud and then separates and travels around the world and finds a new home. You know what I mean? Like it's like, how do you start World War III with another country? Oh, pollute your country so much that it makes its own weather system, and then it just naturally floats somewhere else around the world, and then it like rains acid on their city.
I'm all for clean water, clean soil, and clean air, clean food. My son had leukemia when he was 2, and he's perfectly cured now. Thank God. But what they do is Greta never goes to Saudi Arabia. She never goes to places like China, right? She always goes to places where she's perfectly safe, and she doesn't ever have to address any criticisms. They just give her the mic and let her speak, and there's never a guy to come up there and challenge her and go, "Hey, what about this?" So, the oracle known as Greta, I'm not buying it. Now, do I still want clean water, food, soil, air? Yes, I do.
But then sometimes you kind of wonder and you go, Germany like turned off all of their nuclear power, and France did similarly in terms of, we're going to put a clock on ourselves to develop better renewables. But in the meantime, we're going to turn everything back to coal. And it's like, unfortunately, I don't know if you'll be able, like you're saying that we predict about ourselves that we will correct our own path, but right now we're going to go down a worse path and then hopefully come back to it. And it's just like, but how long is that going to take? You know what I mean? And is it going to be profitable? If it's not profitable, do you have an incentive to? And will that incentive stay? With the times. And I just think the future energy source, the most renewable one that I can imagine, that I would hope to have, is the hydrogen fuel cell. Through fusion reaction, but we're still not there.
So I post this stuff all the time, and I know not everybody in here agrees with it, but I'm posting an article, Big Think, and it's this technology that they recently proven a 70-year-old quantum physics prediction where they're creating more electrons than was put into the system. Now, of course, that sounds like the first law of thermodynamics violation over Unity machine. Well, that depends on whether or not you understand the energy inside of a vacuum. The vacuum energy is something that I think everyone admits is there. It's demonstrable with the Casimir effect, but they've modified the Casimir device, and with this new technology of graphene, they've got more electrons out than they put in, and it's a simple tabletop device.
Wow.
So this is something that you can check out. Obviously,
Sounds
I don't.
revolutionary.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. And then shortly after that, they released another over Unity machine, but of course it's giant, huge government funding, and not everybody can afford it, and that got all the press. But I'll go ahead and post that fusion ignition. Oops. Livermore Labs. So the second one is, the government. They are the ones who came up with the over Unity machine. And of course, it's not a simple tabletop device.
Where did you post that one?
We post things in the live stream voice text here.
Okay.
Room right above this one. So this guy said actually Germany is forced to going back for nuclear energy because they can't hold their promises. And yeah, that's what we're going to have to do too. If we keep promising the Green New Deal and electric cars by 2050, we're going to end up going back to coal because it's not sustainable. So all this talk about sustainable, always listen to the opposite of what they say. Like, listen to what they say, but listen to the opposite. I don't think that the Patriot Act was really patriotic, especially Section 215. So if you look at this Sustainable New Development Agenda 2021, Agenda 2030, I don't think it's meant to be sustainable at all. I think it's meant to be depopulating.
Like it's supposed to gentrify different areas based on prices of power and transport.
Because as a Texan, I'm all for the burning of coal, natural gas, whatever keeps those South Americans and Africans warm during the winter. I'm all for keeping them alive, even if that means we got to burn some coal. Because when they say that the world is overpopulated, oh, let me guess, it's the South Americans, right, and the Africans. You want them to die, don't you? That's what you mean when you say there's too many people here, right? Let me guess. And you want to tax the Protestant countries to smithereens, right?
Yeah.
And leave the communist countries alone. I mean, what they do is they like to hijack the narrative. So everybody agrees we want clean water, et cetera, et cetera. So let's tax carbon footprints. Oh, like, what do you mean? Like the poor man is breathing up all the rich man's air? Okay, I thought CO2 was good for plant life and photosynthesis.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, that's pseudoscience. It's just like Idiocracy. It was a documentary. I'm hogging the mic. Does anybody else? Anybody else want to speak up? I'm over here just blathering like a blithering idiot.
It's an interesting page that you linked. I'm gonna have to read more into that. That's if it's what I think it is, essentially that's the invention, or that's the scientific discovery that essentially we need.
Yeah, if they're getting more energy out. At first they thought they created a superconductor.
Mm.
And then they realized that something else was happening. They were, the standard model of everything is that there is no ether, right? But they're claiming they're pulling something out of nothing. Now, if you look up like the scientific term of nothing, nothing doesn't really mean nothing, because the whole concept of a vacuum, it doesn't exist. And there are people in here that are going to disagree with me, but there's energy in the vacuum. I don't know how they can disagree with me, but they do have arguments against me, and I'm surprised I haven't provoked them to speaking yet. But if they're pulling energy out of nothing, and they're getting more energy out than they're putting in, it's either A, a first law of thermodynamics violation of conservation of energy and matter, or B, they're pulling something out of the quantum field, quote unquote. And if they're pulling it out of the quantum field, they're not pulling it out of nothing. So either this is a violation of natural law or it's not. And I guess that's where, because we don't all agree with each other. That's for certain.
Sure.
Not on this anyway.
Oh, that is so cool, though. It's
Yeah.
like, I think one of the biggest problems with cleaning up our environment is the fact that it comes in the way of making money. And for the longest time, cleaning up the environment wasn't even like a concept. It was only, like lately that it's like what we have as an environment, like we've explored what I'd like to imagine the ends of the earth, that essentially what a finite amount of resources. And the thing that scares me the most is probably the passive amount of microplastics that seem to find its way through everything. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and plastic, the chemical that hardens plastic is a synthetic female growth hormone.
Mm-hmm.
BPA, I think is what it's called. Let me double check that. BPA. BPA free is even worse. Has forever chemicals, so damned if you don't, and damned if you do.
Yep. I feel like I have a unique aspect living in New Zealand, because our country for the longest amount of time has been quite a predominant in trying to keep a lot of our nature, fresh and clean and green. But then we have like specific instances where local municipalities went, well, the river is currently being considered toxic or harmful or non-swimmable by the current measuring system. So instead of cleaning up the river, how about we just change the measuring system, and what do we know? It's no longer toxic anymore. We'll just post that as public information, and then bam, it's like, what?
Yeah, they changed the goalpost when the
I know.
toxicity of our cities
Yeah.
was too high.
And I just think of all the birds that are just constantly just shitting everywhere on all the buildings and all the train stations and all the concrete. And I think, how much scum do we actually have on a lot of our roads and footpaths and cities and so forth and so on? It never really cleans off. And for the last 20 or 30 years, it's just been building up, building up and building up. And when it rains, it's just disgusting. And then people were living there as well. A lot more people were living on the streets, and I think a few of them definitely do have welfare, do have houses. But if you want to garner yourself some more money on top of what the government gives you, you might as well panhandle like the rest of them. But I think I do believe in government welfare, but I definitely think like there's limits, and I think it's more about a conversation about specific examples of limits and spending too much money as a government entity on the people that fall through the cracks.
You said that you were watching auditors. There's this auditor, I Am Free, Inland Auditing Media, something like that.
Okay.
He's discovered that over 90% of our government-funded buildings are completely empty, and people are working from home, and we're heating and cooling these buildings. And the reason why you can't go past certain areas is because there's nobody back there. So it appears to me that the only job the government has is to write as many laws as possible that the people will accept so they can increase the coffers of the state with slavery. 13th Amendment, look it up. And spend as much freaking money as possible so that they can crash the current financial system. And I believe the goal is a one world currency that's digital. So they can track every time you sell a cigarette, have a garage sale, sell a baseball card, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah. I just kind of I get really bad pains in like my stomach whenever I see like a local government that's planning on selling off a government asset of considerable amount of money and to cover its like previous debts. Like sure, there's some assets that you buy and then you let go at certain times, but if you built the airport and 20 or 30 years later you're selling off $2.6 billion, which is a 50% share stake in that airport because you've got other debts to cover. We're not, the public's now never going to get that asset back, but we spent the money building it, building that infrastructure when it was built. And it's just like, why? We're losing, We're never going to get it back, especially if you sell it to China. China would never give it back. They'd charge it 3 times this price and then still say no.
Yeah, it's really crazy what the IMF and these banksters do. They give people paper money, and then they have to pay back with hard assets. And they know they're going to default on the loan, and they know they're going to have to pay with hard assets. And it's like when I heard about Australia selling their technology rocks and minerals to China for paper money, I'm like, oh my God. You could at least get some hard assets.
And it propped up their GDP really, really nicely for the Australians. But they realized that once they stopped, selling to China, or China stopped demanding so many resources, that China really has a grip on a lot of the Australia's economy. And when they started poo-pooing China, they went to New Zealand and said, hey, you should poo-poo China as well. And we were like, actually, we'll, make our own decisions around China, and we I think it's our sovereign right, but Australia really likes to cock things up sometimes.
Yeah, it's really kind of disheartening to see what the IMF does in all these different countries, and kind of I have to go back and look in like 2011, Muammar Gaddafi wanting to do his own gold-backed standard, and I saw what happened to his country when he tried to do that. And I hear rumors of Texas wanting to have their own gold-backed currency, and all I can hear is Yosemite Sam, like, talking shit, and there goes Bugs Bunny, like, of course this means war, And it's like, if we have a gold-backed currency here in Texas, like, bro, they're gonna be
a whole
pissed.
lot of them. Yeah, yeah.
But what do? Do you just keep using the funny money, and every time you make $1, it gets taxed, like Bubba Gump shrimp, like income tax and sales tax and inheritance tax, land tax, county tax, and city tax.
Then environmental footprint tax, carbon tax.
Right.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Ideally, I'd like to have more of our economy's exports. I want to say given, but like our tax money that we pay to the government is able to interact with the private sectors in our country, so then we don't have to, because currently at the moment anything that's made in New Zealand, like milk, I think we're the fifth largest producer of milk and milk products in the world, and we have to pay international prices because the way that the market is set up, farmers can only pay their mortgages as long as they can get top dollar from the international market. So if anyone who wants to buy the milk in New Zealand needs to pay a price similar to that. It's just like, I don't think it should be that way. I'm a bit of a proponent of saying, maybe if the government wants to control farmers and stuff like that with environmental measures, like how about, you build some kind of stable price that, is affordable for entrepreneurs in our own country to use their raw products and turn it into their own, fledgling businesses and more different types of, food manufacture in our own country, while at the same time, equivocating that yield towards government coming in and helping the farmers out with actually dealing with their environmental issues, rather than just placing a pink slip and saying deal with this or we're shutting you down, kind of thing.
I still can't get over the fact that the FDA, the Food Drug Administration, has a task force and they're like invading like Amish people for selling raw milk. Like, to me, like
Really?
looking back at like European history, like if it's not pasteurized, they can't sell it. So I'm looking back at that and going, what we've, even if you go by the government's own propaganda, we evolved for tens of thousands of years as Europeans to drink milk products. And as a child, I literally drank milk that was filtered with a towel. A brand new towel that was washed with no detergent. And after it was washed, it literally filtered the milk that I drank almost directly from the teat of the cow.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? I didn't die.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't buy milk for human consumption, and that's the loophole, I guess, in America unless it's been pasteurized.
But if it's a registered business in a specific state and it's Amish, and one of their practices is we don't wash our hands when we, go from touching the dead body to preparing the food, right? And because we Amish, we locked up a guy, years and years ago who said it would be a good idea to wash your hands before, touching dead bodies. The callback, no, it wasn't the Amish, but yeah, like I would still, there is some kind of semblance that they do live in the country and they do have to abide by certain restrictions and regulations that the private sector faces. But if it's like done in a way that it's like all on their own property and it's if it's like the lemonade stand, kind of aspect of selling milk, I wouldn't,
It's funny, there was a recent story in the past 5 years about a Karen calling the cops on a little girl selling lemonade. And she didn't have a permit. And there was actually a law passed that they said, we don't want to discourage the entrepreneurship spirit in children, and we want to encourage them to have a lemonade stand, but you can't do it 365 days a year. And every time I see children selling lemonade, I don't even take their product. I just give them money because I want that small business to be lit in the fire and hearts, that brush fire freedom kind of, to ignite in the hearts of men, to get out there and do your own business and don't be a slave. I mean, a slave wage slave, go out there and run your own business. And that's the one, the schools are completely hijacked when they don't teach you how to run a business, pay your taxes, and balance your accounts.
Yeah. So they make the assumption that barely anybody would run a business, but that's only because a lot of the old kind of businesses that were profitable have drastically changed. And I think you could say, oh, well, that's a natural shift, but as much a natural shift as the consequence caused by sending all the manufacturing of the products that we invented in our own countries to countries that have slave labor. And it means that anybody who wants to make it in our country and turn a profit by it will not be able to, because you can't compete with slavery. You know what I mean?
Right.
Either you're making it for yourself and you make your own inventions, but you're never really going to be able to pay yourself a wage compared to slavery in China. India or Bangladesh, So,
So if you look at the Christmas Carol and you pay attention to the Ghost of Christmas Past part of the book or the movie, Scrooge was at a school learning about business.
Mhm.
And today, the schools are the Prussian system, and they're only meant to make you a good factory worker.
Mhm.
The bell rings, you show up on time. If you're late, you have to stay late. Detention is what they call it. And you have to sit down and shut up and do what you're told. And there's a little complaint system, Edward Bernays. And you fill out the paperwork, but they just throw it in the trash because they don't actually care about your complaint. They just want you to feel like you've done something and made change.
Mhm.
And it's like, if you go back to the ancient educational system, the 7 liberal arts, don't get that confused with what they're doing in the colleges today, because it's not the same thing. The trivium, grammar, logic, and rhetoric. So we should know like 5 languages by the time we're like 10 years old. And logic, did you ever take a logic class in school?
No, we didn't have them.
Right, so you didn't learn about logical fallacies until you were 18 years old, right?
Outside.
At least, right?
Yep.
I didn't learn about it until I was in my 30s. So, you know how, like, and then of course, rhetoric is, conveying ideas and the art of language and transmission of knowledge. So, how powerful is each individual man and woman once they have the ability to read, write, and think for themselves? We are extremely powerful individuals, especially when we group up in numbers. They don't want that. I promise you, the powers that should not be, they do not want that.
Well, they've already got an establishment, and they'd rather you not make a establishment that's independent of theirs, that has the possibility of growing more, effectual than theirs.
Looks like Creation Bear said that he, let me rephrase that. He likes nut juice from almonds.
Oh my.
It's really interesting how the system is set up, and it's one of those systems where it's not really evil, in the sense that people are choosing to watch cat videos, UFC, and football games, rather than put any work into the civics education or their local government. And how many people are actual journalists these days? What, only the CIA journalists? And then when you actually are ignorant and you break the law, ignorance is no excuse. But at the same time, if you try to learn the law, the cop is going to say, "Would you go to the University of YouTube? Is that where you got your law degree?"
Yeah.
So it's
Are
like,
you a lawyer? It's not like you could be an informed citizen or anything.
because
Knowing your rights as a citizen?
the cops think that only the lawyers can explain law, and that if anybody goes against the bar members, which I believe were under occupation, like every town has a courtroom where the legal society enslaves people for causing no harm, injury, or loss. Every town has one. Some have multiple. And I think that it's a shame that slavery is like right in front of everybody's face, but people are talking about hundreds of years ago, those people were slaves, and you guys who weren't slaves, you're all oppressors. But wait a minute, is the oppressor the one that's canceling people and they can't feed their children because of something they said? Or is the oppressor the one that can't feed their family because something they said? And it's like these entitled people in these colleges, in these Ivy League colleges, in their ivory towers with a silver spoon in their mouth, are telling us that they're the oppressed ones. And we're the ones oppressing them when they're the most privileged people. Well, except for their college debt. That's definitely not a privilege. And they're, trying to tell us that we can't say certain things or we have to say other things. And my favorite question in the world is, who died and made you king? Like, where does your authority derive from? You have authority over me, prove it. I just don't get it. Why people think that they can police people's speech. For what?
And the Oval Office has definitely changed. Like 40 years ago, it used to be, the what was considered Christian is what you can put on TV. But it's just the way that the executive power has changed in the certain aspects and beliefs. So back in the day, I felt like it was the liberals that were all about freedom of speech. And now it seems to be only the conservatives that are all about freedom of speech, and the liberals are very much like we have to moderate certain speeches because of the conduct and so forth and so on. And I think they've become a little bit of a lynch mob, and it's just difficult because you have aspects that are just very, very well. I think for a lot of issues with our country, they're very, very divisive only because they're sensationalized to be divisive, and that sounds quite broad and generalized, but I really do think it is a bit of a science in the way that they manipulate people's viewing hours and their emotions while they're watching something. If clickbait is an example on how somebody has preconceived opinions or notions about what something is before it is, and reading the headline and the dramatic predictions held by news hosts, not experts or data analysts. And when it is the data analyst, you just be like, well, are you on that show for contrary opinion, or are you on that show for like collaborative opinion? And it's is that a real expert at that point?
I've noticed one of the things that they love to do to us is they take like the most strawman version of an argument and they like to fact check it and debunk that version of it.
Mm.
So people hear like the irreducible complexity argument's been debunked. Really? Can you remove the spring from your mousetrap and it still work? How could that be debunked? I mean, it's like if you have a pistol, right, and you remove the magazine, is it still a pistol? Or you remove the spring from the magazine, is it still a pistol? Or you remove the barrel? And it's like people actually believe that that argument has been debunked because they read it somewhere. And you can't debunk it. How do you debunk that? Like if you have a starter and you remove one piece from that starter, it's no longer a starter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh no, the reason I talk about the trans stuff so much, probably just because of the way that I saw the Progressive Party shift, because the majority of that party was, first wave, second wave, and third wave feminism. And the majority of the progressive unit were just people that were all trying to come up with the best ways in their mind and their prerogative space, like many other different political parties are. The best that we design for the country or society as we see fit, and to produce the best outcomes that we can. And I think when they started saying the stuff like women's spaces don't matter, and I think the majority of the progressive left were women to a certain extent, and then half of them just went, "Wait a second, that's mad! Like, what are you saying that women's spaces don't matter?" And they're going, "Oh, you're obviously cis female, you're a Nazi." It's like, oh, dude, come on, like. I think there were a lot of people in that movement that had different ideas and different solutions, and they were just brandished of saying, "You're not a real progressive. You're not you don't care about minorities." No, I have a different solution on the problem that we both can acknowledge is the same. It's difficult. It's difficult when I see stuff like that. It's just like, oh, they're called radical feminists now. They're not even third wave. It's just like.
So I heard something interesting today because I do like I do like to keep up with this cultural Marxism and stuff like that. And I heard this thing today. The guy said, if you take a look at the feminist doctrine and you write it out, it looks like it was created by horny men that just wanted to screw around without any repercussions. And I was like, damn. Because what is their tenets? It's okay to sleep around and You know, you don't need a man. You could just give the man all the sex that you want, and he doesn't have to take care of any of the children because you get to choose not to have children, so there's no repercussion for your actions. Yeah, right. And I feel sorry for them that fell for that religion.
I think some of those groups congregate in weird ways, eh? Like they'll all be in this us versus them mentality, and when enough of them agree with each other, they start like dissecting their own group, and they go, "Oh well, you're a supporter of our progressive ideas, but you're a born white male," and then you support our ideas, but you're a white woman, and then it's just like and it just goes further down the line. And I think a lot of like people to just stay in the group have followed a bit of the fad that is the trans gender stuff, because I think the transgender stuff, I think it does exist, but at the percentage that it is seems to be existing or recording seems to be quite a bit more than what I think is really being diagnosed. I think a few people are like, can I fit into this label? Well, you don't need a diagnosis. You can self-diagnose. And if you don't really want to go along with anything, you just call yourself non-binary. And it's just like, how many of the feelings inside your head can I, say are real, justifiable? You know what I mean?
You know what defeats all of this ideology? Just a simple question. And, I've heard it before. What is a woman? And it's like the answer's right there in the word. A womb man? What is a womb man?
How
dare you? It's so simple, right? But they can't answer that question. It doesn't matter how much public education they've had. They spent 8 years in college. They can't answer the question without saying the word. And it's so simple. It's a womb man.
I tend to not have anything against like people unless it's it's the principles that they live by and the actions that they make. But when it comes to people's characteristics, even if by choice, let's say, I don't tend to have a problem. And so when it's like, especially when it was like the gay stuff, like all the gay community, I'm pretty much letting it live. I've got really no problems. But it's like, do you, social circumstances and social situations are difficult at the best of times, especially when you're growing up. And I don't think you can like force a fashion or like force a popular narrative amongst people that like if somebody is going to the gym at a young age and building their body and stuff like that, people would relish that. People would celebrate people's success on that. Any time that somebody is doing something good, whether it be academically, that could be celebrated. But when it's literally just, I guess, having a persona or having a change of character and stuff like that, I think there's aspects like if you just chill and it's not a big deal and you don't make it a part of everybody else's, life, and it's not in my face all the time. Yeah, I got nothing wrong with gay people and trans people and stuff. But when it's literally like we're doing a march and there's the drag and the children involved in the shows and all the rest of it, I'm just like, oh, that's too past the line. Like, are you really blocking the street to do a pride parade? Like, I think pride, I understand you just want to stop bullying, because I know bullying in schools is tough stuff, and I think gay for a long time was the easiest way to criticize somebody. I know things at the best of times and vindictive at other times, but it's it's the parades and stuff and the children and the drag shows are just a form of art, and it's just like dole up their
Yeah, that's
child
some
and
weird shit
rate
too,
it by the
bro.
judges. That is the same kind of stuff, and I think if you put your child at a child pageant and you're a parent now and you say shit about the pride stuff, I think you need to acknowledge that you made a mistake by putting your child in a pageant. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's vanity. Weird.
but,
Huh.
yeah.
But
And
yeah,
I think
I don't have. Hold on, real fast. I don't have a problem with people what they do in their bedroom. It's literally none of my business what people do in their private property. It's not. But
agreed.
when you take it out into the street and there's like public indecency, and you get to get away with it, I don't know. That's kind of weird. And I know that there's a lot of people that say no victim, no crime, but that doesn't mean you get to have like indecency in the streets. Weird, man. Adam, if you want to get in here and talk about flat Earth, man, you're more than welcome. I will not hog the mic, even though I've been doing it.
I think you've been pretty fair.
Keep going.
So I guess we do have to ban all of those free the nipple parades as well, by principle, right?
Well, the breast isn't really genitals, right? Our society. So here's my thinking. If you mean feminist, when you say feminist, if you mean equal rights under the law, then technically I'm a feminist, right? So if a woman gets arrested for breastfeeding, I think the cop is the criminal. You know. But if it's like a sexual thing where we're not talking about Ukrainians where a politician's son graped and dismembered and did this and they're protesting to get attention to it. If we're not talking about that, because I'm with them Ukrainian girls, right? Somebody did wrong and it was a politician's son and they freed the nipple to get attention to it. So as crazy as it sounds, I'm for that. But as long as it's not sexual,
yeah,
because sexual acts in public are obviously grotesque, like
deplorable.
Yeah, but the free the nipple, I don't know. Should they be thrown in a cage for that? That just seems a bit drastic.
So yeah, have your pride parade. Just settle down on like this idea, and well, at the same time, you tell them settle down. They say, "Who are you to tell me?" And they look at you and they go, "Well, how many minority communities do you represent?" And then they go, "Oh, well, good thing you're not in power." And then they brandish your face across all the different media outlets they can, and then kawumfa. You're considered too much of a advertising risk for any legitimate business that doesn't even have an agenda in the game to even pick you up. You know what I mean? Because you've been poo-pooed by everybody.
Yeah, there was this famous guy who recently said the first step is they start canceling people and you get kicked out of the banking system and you can't make money, or if you did make money, you can't use it. The second step is they lock you up, and if that doesn't stop you, then they just kill you. So this canceling culture is the precursor to just killing people who go against the government.
Authoritative acts.
Yeah. So they're going to see if we're okay with cancel culture. If we're okay with that, then we can start jailing journalists, which how many times have you seen a journalist get arrested? More than I'd like to fucking admit. That's a fucking fact. And then the next thing is they just put you in a cage with somebody who's a complete psychopath and,
Yeah. And then your politician can do whatever and gets criticized for it, and then wins the defamation case against the YouTuber who decided to, make a case study about the actions that the politician has done. And then it just gets silenced essentially, and it just becomes it doesn't become impossible to do, but it just the bar gets higher and higher and more difficult, and as we're more consumed by all the different medias that we have and the entertainment that we have, and we chose it. We're the consumers. We're making the decisions. We're propagating the market. We find less reasons to educate ourselves and less reasons to delve into the boring politics. And I think it's unfortunate that a lot of the times when our government changes, it's because we're so disenfranchised with our current government that we will only seek to elect a new government on the basis that it will be different. But sometimes a lot of people aren't actually clued in to what the new party they're voting for is in terms of the policies that they're prescribing and how different or aspects of them are similar to policies done in the past and where that effect has been. Like this, people aren't interested in saying like, well, this new party wants to come in, they want to change and remove everything that was made by the current government that I currently dislike, which is good. But some of the other policies I'm fine with. That's all good. Not realizing that that policy is similar to what has been done in the past and could have been a failure, could have been a success. Like things need to be engaging, and kids are born with cell phones, and they will continue to be born with cell phones for as long as
As long as the parents allow it. And I gotta say, the people in this group, they really hate politics. They don't trust politicians and the enforcers of the politicians, meaning the cops. And they really, well, that's the thing. They really avoid a lot of the stuff that I look into. And I can't paint with a broad brush. There's a lot of people in here that like the auditing videos and learning the law. It's kind of a mixed bag. But a lot of people in here, they don't like learning about this stuff. But I have to remind them that we get served that which we deserve. The more heathen we are, the more that these people that shall not be named can control us because we're acting like heathen. So the more that they can put out Jerry Springer videos showing like, look, you're a bunch of heathen. That's why you're getting the boot on the neck. And then Judge Judy, the judicial system is showing, you're acting like a bunch of heathen. You don't know who the father of your parents are, so you're going to get the boot on the neck. But the more we act like, followers, they can't do that to us. It's in their own code book. It's in their own rule book, the Old Testament. They can't do that to us if we govern ourselves appropriately. So the more ignorant our children are about civics and the less involved we are with reforming our government, we're going to keep getting the same thing over and over again. The boot on the neck, arrest the journalist. I mean, it's really our own damn fault. I hate to say it. But it's like John Lennon said, if people didn't want war, they wouldn't have war. But instead they want a TV, so they have a TV. So it's either peace or a TV. I think he was saying you can't have both. Because you can be propagandized with a TV so efficiently that you'll think that peace is war, ignorance is strength. And that's really what I see outside when I look at people. They think ignorance is strength and peace is war, and you got to have war in order to have peace. And what? No. And I'm just with John Lennon. Give peace a chance. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
It's a false dichotomy, Bong Sao. It's not Trump or Biden. It never has been. That's just the narrative. Really, the president is the president of a corporation known as the United States. The United States of America is a totally different animal. And a lot of people don't know that. They don't know about the United States Corporation. And the reason is because they don't teach it in school, and I don't see a lot of people in the normie world pursuing, their education after high school or college. They just get in the system and they go with what's worked so far, and they're not pursuing higher education. And I don't mean college debt. And it's unfortunate because, I look out there and I'm thinking to myself, like, wow, if these people knew that it was against God's rules to give a false testimony against another person, then they wouldn't be doing that. And if you read Zechariah, not Zechariah, I can't believe I said that. If you read the Gulag Archipelago, I can't remember his name right now. I had Zechariah just stuck in my head. Anyway, if you read the Gulag Archipelago, he said the only reason that they ended up in those Siberian work camps is because people refused to tell the truth. A, the guard torturing the people without making it obvious that they were tortured wasn't lying about not torturing them. Then the people that were being tortured wouldn't have wanted to get their torture sessions over with and signed a false confession, then it wouldn't have been possible to do what they did. And it was only because people refused to stand up and tell the truth. What is truth, according to Bong Sao? Truth is that which is verifiable or falsifiable. Truth is that which is verifiably so. That's what truth is. Thank you, Alexander Solzhenitsyn. I appreciate that. We know they are lying, and they know they are lying, and they know we know they are lying. We know that they are still lying. Damn, it's not funny, but it's true. Thank you, Adam. And it does look like you've done your research. But what does it mean? The only way that we could have hell on earth is not telling the truth. That's what it means, Bong. You have to tell the truth.
I think society is going to fall apart when people's toilets stop flushing, and then all the tradesmen that are left after people stopped training to be tradesmen on the whole, run out, and everyone's kind of stuck building houses outside for the first time in 50 or 60 years.
I think the world is so worried about the future that they've kind of forgotten about the present.
Yep.
And it's literally our most powerful gift to spread ideas. Like look at the New Testament. Like it was a meme that circled the entire world, and it was just words. Just a meme, right? But all of us are capable of doing what that carpenter did. He was a worksman, right? A tradesman.
Mm.
A regular guy, like one of us. Every single one of us have the ability to speak our ideas and our truth into the ether, and the truth resonates with people. And we all have that ability to change the world forever. Like Joan of Arc, who took on the evil motherfuckers who were trying to enslave millions. One maiden girl stood up to those bastards, and when she got killed for it, they all said, well, if she did it, why can't we stand up to these assholes? So it just takes one. What if truth can be weaponized? Well, anything could be weaponized. I could weaponize some super glue, and you're going to need a surgery, right? Or catch you while you're sleeping, right?
Yeah, glue your fingers to your face.
Yeah. Truth can be used to deceive people. All rat poison is mixed with 95% food, and that's how all lies are told. Successful ones, anyway. We just got to figure out what the truth is. I think that's what we're trying to do here. As far as I could tell. And we don't have all the truth, but it's not because we don't want it. We ain't got it all figured out, but it's not because we ain't trying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that book, Gulag Archipelago, I couldn't even finish it. I'm not gonna lie. It hurt my heart so bad. It was such a heavy, heavy book. And it was just like, my gosh, this is what we're like capable of. But
Or
then
when
if
they're
you
killing 10 million Russians.
Yeah.
and in all sorts from the other Russian surrounding states like Poland and stuff.
Yep. There was a lot of genocide going. Oh man, we not that long ago went over the similarities between Putin and Hitler. Not that long ago, man. It's crazy. Because remember, Hitler was trying to get into Poland because there were ethnic Germans being genocided by the communists.
Yeah, by the Russians.
Yeah, and today there's ethnic Russians in Ukraine who are being attacked by Western Ukraine. And the treaties that the Russians are allowed to go into those states that are neutral to hunt Nazis. And I'm not saying Putin's the good guy. That's not what I'm saying. He's probably one of them, just like the rest of them. All the governments of the world. And it's real simple. Like, if you just think about it logically, I stand with the Israeli people. I stand with the Palestinian people. I stand against the Israeli government. I stand against the Palestinian government. And all this state-sponsored genocide wouldn't be possible if people wouldn't volunteer. Now, granted, there was drafts, in America and Vietnam War. Okay, those people were drafted, so I'll give them an out. Okay, but like when you move to Israel, your children are going to have to be in the military. So if you join the military on purpose, I don't know, man. I kind of think it's fair game. You signed up for it, so I just don't like war crimes. I mean, is that so wrong? If military men want to get together and kill each other because they signed up for free college, go ahead, guys, knock yourself out. But starving civilian populations into submission, no food, water, electricity, medicine. I don't like war crimes.
Hey Hank, I just wanted to I just wanted to get you guys' opinion on I'm not trying to come from a religious or a religion angle, but truth, right? Truth, right? Like Jesus said, I am the truth, right? Like, let's say you're a Christian, right? Let's say most people are Christians, right? What I'm talking about is like there's this truth movement that's been happening. You know what I mean? There's a book by Alice Bailey called Externalization of the Hierarchy. And we can see what they're doing, using media, all this stuff that's been happening, trying to indoctrinate people into their, into their belief system, and the globe, science, all this is a part of it, And what I meant was like, it's like they're using, it's like they're exposing, you know, all the lies and all the tricks, all the so-called bad guys, you know what I mean? And that's what I mean by using truth, weaponizing it against us. Like our part is to maybe like flat Earth is a big question still for me, but you got all these people that are exposed, or what? Then you got people like Alex Jones and fucking Joe Rogan. You know what I mean? Those kinds of people also like on board with the awakening people, but it's all going towards like stuff like we are divine kind of stuff, because that's where quantum mechanics is at too. With the God particle, they're saying it's like the Holy Spirit. It's like in Hinduism, it's the I think Brahma, or I think yeah, it's the Brahma. It's the it's the thing that connects us all. We're all one. We're all part of the divine. We're all gods. You know what I mean? Like that's what I mean. Like by it's like they're using truth, exposing the lies to get people to go in this direction. Does that make sense? Yeah. I mean,
To some extent, you covered a lot of different topics and a lot of different aspects, so it is a little bit difficult to keep up with what you're saying.
Yeah, I think the truth movement, truthers, you're right, because we all came here as truthers. You know what I mean? And flat Earth has been around since they started talking about the globe. But lately, there's that movie called that new Mel Gibson movie, The Sound of Silence, of Freedom. right? That's all. You know, and then you got Donald Trump. You know, you got QAnon. You know, all these. You know what I mean? It's like the phoenix being reborn. Because
But I'm
what
still a
Michio
little
Kaku
bit cautious of some of these organizations, just because I do see there is a little bit of building dichotomy of people that will scrutinize with heavy magnifying glass, like mainstream news outlets, but then they won't do the same amount of scrutiny with alternative media outlets. And I think there are some, like if you're a mainstream media outlet and you're acknowledging that you're losing some people because of a generic narrative, how many different alternative media websites are secretly subsidiaries of mainstream, and that people are just getting baited into a quote unquote alternative media when really, they relish in the idea that they're not they're not criticizing the same way they would with mainstream. So I think some people falling down the trap in that aspect. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
I was trying to because you guys know what in quantum mechanics what they're trying to figure out in quantum mechanics, right? The Scott particle, this thing, that links consciousness to the physical, to the brain, the interface, right? And that it aligns with the Kabbalah or the chakras or the all Eastern mysticism teachings, right? And those, what's happening is like Michio Kaku said, everything we know about physics is about to get turned upside down on its head. Could be all wrong. You know what I mean? So I'm even thinking about like the flat Earth. What about flat Earth? Is flat Earth a part of it? Well, if aliens is their thing, then I think flat Earth might not be a part of it. I don't know. That's why I wanted
that
to talk
God
to you guys.
particle, can they interact with that God particle? Like, is that something they can manipulate, or is that just a theory to a cause that they think
I think
is
it's a
there,
theory.
or
I don't think it's
Or
real.
they believe. Look, I posted. Let me upload a document. Okay, they believe. Well, the military. Let me just post this document first because it explains. It's called the gateway process, right? They call it the gateway process, and it's like it's crazy. I think you can find this on you can YouTube this and it'll bring up a
sure?
link. It's also on archive.org. I'll
But
bring it up.
you would acknowledge that some things that come out of our science institutions really just kind of need to be left alone until they test with them more. Like, they come out as theories, they come back with evidence, but there are aspects that you might want to say, well, actually, I'm not ready to believe that as a fact of reality, and that actually I'm going to let you do your science a bit more before I come to it.
Well,
Bring me some more evidence first.
think I thoroughly know, right, that science and technology is basically modern day sorcery and witchcraft. I mean, I know that the knowledge that we think is science is just arbitrary. It's just so we can do our work. Well, so most of basic things that you need to do, right? You got if you're a carpenter, engineer, you're going to learn some real stuff, I guess. But when it comes down to stuff like chemistry and these things where calculations and numbers and you can't see stuff and physics breaks down the laws of physics, at a certain scale, all that stuff. They're saying that solids or physical matter is not there. There's nothing there. There's just these energies, these like electrons. Down at that world is just a lot of empty space. Well, there's the body out of body experience is what they're calling it. You know what I mean? The gateway process. I'll grab a YouTube link.
Well, to be clear, I want to ask a clarifying question. So you don't have anything against the applied sciences, right? Like engineers and chemists and the sort of thing. Like what the stuff that actually works. You don't think that's
Right.
sorcery?
No. I mean, God is the ultimate engineer, and it all matches up. Like the real stuff with what I read in the Bible. But it's just this other stuff. Like all these theories and I don't know what this new this new quantum thing is, but you know what I mean. Like when they start shifting into this whole
But
theoretical.
there
Yeah,
are
go ahead.
aspects of the world that we've discovered, right? And you could say that we've discovered aspects of God's creation, quote unquote. But there's aspects that we've discovered as a human race, as if we like identify ourselves as a one people. That we've discovered that we aren't inherently learnt through the scripture of the Bible. Like there's aspects towards like penicillin or like the idea that we have increased or favored ourselves by improving quote unquote aspects of human survival rates and living standards and so forth and so on.
Yeah, Bon, we're trying to ask you, you like clean water, right? Like modern sanitation, like that's not sorcery. I'm not talking about fluoride. I'm talking about distilled water or,
No, no, I'm
the
not talking about
filters.
that. Yeah, yeah. I'm
So,
not talking about that. I'm
so
talking
there
about
is
things like
applied science
atoms.
that's beneficial, right?
Pardon?
There are applied sciences that are beneficial, like sewage
Yes, of course.
systems.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
yeah.
yes, yes. Yeah. No, sorry, I'm not saying all science and technology is bunk. I'm saying that no, we are the ultimate tool, right? The ultimate resource for accomplishing work. So we have to learn, actual the way things work, science. Real science. If there's anything, I think science is you got to study the creation, and when you find out how it works, then it kind of brings you closer to the creator. You know what I mean? But they tell us other things about certain things about our reality, the nature of our reality. You know what I mean? Where we came from and where we're going, who we really are. It's like there's no science in any of this. You know what I mean? Starting with the globe, especially, or the atom, because the solar system, the atom, they're all the same models. You know what I mean?
I I would disagree. I think there's an aspect of science in terms of how to describe reality. I think it's a natural thing, but I don't inherently think that it is possible that or impossible that our science will lead us to fully comprehending the entirety of the universe, let alone where it all came from. I think there could be things that are just outside of our realm of ever being able to understand. And I guess I just don't. I'm not ready to trust that the creator of all things has at one point communicated with human beings to like a share of knowledge, and yeah, I perceive it as just a social construction of different humans during different points of history around the world, and I will criticize that institution that it's built for itself, without necessarily being, a hateful person or like a hate speech advocate or an advocation of violence. You can criticize the different parts without being considered, this and that.
Yeah. Well, the point I was trying to make was like it seems that the truth is being weaponized in a way, right? To to draw people to this new idea or way of looking at the world that we are gods, like not like a like an actual god, but the thing that we call consciousness, right, is like it's like a VR. It's like the brain is like a VR headset for the mind.
Mm-hmm.
It allows us to filter out all the other frequencies, and we can only see this reality that we call. We can interact with
Mm-hmm.
it. Like you do in a dream. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
and that's what I mean. It's like they're drawing people away from the old world or the old, the Pisces, the age of Pisces, right? Gods and superstition, right? All that stuff, and towards this is the real truth, right? And that's what I mean. It's like it feels like they're using this exposing of the lies, the truth movement, the awakening, the great to cause some kind of a shift in the way people see reality. Or
Yeah, they placate theories into fact because they can't see any other, alternative measure to explain the universe. And therefore, the facts that we derive from science oftentimes built off theories that aren't completely provable, or all the causes inside of the theory aren't completely manipulatable, or you know, we can't, sorry.
wanted to share that, so there are other people, so you guys can be thinking about it too, because I don't want to be, it's kind of lonely holding, thinking about stuff by myself. I just wanted to know what you guys thought about us participating unknowingly, like participating in the big scheme, the plan, to usher in this new idea or way of thinking.
Well, I don't think it's unnatural that people would compare the aspect of creating life to God, and therefore when they eventually build a self-learning machine that is quote unquote sentient, that people would make you know um, comments like that, or people would give themselves egotistical titles about what they bring to society and so forth, and then they encourage other people or influence other people, or manipulate other people to work inside their vision, inside their dream. I think a lot of people do that in the business sector when it comes to making money, and that the reality of the world is to make the most amount of money until the least amount of time. And so, yeah, it's I think that the end of AI is essentially helping us better understanding the most advanced biological machine in the world, which is our brain. And until we can recreate our own brains, will we, really be on that future focus? But I have Oh no, I feel bad when all we're talking about is electrical cars, and we're not talking about how we're going to develop the renewable sector to become the fuel for those electrical cars. Because everyone's like, woohoo, electrical cars, power stations, and stuff like that. But it's like, well, you're just building the thing that you're going to use the power on before you build your infrastructure that is currently already falling at the wayside when it comes to the power we need to produce.
Yeah, we put the cart before the horse because this whole electric grid isn't ready for everybody plugging into the grid at night for powering up their car. And I've seen pickup trucks that are completely 100% electric with a gasoline generator in the back of the truck plugged up to the car, so they're still running off of gasoline, and it's just kind of a reality kind of a reality check of where we're going to be in the future.
That's classic, man. It's like, hey, that's a good idea. I'm gonna try that.
And if you live so far away from home, and you don't ever leave the city, and you got everything you need, and you want to get like a Nissan Leaf, yeah, go ahead. But if you want to do any long distance driving, you better get like a Toyota Corolla or something.
Some solar panels, right?
Yeah,
and I think
crazy.
Also, kind of what it goes back to when I talk about when governments sell assets and remove themselves from the industry. We don't build our own power network. We fund and help subsidize and regulate to the best extent the market that does build it for themselves, and then charge our own people power. How many public funded power companies out there that can regulate price when you privatize everything eventually? Have you guys seen the American The Office, where Michael Scott is at the diner, and he's with the guy from the council talking about like baby back ribs, and he's like the scene, and he gets to the very end of like his drunken speech, and he says like, well, you know, as soon as you don't buy products from us, you know, we'll end up going out of business, and get our market share will be bought up by these bigger players, and though they will initially give you a low price, once we're out of business and the competition is gone, they'll jack up your prices, and then you'll be stuck with them, you know. And that's when he makes the deal.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounded funny. I don't watch a lot of
Apologize.
TV. It's all right. I don't watch a lot of TV, so. I think we're kind of at this spot where we're going to have to really attack people who are just in their emotions and refuse to look at logic. Like one time I was having an argument, and granted I'm not a pro-Trumper, right? Having an argument with a woman, and she was saying that she didn't care about the legitimate arguments against Trump. She just didn't like them. And she didn't want to know about the legitimate arguments. She just wanted to vote against them. And I was like, well, what about the actual like logic and the information? And she was like, look, I don't care about all that stuff. I just want to vote against them because I feel like I don't like them. And I was like, oh, that's why people argue against the 19th Amendment, which is women's suffrage, their right to vote. She didn't like that shit, right? And, you know, I get it, right? Women didn't have the right to vote, but it's like if you could come up with a better argument, like you don't like him because he's for red flag laws, or you don't like him for this, but just because you don't like him.
Well,
I mean,
I don't. It's not her fault that she doesn't like him, right? I think that's Trump's fault, but it is her fault for not looking at the other candidate. Like, well, do you like what's her face? Like, do you like Joe Biden? You know what I mean? And then give her some reasons why she shouldn't like Joe Biden, just like she has reasons not to like Trump, right?
I think you missed it,
Well, if
Bung.
she's voting for Biden,
I
I'd
didn't
probably
care.
want to confront her on what she's voting on Biden for.
What I'm saying is,
that's the thing, though, Bung. I didn't care that she wanted to vote for Biden. It's the fact
right.
that she couldn't come up with a reason why she didn't like Trump. She just didn't like him. So the only option was to
have
vote
a
for Biden.
reason. And just not like people. Like that's just you shouldn't vote if you know like you shouldn't vote.
Still vote. It's just you should be more encouraged or more engaged with, you know, the idea that your vote does matter. Because as soon as you portray your opinions about, oh well, I hate Trump, well, that's what you tell your kids. How they get that.
This was Plato's argument against democracy, right? You're gonna have people like this voting, and if you've got a majority of the majority of the voters are people like this, then what the fuck, you know? Then that's why he didn't like democracy. I think it was in the Republic or something. I forget.
Look, I know that we're not going to vote our way out of this one, and I'm not saying voting is the answer. It's just if you're going to make, you know, like everything based on feelings, then I can't look at you as nothing but an animal, because isn't that how animals base all their decisions? Like, I feel hungry, I'm going to eat. I feel like I got to poop, therefore I'm going to poop. Whereas we are mankind. Like, we're higher than the animal kingdom in the sense that we can utilize logic and other faculties to base our decisions and not just emotion, because it's a balance, right? You got to have both. Like, if I'm all logic and just a complete psychopath, then that's not good. Well, it's also not good if you're all emotion and just completely reject, you know, logic, and you're just like an emotional wreck. Like, what are those bipolar people? Like,
Right.
that's
Well,
not good either, right?
my thing was that that to show that person that she doesn't really have a choice, you know, like you're saying you don't like this shit sandwich, right? But now you're gonna go eat vomit soup, right? Like you don't, you know, I think that's what I was trying to say is that we should let them know that they don't really have a choice. You can just, you know what I mean? Not
I don't think
participate.
it's really a good way to engage with a person. I would never tell a person, even though I disagree with the way that they come to their views, but only engaging with their feelings. I'd never tell them to not vote or this person shouldn't vote, because inherently, principality, like they should,
I mean,
I would
I
encourage them
know,
to. It's just the further on knowledge collection that they would do top of voting,
but,
that
but
I'll
what I
have the
mean
criticization of.
was people have looked at Donald Trump as a shit sandwich, right? What I meant was just show her the vomit soup, right? And if she still has an appetite for it, then that's her problem. That's her fault.
That's very funny. You're basically saying the shiniest of two turds. And you got a really good point there, Bong, because in 2004, Bush was running against a guy named Kerry, I think, and they were both Skull and Bonesmen, so they went to the same fraternity in Yale. And it kind of reminds me of George Carlin. You don't need an official conspiracy theory. These people went to the same colleges. They went to the same fraternities. They have converging interests. Rich people are going to do what's good for them. And it's like, either way you vote in
And they're all
2004,
related.
you're still electing a bonesman.
And they're all freaking related. Even a 12-year-old could figure that out, right?
True. All the presidents are related.
A 12-year-old figured it out. I was like, I
Yeah,
knew it. Good
Bush,
job.
Brad Pitt, and Obama are 13th cousins.
Yeah. So who are you gonna vote for? This guy or his cousin? What?
And you know what? I hate to say it, but is there any evidence that this is not Obama's third term?
You mean like, sitting in the back, talking into the microphone, into your earpiece,
Yeah, it's
writing
that
your speech?
telephone game. Every time Biden opens his mouth, we think we're laughing at Biden, but we're really laughing at ourselves.
Hey,
They're all
I'm going to call it a night. Thanks for the conversation, guys. Really appreciate the invite, Hank. This space is brilliant, I think. This is an awesome spot. But,
Well, it's not going to be like this all the time. And if you ever come
it's all
across a guy named Quantum Eraser, just go on mute, bro.
Quantum Eraser. Okay. Is he like the Darth Dawkins kind?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay. Yep. All right. Understood. Take that
Hey.
with. I'll write that into my book now. Other than that, it's 11 p.m. Have a good night, guys.
Right.
I'll see you guys later.
Peace, bro. Thanks for coming.
Take it easy.
Yeah, and it's not like I want to take away women's rights to vote. So for anybody who heard that, I was trying to give her some smelling salts to kind of wake her up a little bit and make her realize that you can't just base everything off of like your emotions. And I get it. The emotions are important. It's like, the sentiment has a lot of value.
Hey, what about this? Only married men can vote, and they vote for their families, right? Like the wife can't vote, the kids can't vote, even if you're like 30 but you're not married. Your dad still votes for you. You know what I mean? What do you think of that? Is that crazy? I think that's cool.
Yeah, that's one solution. I think we should just fire all government officials. And the only people that can vote, they vote with their apps on their phone with their social security number, and they're military aged men. And if they vote for war, then they themselves have to be the one to go and fight the wars. How about that?
Yeah, yeah, that sounds all right too.
Because what do you need religion? The state is a religion. It's the belief that another man has a higher claim over your life, liberty, and property than you do. So that's a religion in and of itself.
Well, I don't think you can separate religion and state because, how we govern ourselves comes from our belief in God. Basically, every culture is like that. Their customs, the way they do things, right? It's only just now, with this satanic cabal thing going on, right?
Hmm. It is kind of weird that, we could have something so much better, but this is what we chose for ourselves.
Oh, it's
Adam.
Jesus.
Yeah, we could all be monarchists and Jesus is king.
Yeah, well, every man is the king of his castle, right? His family. So, and there's a king of kings. I mean, that makes sense. It's like a, like a yeah, it's a government, but yeah. And it's just not like any king, right? It's the creator king. So, that's got to be even better.
Hmm. Yeah, a secret method for spaced time. What is this? Bong, you posted that.
What?
CIA YouTube video.
Oh, yeah. Check it out, man. That goes with that document. The link to the archive.org link that I downloaded from is in the video description, or you could just Google it. But dude, have a read, man. Like, or you can watch that. I'm sorry, you can watch. That's a good video. Explains it, very well. But what I'm trying to say is like, quantum mechanics also is looking into this. You know, the East, and it's all Eastern mysticism, and NASA. So that's why I was like asking these questions. Like, is the truth movement really the truth movement? What is the awakening? And what is it? This great reset. I think something's coming. Of course, something's coming. And then AI. Then you got AI. You got Elon Musk. You got Elon Musk and the guys from the director from that movie I was talking about, The Sound of Freedom.
Mhm.
They know each other. I mean, these people are all working together.
Yeah, that
I mean,
movie
and
was
that
owned by Fox before it was bought by whoever owns it now.
yeah, it's not even that show. I'm like, man, this is weird. And then I looked it up. These people are all pushing an agenda. They're using truth. That's what I mean. It's like you're actually going to throw people under the bus and take people down. It's like, yep, got to do it, right? You need people to believe, right? Like, the beast in Revelation, how people were in awe of the beast, and they worshipped the beast. Right? Who can make war against the beast? Like, what caused people to do that? Uh, and the beast in Revelation is, it's a nation. So,
I think about how often I hear people like bow down to this and bow down to that. And earlier I was talking to some Catholics, and we were talking about authority and where it derives from, and who died and made you king. And I look at how quick people are to bow down to things, and I wonder how quick people would bow down to AI.
I don't like this Robert Greene guy. I mean, he wrote that book, 48 Laws of Power, but he just took it from Machiavelli's The Prince.
Yeah, I sent it to myself. I wasn't going to leave it there. I just made it real convenient for me to grab that, because when I clicked on your video, I saw this one that popped up, and I don't
Yeah.
like Robert Greene in the sense that what he says, I incorporate it to my heart and take it in. But it's like once you learn about logical fallacies, you know how the magic trick works, and they can't use it against you, right?
Yeah.
So it's
Yep.
kind of like a defensive thing to know about logical fallacies. You don't learn them because you want to use them. You learn them because you don't want it used against you. It's the same thing with Robert Greene's books. He's very in touch with his shadow when he writes these books.
His
And
what?
his dark side.
Oh, he's
So
he's well versed in the topic. That's what
yes,
I'd say. Yeah.
yes. So I
But
read
he's
his
not
books to learn.
because I don't think the shadow is what they say it is. I think it's sin, pretty much, and some other things that I don't think has anything to do with confidence or whatever they're trying to encourage us to get to know our shadows. The things that we don't want to accept about that what I mean.
Let me say this, Bong. So you, being a man of martial arts, you have a side that you are capable of showing another man or woman who wants to harm your children, but you don't show that side to your children, right?
Yeah,
So it'd be
of
fair
course.
to say that you have a side of you that your children
Mhm.
never see until someone tries to break into your house and cause your family harm, right?
I guess. I mean, they see aspects of it in your, what I mean, every day
Yeah,
when
but
they
you
see
reserve a
you.
lethal amount of violence that your children never get to see that side of you, but you're capable of extreme violence, right?
Well, yeah, but that's from practice and training, right? Like if I didn't practice and train, I wouldn't, have those abilities. So I think everyone is capable of having these abilities if they also you know what I mean, like anyone that practices and trains can have these, and the skill brings confidence and a deep understanding of yourself and the world around you, all these things, and an appreciation for life, you know what I mean, and I think, yeah, it has a transforming effect on your mind.
Let me put it to you
100%.
Let me put it to you like this. I almost got attacked by a dog today in real life. I
Mm.
was outside in the person's yard, had just dropped off the food, and was going back to my car. All of a sudden, I hear a dog quickly approaching me from behind. So, what do? I don't want to spray the dog because the dog is just being territorial. So, I yelled at the top of my lungs, right? Like Shrek to the roar. And, I never do that to my children, right? They never see that side of me because I never, ever yell at my children like that. I
Yeah,
only reserve that side of me for the world, right?
yeah, yeah.
I kind of think that's what Robert Greene is teaching in his books is how to handle the world and all the dark shit that they're going to throw at you.
I don't think. Well, that's why I don't, because I don't like that he doesn't, because Nietzsche talks about it, right? I think that's where the idea was first came out, and Jordan Peterson also talks about it a lot. All these psychologists talk about it, the shadow. You know what I mean? The dark side that we don't want people to know about. I don't think that has anything to do with me having to be violent, to protect, to do something, right? I don't think the shadow would actually um um be bad for me in those kinds of situations. Like, well, I don't even know how to identify this thing called shadow. But you know what I mean? Like what they say it is, I disagree with.
Well, I just know that I'm capable of extreme violence, and the yell was the most kind that I could be to that dog. I could not have been any kinder than to make that horrible noise that scared the fuck out of that kid.
Don't leave us hanging. What happened?
What's
Dog.
that? Yeah, I almost
Dog's
got.
reaction.
Oh, yeah, it stopped. Yeah, it just kind of changed its little attitude that it was getting. But I thought I
It's
was
like
going to. I thought I was going to kick it and then spray it. I really did think I was going to hurt that dog.
the dog got confused. The dog was like, "Well, that's different.
Yeah.
I don't know how to process this."
I don't know anybody that can be as loud as me. I don't. I can get really, really loud.
Yeah, he's probably like, yeah, that guy's different. He's built different.
But yeah, as soon as I heard it approaching me, I turned around and dropped down like 3 feet and looked it right in the eyes. And as it kept approaching me, I was like, oh, he ain't playing. Like at first I was thinking I'm going to kick it. And I was like, no, man, I don't want to hurt the dog. Because I don't want to get in trouble at work, right? I'm supposed to like have like a flawless execution without any problems or issues. So I'm thinking I don't want to kick it. I don't want to shoot it. I don't want to spray it. So I just yelled at it. But the next thing I was going to try is kick and spray. Kick and spray.
No rocks around the area you can pick up and
Oh, there was lots of rocks, but I didn't want to cave it in, bro. I just wanted it to leave me alone.
Yeah. Back home, like just you reaching for a rock stops the dog. The dog will like stop immediately, turn back, like whoa.
Really?
Yeah, just reaching down, right? It stops the dog. Yeah, because they're so used to people chucking rocks at them.
I didn't think about the rocks.
Yeah, they're trained to dodge or run. I almost think the opposite of the shadow, though. I think things like say like when like training in martial arts. I think or Conor McGregor. You know how Conor McGregor's success and now he's kind of like weird. I think it reveals the real you. You know what I mean? Like whenever you achieve or leveled up, skill or in life, no matter what success, it reveals more and more of the real you. You know what I mean? So, especially money, when financial success comes into a person's life, it starts to reveal that who they really are inside. Like this is who you really always were. You just didn't have the means to be you. You know what I mean? You didn't have, you were too scared, because you didn't develop the ability to be confident, by doing this or that. You know what I mean? Like,
It's really difficult, because what are you supposed to do? What's the right thing? Like, if you show your dark side and you commit an act of violence, it can only be the only answer. Like, if I would have yelled at the dog and it would have kept coming at me, I would have had to have chosen violence, right?
I think animals, are different from us. Animals recognize violence instantly. You know what I mean? Or fear, or what I mean. They read body language better than people. So I think when it comes to animals, we can manipulate, we can deceive them, we can make them think that we're more dangerous than we really are. You know what I mean? Versus the animal, like if the animal was to actually attack, you know what I mean, and not and not call your bluff, like how would that look? Because look, dogs, they're tough, dude. Like I would, I don't understand street dogs. I'll cave it, I'll cave its head in, before I let it get, close enough. Especially dogs that are bred for fighting. You know what I mean? Like, damn, those are scary.
Yeah, like pit bulls, they do not have
Oh,
fear like other dogs.
yeah. Staffies, like anything with muscle.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you can't. They're just like so tough, and they're determined. That's the scary part. Is that the heart of an animal when it's, what I mean, attacking. It's not afraid. Like it's confident. It goes.
Right.
Yeah.
Think about how bad that could have went, because I was armed. I had pepper spray. I could kick a field goal like you wouldn't believe. I mean, that could have went really bad. I could have sprayed the dog and it could have got on the kid. The
Oh,
guy could
you're
have
big.
came out and been pissed off at
Yeah.
me for spraying the dog and shot me. I mean, that could have went like wrong several different ways.
Look, I could have kicked the field goal, lady. All right, just chill out. Because the next thing was the poop. Oh, you're pretty big though, so I think you could probably handle medium-sized dogs, right?
Oh yeah, hammer fist, eye
Yeah.
gouging. I know all the dirty tricks.
Yeah, grab and throw. Pick up and slam.
Yeah, I definitely didn't want to hurt the dog because I didn't feel like he was doing anything wrong. He was just being territorial. But at the same time, I wasn't trying to get bitten either. But if he would have kept coming, I would have hurt him, like for sure.
Oh yeah, you have to respond the way an alpha dog, like a superior dog would respond, like,
Right.
"Oh, this is my territory." When, it'd be like, oh, okay, All right, so John, so it submits to you.
That's funny. I really wish I were in the Iron Republic right now. Is that for me, Adam, the Higgs boson?
Yeah, it's for us. Long live flat Earth.
That's funny. But man, that could have went so sideways fast. I went back to work and I told everybody, like, hey, I almost got attacked by a dog just now. They were like, oh yeah, what happened? I said, well, I don't have qualified immunity, so I didn't execute him on the spot.
I got attacked by a neighbor's old dog, right? He was just protecting his neighbor. I was trying to wake him up. Like, hey,
Yeah.
bro, get up, get. And he came over and like, bah, and he jumped at me. And my training jumped in. I just slapped it, and it went flying like, and I yelled at it as I slapped it and woke everybody up. It's like, I felt sorry for it because it was old, it was like a reflex.
Whoops.
I was like, whoa, oh, sorry, buddy. Dog looked at me like, that hurt, you hit me hard. Sorry, Grandpa. I wasn't trying to hurt him.
I heard something else interesting today. We don't rise to the occasion. We fall back on our training.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, that's profound.
Yeah. It's true. And that's why we train, because, until you get used to the moment, being in the moment, your muscle memory kicks in, the training, all that, doing it over, the drills.
So I can't double tap when I shoot my pistol. Some people can go pop, pop. Like I can't do that accurately. It's going to land in the gut somewhere.
Yeah, you shouldn't. I mean, I don't like it. I think it's a bad idea. I think just that little, bit of time you need to, I think that's better because you save more bullets. Yeah, more accurate. Ow,
Mm-hmm.
ow. I mean, it's a sure shot. Like chest, head, chest.
Yeah, I see some people that can do that double tap thing, and I can't do it. I have to take my time and realign my sights. Equal height, equal distance.
But why? I mean, think about it, right? Tap, tap. Unless you're perfectly accurate, like you just, you know what I mean? You're just messing up your accuracy. You're just wasting a bullet.
I think my speed, where I keep the accuracy, is like pop, pop. That's about as quick as I can do it, because I like to get like perfect precision. Like I aim for the button on the shirt type thing. Like I take my accuracy really seriously. And we're talking about pistol, because I don't train with the rifle very often. So I just train with a pistol from now. Last time I went to the range, I was trying that double tap thing, and I was like, nah, I'm not doing any gut shots. I'm not doing that. Because it hit the target, it's just nowhere near where I was trying to hit it.
Yeah,
Like, I'll just
I read.
slow down, do it slow.
Yeah, I read. I was reading. Wyatt Earp. I was reading about. He was saying he was. He an interview, and they asked him, about, all the shooting, the drawing, and what he said was, not to get fancy. What he noticed, what he said throughout his career, while he's still alive, is that the guys that die are the guys that usually try to get fancy with the with the tool instead of just being as accurate as just doing everything properly, and taking your time squeezing the trigger. That's what he said. Because So and, back in the days, weapons weren't as accurate and as precise and as good as it is today. But I think that's something that's is always going to be true. Because speed comes with you know slow, accurate practice. You know what I mean? Then speed just naturally is there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it takes time to get the speed. When a cop on a motorcycle gives you a ticket for no seatbelt, you realize it's not about safety. Damn.
Yeah, they should make seatbelts for motorcycles.
I don't know, man. I don't want to be attached to my bike if I go down.
No,
I
just
want
so drivers
to
don't
get away from it.
for police for police officers, so they don't get stupid questions like that. Like,
Officer safety.
what what about you, officer? Were you wearing your seatbelt? Yes. Just show 'em. Actually, I was. We have seatbelts on our bikes now.
I can just imagine the blue line belt buckle motorcycle safety harness.
Idiocracy, man. Have you seen Brave New World, the movie, the old one, or anyone?
What's Brave New World? I have to look it up. I don't know.
Mm. Yeah, man. I think that's where we're going. Brave New World. And what about 1984? Do you know that one?
Oh yeah, I know the book. I haven't watched the movie.
Yeah, yeah. So if 1984 is control through fear, right? Then Brave New World is control through pleasure, right?
Hmm.
Mm. Well, 1984 is hiding the information, right? Brave New World is overwhelm people with information that you can't really find the information because so much. You're too busy having fun. You know what I mean? Pleasure to notice the information.
Aldous Huxley. I've heard of this before, but I don't think I've ever read it.
It's interesting, man. It feels like that's where they want to take it. This new age of Aquarius that the Alice Bailey talks about in her book, and all these occultists talk about the age of Aquarius versus the age of Pisces, the fish god.
Alice Bailey was the one who did the Lucius Trust or something like that.
Yep. Yep.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Alice Ann Bailey, 1880 to 1940.
She picked up where Helena Blavatsky left off.
Hmm. Covering such topics as how spirituality relates to the solar system, meditation, healing, spiritual psychology, destiny of nations.
It's crazy, man.
Ethically. She seems like a weirdo.
Dude, it's like all these dots connect. They're all starting to come together. Eastern mysticism, quantum mechanics, like aka science, religion, aka God. It's like bringing all the religions together. The Holy Spirit is the same as this and that religion, or the same as that in this religion. Combining them all, and to the idea that we are, we're the gods. experiencing, or this something like you're a god that's experiencing yourself in this
Yeah, it's
virtual in
weird.
this, yeah. Yeah, I know. I was like, what? Sounds gay.
So I've heard it said that either you know God or you think you are a God.
Yeah, it's that saying "know thyself" is also what it means, right? When you go on this this out of body experience, this gateway process, right? You get to see everything. It's almost like that DMT experience. When they explain it, I'm like, this is like the DMT. This is like the psychedelics from the '70s. This is yeah,
I only got a
CIA.
little taste of that stuff, and I had
Yeah,
such a profound experience. I didn't even have a blast off magical experience. I just
you
had,
have to take more. You have to take more and more
yeah.
and more, and when you get there, you'll know. Well, that's what the research. That's what the people that um yeah, that's what I found on the internet.
So when I did the DMT, you know what I came out of there realizing? Two things. That the world that we perceive with our eyes is not the extent of the world that lies beyond the layers, the veils. So I learned that. The layers is what I called it at the time. The second thing
Yeah.
I learned, and this is when I was starting to come down off the peak, is that the stars and I were connected, and I experienced a oneness. And before that time, anytime I'd ever thought about the stars, I thought quintillions of millions of miles away, and they were so far away from me that as if they didn't really exist. And then after that, I had this idea of like almost like it was a part of the earth. And this was way before flat earth.
Yeah, yeah, isn't it? Well, it is a part of life, right? Without the stars, I mean, it kind of sounds like the zodiac, right? Your what do they call it? Oh, what's your sign? You know what I mean?
Right,
Because
right.
the stars were aligned a certain way that that time you came out, or when you were conceived to the time you came out of the womb. So of course, you know, it's a special moment. It's you know what I mean? It makes you unique.
Yeah, I never really got into all that. Um, it's not called cosmology. What's it called? That
Well,
the sign stuff. I never got into all that stuff.
the zodiac. Yeah, the
Zodiac
zodiac.
thing. Yeah. I
Yeah.
have read it a few times,
Yeah,
and
no, yeah,
it's hit or
it's
miss.
yeah, it's witchcraft. Yeah, I wouldn't mess with it. It's useless.
So
Requires belief and all this other stuff. It's like a curse anyway. It's like
all I did was I read about the Virgo and the triple Virgo. That's all I did.
yeah, it's not even real. Like you can lie to somebody what your sign is, and then they'll think, oh look, oh we're such a match, and then you're like, oh that's not really my sign. It's like what? Astrology. That's what it is. Astrology.
Yeah, astrology. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, now they call it astronomy. You know what I mean? That's the funny thing about it is astronomy is modern astrology.
Now I'm confused.
Well, what look, we're the globe Earth.
Astrology.
Yeah. The the idea of space. Because that's what we're talking about, right? Going out, out of your body, right? You're going somewhere else that's not in this world. I always saw dreams like that. That's how I knew that because where do we go when we're sleeping, right? Like, and in our dreams, it's like we're living in a virtual reality. You can touch things, feel things, and hear things, interact.
You know what I think? You really want to know because you asked the question. What's going
Yep.
on when we dream? Our body has to go through periods of resting and digesting and recharging and growing new cells and basically regenerating, right? And while it's doing that, our spirit or our real true self, our light being, our spirit being, it gets bored because it's just sitting there for 8 hours over and over and over again. So the creator built in this mechanism to give us like a sandbox world where we can experience things to keep, what they call the monkey mind busy. Because anybody who ever pays attention to their thoughts, the monkey's always like, give me this or give me that. I want this and let me do that. And what's that over there? And look at Kitty. And while you're sleeping, your mind gets to play with all these things in a sandbox setting where it gets to have all these experiences, but it can't really hurt yourself or anyone else. It just gets to kind of keep itself occupied. And it's only important if you come across like a realization or you discover something in your dreams that it needs to come to the surface to the conscious part of the mind. So other than those two things, keeping it busy and retrieving information, that's why I think we dream.
Well, okay, so they say the left side of the head. There's two hemispheres. There's the left side and the right side, and they say the left side is your conscious, the right side is your subconscious, right? So everything has to go through the conscious first. Us. We're awake when we're awake. So I think when we're asleep, that consciousness is not there, right? Because you're not. You're literally not there. You know what I mean? Like in your body, right? So that conscious. So
Right, you're
I
somewhere
mean,
else.
you're somewhere else. That's what I'm saying. Is like, where are you if you're not there? Are you are you still in your body? Wait, are you? Were you ever in your body? Like, are you saying your mind is in your brain? And
No,
and that's what I.
the mind's not in the brain.
Right. And that's what I think these guys, I mean, that's what they say they're trying to do, quantum mechanics slash this gateway process, right? Is the process they use this frequency to synchronize two sides of the brain. I don't know if that's what happens when you go to sleep, but if you're going to another world, then I'm gonna guess that it's the same process, when you go into like deep sleep and you start dreaming. I think they may have, figured out how to simulate using some kind of sound.
It's funny you say that because I've been sleeping to hours-long videos of bees. That vibration, the Schumann
Yep.
resonance.
Like binaural signals or something like that.
No, not that. Just bees in a hive. That's what I've been sleeping to.
Oh! It's like white noise. Yep.
Yeah. And I don't know. I haven't really been doing it long enough to come up with any reports. I've just been
Yeah.
trying it because I heard about that frequency. Let me see if I can
So
find.
where I grew up in Manua, every night. I mean, in Samoa, every night, you hear the waves. Because we live right next to the beach. Like, I don't know, like 50 yards from the beach, and it's like. It's got that white noise splash. You try looking up, videos, of crashing waves. That might
Oh,
be
I know.
awesome.
I've done a lot of those. Yeah, I've done the rainforest. I've done New York City.
Waterfalls.
Yeah, I've tried a
Mm.
bunch of them actually. But recently I've been doing the bees because it's a natural setting rather than like New York City.
The bees. I don't know, man. The bees kind of. I think that's a bit. Because I heard demons, these. The presence of them has also like a buzzing sound to it or something like that. I'm not saying it's gonna attract any bad stuff, but your brain might.
I think it's 528 hertz. Look, it's supposed to be a healing frequency. Let me look it up. Um, that doesn't tell me much. Yeah, you're probably not going to like any of this stuff.
What is it?
So it talks about these different frequencies, the Solfago frequencies. 396, liberating guilt and fear. 417, undoing situations and facilitating change. 528, transformation and miracles, love frequency. 639, connecting in relationships. 741, expression solution. 852, returning to spiritual order. The role of 528 hertz is DNA repair. One of the most fascinating aspects of 528 is the potential to repair DNA. Studies have shown that the frequency can stimulate the production of a protein called nitric oxide, which is essential for repairing DNA. This could have far-reaching implications in the treatment of disease caused by genetic mutations.
Are these like sine waves, like these frequencies, or are these like because because sounds aren't made of like one frequency. There's a fundamental, there's a frequency that's going to be some frequencies that are going to be loud depending on the sound. But when they say 326, or you know what I mean, like it's not a sine wave because I don't think there are natural sounds in the world like that. You know what I mean?
Well, that's 528 is the frequency that bees buzz at.
Not real. I mean, no. 528. You know what the 528 freaking hertz sounds like? It sounds like that boxy sound. Like that almost like a honky boxy sound. That's 528.
I
Like in
thought you were a music guy. You're a music guy, right?
yeah, yeah. Yeah, the telephone, that's 1,000 hertz. The telephone. Right, that's 8,000 hertz. 7, 8, well, yeah, 7, 8,000 hertz. The air, that's like 12, 15,000 hertz, and it goes up to, and 20,000 is the limit. You know what I mean? If you're an older person, you might not be able to hear 15,000 hertz. You know what I mean? So that's what I mean. Like when they say, like this frequency is for this, I'm like, first, like, what kind of sound wave? What kind of sound are we talking about? When we're talking about a sine wave because 528 hertz is not really explaining the sound of bees. You know what I mean?
Well, that's just what I was looking into. That's what I've been researching, the different frequencies and how the higher frequencies can shatter cancer cells and stuff like that. And of course, it's not medical advice, and I'm not claiming that's what it does. Of course,
Yeah.
contact your doctor and ask them if pharmaceutical, chemical-based medicine to treat symptoms instead of causes is right for you. But yeah, I think that I'm gonna do a little research into this, and I don't think it's gonna hurt me any because I put frequencies in my head every day, all day long. Like honestly, when are we ever in silence in this modern age? When do we ever sit still and
Exactly.
listen?
Yeah. Nature abhors a vacuum, right?
Yeah, even if you go in the forest, there's still the wind in the trees and the creepy
Oh,
crawly things.
where I think it might be really, really silent. The Mariana Trench. Dun dun
Ooh.
dun.
Yeah, because you're down there where if there is sound waves, it's not likely to reach you
It's
down
probably
there.
slow.
Or what if you could hear everything down there? Everything that's going on, because it's more dense.
Well, I
Is
think
it
we'd
more
be
dense?
dead.
Yeah, it'd be
I
pretty
think
silent down there.
we would be dead before we hear anything.
True, true. Yeah.
It's like instant, like, oh, like, well, that's why that's what the science says.
I used to think that's where the impact that caused the moon happened. I used to think that was like the the biggest scar on the surface of that globe. I used to think the Grand Canyon was another one too. And I used to think the pyramids was man's way of balancing the precession of the equinox wobble of the globe. I had a bunch of stupid theories.
Hey, Hank.
Huh.
It's nice talking to you again, man.
Yeah, you too, bro. It's good to see you. Hope we get to see you soon.
Yeah. I always jump on when it's cracking. So I'll catch you tomorrow. I'm baby's up.
All right,
No, I
peace.
got it. Yeah, take it easy, brother. It's
Enjoy
good
your time
talking.
with your children. Take care.
You too, bro. Take it easy.
science, not being reified, the method thereof when applied, is also dealing with. Cause and effect relationships in our physical and natural world, naturally observed phenomena. And that powerful tool of empiricism has been used against us to claim we're on a ball when they say science says, or my paper, my peer review, my man in white coat. And none of those things are science. What is science if A, then B, or if A, not B, actualized by varying A to see if it caused B? That's a scientific prediction and experiment in one breath. It's very basic. That's why we're using boiling water, because everybody knows you have to apply heat as the cause. Proven when you apply it and water boils.
Using the boiled off steam rather than the boiling water itself seemed to eliminate most of the intractable variations in the temperature. Interesting that, isn't it? But when we take it away from the vessel with the variations in and just go to the point of just pure water, just the water vapor, all of those variations disappear. So I'll just read the final quote from them. The heat of the steam therefore appears to be not sensibly different in different parts of the same pot. Neither does there appear to be any sensible difference in its heat, whether the water boils fast or slow, whether there be a greater or less depth of water in the pot, or whether there be a greater or less distance between the surface of the water and the top of the pot. So that the height of the thermometer tried in steam in vessels properly closed seems to be scarcely sensibly affected by the different manner of trying the experiment. The recommendation to use steam came most strongly from Cavendish, who had already made the same proposal in his review of the instrument used to the Royal Society. I'll leave it at that.
Wow. Fascinating. So,
go on, Owen.
Yeah, it is a complicated thing, right? To me, what I learned at a very young age is that the evaporation due to heat of water actually starts before 100 degrees, I think around like somewhere in the 80s. And the thing is, though, that what I learned is that even if you then introduce more heat, all that happens is just that the like more than 100 degrees, the water will just evaporate quicker, but effectively it will stay around 100 degrees.
Okay.
Right? But this is interesting about the steam.
It's called the latent heat of vaporization, and you will get water. So water molecules will share that latent heat with each other, which is why even at room temperature, water will evaporate off. Okay. When you boil
Very slowly.
However,
yeah,
the assertion of methodology dumbed down with an explanation of water boiling as a phenomena isn't the question. What point in temperature does water boil? The question is what causes water to boil? That's the question. So while we are using a dumbed down explanation to simplify the methodology that establishes in the hypothesis, if A, the cause that you assume will cause your effect you are studying, then B, the effect you are studying, and the contrapositive, which is if A, your presumed cause of the thing you are studying, then not B, not the effect induced by you varying your presumed cause. That's a hypothesis. If A, then B, and if A, not B. Now this is what the philosophers of science came up with to form empiricism upon variation of A. In this case, heat. So we established that with the application of our presumed cause of the effect we are studying, the effect being water boiling, not what temperature water boils at, why does it boil? Well, in the hypothesis, you have a presumed cause of that effect. That's an independent variable, A, in my example and logic. A is heat. If A, that's if heat, then B, that's water boiling, is your alternative scientific prediction, otherwise known as a hypothesis, which also has alongside it the contrapositive known as a null. If A, my presumed cause of the effect we are studying, that's heat, then not B, not water boiling. Now, upon variation of A, that's application of heat to water, then you will either cause water to boil, in which case you have validated your alternative hypothesis. You have proven it, or you apply heat if A, and water does not boil. So, the only things we need to know is how much heat. Well, you can give that in a control sense, because everything that's not being varied, that's heat. Not trying to ascertain what temperature. The arbitrary mathematical scale we assign isn't what we're concerned with. It's the cause. The cause,
I think it's
is what we're trying to establish. That's all we're trying to get across to Jaron, Globebusters, Bob specifically, who I've done this many years ago, and I'm having to repeat myself now. All we're interested in, the cause of the effect, and the effect is boiling water. Not what temperature. That's it.
Just before you go, John, in all of this paper, that established scientific fact is a given and implicit in what they do and test here within all of these things. And none of the things that they're testing do they try to make water boil without the use of heat. In every instance, it's given and accepted that to make the water boil, we're going to need to add heat. What they're investigating here is some of the oddities. As I've described, a lot of the oddities are coming out of the apparatus, as opposed to how to do it accurately, which is to take your measurement away from the apparatus at the same phase point. So just to reiterate, the fact that the reason water boils is you're adding heat is a given and implicit in all of the understanding of this document. I'm done, John.
And it's used because it's implicit. That's why it was used by me and originally by Quantum Eraser as the example. Everybody understands implicitly that the application of the causal influencer is heat. You must apply that cause to get the effect. So you can simplify that into cause, heat, effect, water boiling. Contrapositive null, hypothesis being heat, if applied, won't cause water to boil. And only one of those two things can and will be demonstrated as proven, true, fact at the end of the process. You apply heat and it can only do one or the other of those two things. It can either cause it to boil, in which case you've established a cause and effect relationship. If heat, then water boiling, in the most dumbed down way we can explain science to people. Or, if heat applied, water won't boil. And that is so dumbed down so that you can understand that at the end of that process, something's getting proven. Because that's what the scientific method offers. Proof. In either instance, you're gonna prove one or the other. Either the water will boil when you apply heat, or it won't boil when you apply heat. Once you establish that you apply heat and it boils, you know that the causal influencer is heat. Now, if you remove that causal influencer and start fiddling with bowls, the water won't boil. Because a scientifically proven fact is that water needs heat applied for it to boil in nature. For all of you clowns that want to tell me about the pressure differential, you show me where some sort of pressure difference is causing water to boil in nature. Because that's exclusively what science is interested in. The naturally observed phenomena that we experience in our physical world, that's exclusively what we're interested in here at Flat Earth Debate. The natural world. Because that's what we've been lied to about. And you know what? Science is exclusively interested in just that. So that's my interest. I'm only interested in the physical and natural world, and that's all that science, not being reified, the method thereof, when applied, is also dealing with. Cause and effect relationships in our physical and natural world, naturally observed phenomena. And that powerful tool of empiricism has been used against us to claim we're on a ball when they say science says, or my paper, my peer review, my man in white coat. And none of those things are science. What is science if A, then B, or if A, not B, actualized by varying A to see if it caused B? That's a scientific prediction and experiment in one breath. It's very basic. That's why we're using boiling water, because everybody knows you have to apply heat as the cause. Proven when you apply it and water boils. Disproving the null that application of heat doesn't cause water to boil. One or other's going to be proven, and is when you apply heat to water. So what do we get from the clown shows that have used the same exact magic trick on you, the flat earthers watching? Well, what do we get? We get science doesn't prove anything. Yeah, it bloody does. What? We're going to talk about the temperature of where water boils, if and only if heat's applied. Because that's how it's boiling in nature if you're studying it. And that's what we're interested in, nature, our world. That's what we do here. We don't go around punting New Age crap about stuff we can't prove that's non-manifest. That's not our bag. That's the bag of clown shows. We're not that. Anybody got anything else to add?
Yeah, the thing is Jaron introduced the red herring to the point, but you went back to the point just then, and you're not wrong to do. But the red herring itself, as Adam shown, is incorrect, because as he went through all the variations, what the definition of boiling is vapor pressure. It's dealing with the phase change. And that phase change to a vapor pressure is exclusively measured at 100 degrees Celsius.
started, he was on the scene, and he's one of the best comics I've ever met in my life. He is actually the WikiLeaks of NASA. Okay, and he's absolute big hand to math boiling.
It's a real show, it's an absurd show. A lot of people don't know this about me. I light a cigarette. I smoke. Did I talk to you?
Good point.
So Steve Jobs is dead. Steve Jobs is dead. He looks pretty active, healthy, robust, charismatic. And Stephen Hawking is still alive. I guess it pays to keep your mouth shut and do what you're told. That's amazing, eh? Smartest man alive. Holds all the answers about our universe and outer space and how it works. And he's also the least likely to go up in a rocket to check out his theories. When you hear Stephen Hawking talk, I mean, it's a robot voice. That's amazing. Back in 1980, he developed artificial intelligence just for one guy to push NASA. Artificial intelligence that could tap into his fucking brain as he wants, or is gone too, and read his thoughts so he could talk through a robo-filter.
The question of whether God is bound by the laws of science is a bit like your question.
You think that they would have fucking maybe installed online translator? Because if they said that was the smartest man in the universe, I don't know if everybody would believe him. So who's the real voice? There's Matt Boylan, a.k.a. Matthew Leonard Boylan, a.k.a. Dragonfly Supervisor, Agent M2 ZX10, Graphics Operational Manager for NASA. Been a comedian for about 20 years. It's been a front. I'm a high-realist painter, photorealist painter. Worked for NASA on and off doing freelance graphics for about 20 years now. And the quark in the second atom of the quasar in the black hole. NASA. As you can see, we got a nice red serpent tongue coming through there. NASA. And there's the UN flag. Also the symbol of the flat earth. Oh, of course, if I say flat earth, I gotta be an idiot, right? That's what they told you, right? It's a ball. There's no Antarctica in this. It's a bird's eye over the North Pole. Right in your fucking face. You know, there's gonna be some comedians making jokes tonight, but I want to talk about the joke that's on you. There's 5 UN Security Council members. You know how you become a UN Security Council member? You get the bomb. And they're all seated across from each other on the UN Security Council, deciding for every other fucking nation in the UN what to do. Like reservoir dogs pointing fucking guns at each other's head, securing the world. UN Security Council. What are they securing? Freedom, democracy, human rights, democracy. That's funny. So there's like 360 members of the UN or whatever. But only 5 countries decide what goes on for the world. Some democracy. Line number 1. That's what it takes to be a member. Have a bomb, nuke the planet, go up and take a look at what it really looks like. Outer space. There it is. There's your world. You know when they took that? 1969. First lunar mission to the moon. You know, the first lunar mission to the moon wasn't so much about going to the moon. It was about having an event so you can go high enough to take a picture after 500 years to prove it was a ball. They went to the moon before they crossed the Antarctic. The 2 most watched televised events in history: the moon landing and the towers falling. Up, down. Oh, there they are. Moon landing, 8:17 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 1969. Isaac Newton, 1666. 6669966. Most people saw the lunar landing and they swear on it because they heard it on the radio. CBS put up screens all over in Central Park, along with NBC, you know, so they could work with groupthink dynamics. Reality is reinforced by group dynamics, witnessing an event. Now, is it really them halfway to the moon? Or they just turned out the lights in the cabin and pressed the camera up against a round window? Don't forget your flag of the world has no Antarctica and it's flat. But of course, to entertain that notion, you have to be an idiot. Right? Like they told you, Simon says. Well, I'm going to run you guys through a perception test to see if this crowd could discern between an image that's a painting by applause or a photo of reality. So by applause, how many people think this is a painting? By applause, how many people think this is a photo? It's a photo of a painting, but that's not the fucking argument. Next. It's a painting. Photo or painting? By applause, photo. By applause, painting. It's a painting by the artist photorealist Cesar Santander. Photo or painting? Painting. That's the photo. How do I know? I did it. Applause. Painting or photo? By applause, photo. By applause, painting. That's a photo that looks like a painting. Photo or painting? Painting. I did it. Pause. Photo or painting? Photo? By applause? applause, painting. You're just fucking crap shooting in the casino now, aren't you? Painting, Richard Estes. Photo or painting? By applause, photo. That's a photo. Next. And that's my painting of the photo. Photo or painting? Photo? It's a photo. Pause. Photo or painting?
Painting.
The painting, I did it. I fucking did it. I own the copyright on all this shit. Pause. That's why I can monetize on YouTube. By the way, I own the NASA channel on YouTube. I swear to God. That's an official photo from NASA. By applause, how many people think that's a photo? By applause, how many people think this is bullshit? This is Ololapia, distant moon of Mercury. This is Ololapia without the shading from Adobe Photoshop. Good look at it. And this is the little section from an ice inlet in the Antarctic that I cut out, and I just cropped the fucking black circle out of construction paper and made a planet out of it. Oh, this is Pupapipia. This is a distant planet of Venus. As you can see here, you can see all the crater textures on my shirt. We can fucking make you think of anything. Oh, this is amazing. These are supernovas. They never caught this many suns colliding and actually exploding at the same time by Hubble telescope. And actually I have a close-up of this. Amazing. This is actually the most distant shot they have of our galaxy. Here's a close-up. They came up with a new term for this, collisionary supernovas, because suns were actually meeting and exploding at the same time. In a Christmas tree. This guy's pretty smart right there. This is Mars. This is the surface of Mars. Yeah. Very sandy. The surface of Mars without the black background. And there you go. It's just a desert. Oh, this is sunrise on Star Trek. So it's a Hollywood image that looks real. Now, photo or painting? 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 How the fuck would you know? This is actual NASA. Here, pause. You see this cloud formation there? You see Africa? Do you see the shadow line on the top of Africa? Next image. They fucking reversed it. Our boys at NASA, they took the same image, they just flipped it. Get it? They flipped it, and they call it two different images. I'm not making this shit up. Well, people are going to go, well, here's some footage of the Earth rotating, liar. So you got you can't see it very well here with the light here, but you got South America turning here. But what's interesting here is has this image been doctored by applause? Yes or no? Has it been doctored? Yeah, it's been sped up because South America at this speed is going to be around in 5 minutes. But what's interesting is the clouds are not morphing. Oh, it's spinning, but But the artists are too lazy to show how fast the clouds will be morphing at that speed. Check it out. See that cluster of clouds? It's not fucking changing. And that's a real shot of the Earth spinning. But the clouds aren't changing. People go to me, what are you on? What did you fucking smoke? What drugs did you take? What drugs did the planet take? Because you're never gonna fucking know. If it's a fucking ball. So if I want to hide how much real estate there really is, I'll tell you this amount. You're never gonna go to the South Pole to check out my theory. I rest my case. Enjoy the last hollandaise sauce. I'm Matt Gordon.
Okay, pause. We're all looking at the screen now. They fucking hear everything through the light bulbs, eh, by the way? Conspiracy theory, eh? I could do that. I could use a nanobio fucking camera filament and put it in light bulbs and film it. I could do that. If I could think it. You better hope nobody's got the budget. All right, so here you go. What is this? This is the picture of the Earth. I like the first video. That was very great. The video just before there, it's like, what was that about, that video? Was it? That was about brainwashing. How do you brainwash? Well, you repeat it. You repeat the same thing over and over again. You know, if somebody's resisting the concept, if you keep fucking repeating it, after 6 times, they'll incorporate it in their brain. They may not agree with it, but repeat it another 1,000 times, they'll start saying it. I could start a campaign called Refuting for like fucking $4 billion this week. And in like 24 hours through Twitter, everybody could be walking around going Refuting. Okay, so here's the picture of the Earth from space. There it is. Since you were a kid, you've seen this image. But you've never seen it from that point of view. You've never seen that with your eyes from that scale of a model, that point of view, from outside of the planet's surface. But your brain has three-dimensionalized, oh yeah, that's the Earth. How? Through repetition. Next image. How do we get to this point of the image? This is fucking funny. I think this is funny. Next image. Well, here's the first image that sold the whole thing. As you can see, that's clearly the universe. I mean, that's clearly the universe. I swear to God. I mean, there's the sun. I mean, I could recognize that thing. It's a bullseye. It's like a planet. It's an egg. Whatever. But there you go. You got each rung, the whole thing. 1482. This is when they came up with this idea. We are on that thing. It's a ball. Hey, we should go to the North and the South Pole. We didn't do it yet. It's a fucking ball. Hey, nobody's even like jumped up high enough to see if it is a ball. You can't do that. We don't have planes yet. It's a ball. You know what? We adopted this whole model like 400 or 500 years before the airplane. 400 years before the airplane, pretty much. It was like beginning of the 1900s. They went to the North Pole in the 1900s. This is 1482. Nobody went to the top of the globe, to the bottom, or flew up, or built a skyscraper. That's it. It's been a decade since like Columbus hit America. That's it. You had Spinoza, Leibniz. Everybody was fighting to say what the fuck we were on, how much land there really was. Real estate, right? Real estate. The only commodity that appreciates besides art. Right? These are the only things that appreciate. Everything's depreciating except those two. It's funny how these two are going to meet and what I'm going to talk about. Next image. It's funny that we said that this is what we're in right now. This is what we're on before any instrument approved. Until pause. Can you do it? It's funny, back in the 60s when they went to the moon, this is the first time we actually had like an instrument of flight to actually go high enough to actually fucking check out if what we agreed to 500 years ago was real. So if they were wrong after 500 years, the question is, would they tell you? University institutions, physics, the Royal Society in London, that supports NASA, Newtonian physics, why objects move on a ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour while it's going 26,000 miles around the sun. It's basically the model we accepted right now. I don't feel it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour right now. Oh, that's because of gravity. Oh yeah, gravity? What's that? That's the thing you can't feel. Oh yeah, can you prove that in an equation? Yeah, I can prove that in an equation. It took Newton like a book 3 times thicker than the Bible, and he still couldn't finish his equation on how to prove gravity. He would try to prove gravity when you read Newton's book of Principia through like Stephen Hawking, or if you even find the original book, he would prove by saying that everything started with the word if. If you fucking take Newton's book of like if the earth is a ball and objects are being thrown this way, blah blah blah, you know, that means that we're spinning at this amount of velocity and you can't feel it, and why the objects don't go flying off into the universe is because of gravity, because of a vacuum system of air pressure. I mean, he went into hyperbole, into ifs. I mean, if you were to highlight every time the word if came up in Newton's book of physics, you could fucking use it as a flashlight in a dark room, man. It's like you fucking get out of the cave with the amount of times if is highlighted in his fucking book on physics. It's like if is every... Here's like a perfect example of them landing on the moon. I mean, it's proof right there. This is an official NASA photo of the first Apollo 11 lunar module landing on the moon. I mean, it's right there. This is proof, man. It's the picture's right there. It's landing on the moon. But the only problem I have with this picture is that it's taken from the moon. I don't know what the big deal was with being the first guy on the moon. It seems the camera crew was already there. The fucking tripod. Camera A, B, C. You know, back in the 60s, I mean, I know people who believe they saw the landing on the moon because they heard it on the radio. Ethel, get in here, they're on the moon, I can hear the dust. My God, I can hear him walk. He's walking slow. There's zero gravity up there. Jesus, they're on there now. They're on there now. I could just see a guy in a sound studio just taking fucking, like a bag of salt going, landing on the wooden floor and just going, oh my God, they're there. They're on it right now. Ethel, get in here. Like, how would you know? There was no independent telescope to even like say they went to the moon. The only telescopes that could actually film it were NASA telescopes. Yeah, according to the people who landed on the moon, they landed on the moon. Nobody else could fucking check it out. So there it is. That's a fucking photo. There it is landing for the first time, but how? How? Next photo. It's funny how NASA gives us these little pictures, eh? Every week there's a little NASA photo, what they're up to, just to keep you fucking nursing off the teat or whatever. This is an amazing monumental sort of feat of space exploration. This is the Galileo satellite. Full authentic NASA imagery of the Galileo satellite. Must have cost like $1 trillion for this fucking operation. Very expensive. This is the Galileo satellite. They never knew it would go that far and reach Jupiter. You know, they didn't know. It's the first time anything goes that far. It managed to get there. There's Jupiter. There's one of its moons. I mean, it's clearly lining up to take some really good photos of Jupiter. Immediately followed by a camera satellite. Perfectly composing the whole shot out in outer space. Amazing, eh? What the cameras can do when they fly. It's into outer space, a place we've never been to. That's amazing. Look at that. That is perfect. That's like the photo of the year, if you ask me. For a fucking satellite to be able to like, you know, like wake up in outer space. We didn't even know we could do that, you know, and unbelievable. I give it to NASA. Let's go to another photo here. Another photo. This is good too. Oh, let's zoom in. I love that iMovie sort of effect. I'm really in the gas. But how am I supposed to go? Yeah, that's the Earth. From there, that point of view I've never seen. And it's funny when you click on Google Images, photo of the Earth. Keep going. Because this is realistic. But you'll see 40 pages on Google, but it's always the same fucking photo. It's the same photo. They just changed the contrast. Check it out, keep going. Oh yeah, boom, 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 40 pages. Look closely. It's always the same. Oh, what is that? I guess this is a photo of the Hubble telescope taking a picture of itself. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's an authentic photo of the Hubble telescope out there doing its job. Isn't that amazing how they could take a photo of the thing taking photos? Out in outer space. Unbelievable. You know, they never crossed Antarctica, but let's go to the moon and take pictures of shit out in space. That's fucking unbelievable. You know, the instruments won't work in Antarctica. It's too fucking cold, but hey, let's go somewhere where we don't know the instruments will work. That's unbelievable. I can't, it just boggles my mind how they do this stuff. All right, next one. Solar powered, by the way. Solar powered. Look at that. Environmental. Environmental in outer space. Okay. That's my only fucking fan right there. Naomi. That's it. There you go. There you go. There's what you believe. That's it. That's it. That point of view you've never seen. It's fucking funny, huh? I think it's funny. You've never seen that, but everybody goes, yeah, il prend ça pour acquis. Ah oui, c'est ça. L'affaire que j'ai jamais vue. It's funny, eh? You should think about these things, right? I heard that, you know, if you want to like program a human mind, what you do is you just repeat images to a young child while the brain is forming. Yeah, pretty much. And then, you know, the kid fucking grows up and you've wired the kid. It's fucking mind control. It's great. But it's an example. Hey, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. There could have been a camera rocket that got there on the moon, set up, pulled out like a lens, and then filmed it. And processed 35mm black and white film in an atmosphere. We don't know if cameras will work. All right, so anyways, next photo. Hey, it's possible. Those guys are so ahead. They don't tell us, right? There you go again. Same fucking thing, same cloud patterns, always the same cloud patterns. Ooh, so many images of the Earth. No, it's the same one. It's Africa. Okay, I want to test you guys. Because some of you guys are like, you're not convinced yet. That's the Earth, man. Don't fuck with that shit. So let's do a little test on perception. I'm going to show you a couple of images here, and then you tell me which one of the following images on the screen is an image of a painting painted by hand that looks real, or is an image taken by a camera of something that actually exists. So image or photo, painting or photo. Let's try this. So first image here. By applause. How many people think that this is a painting? Please, come on. Give yourselves credit. It's okay, you can jump in, take a decision. By applause, how many people think this is a photo? For you. I will say that that's real. That's good for you. You're horribly wrong. That is a painting. That's obviously a painting, right? I mean, look at this fucking Sunday painting. Bad. It's like Bob Ross did it. When he was on the acid, it was like, hey, make a nice little mountain, and then some trees, and then some fluffy bushes. Fluffy bushes. Fluffy bushes. This is the dirtiest part of my show. All right, next. How many people think this is a painting by applause? Come on, you can do this. You can use your eyes. By applause, how many people think this is a photo? But of what? This is a painting. Those who said it's a painting, you're right. Of what? What would that be if that was a fucking photo? Okay, by applause, how many people think this is a painting? By applause, how many people think this is a photo? It's a painting. I did it. Okay, here, by applause. This is a bit technical here. How many people think that this is a painting? By applause. How many people, by applause, think this is a photo of toys that are painted? This is a painting of toys that are painted. Cesar Santander, European artist, high realist. How many people think this is a painting? By applause. Okay, by applause. How many people think this is a photo? Those said it's a photo, you're close. All right. Okay, by applause. How many people think this is a painting? How many think this is a photo? This is a painting. I did it. I fucking did that. Money on steroids. No, that's a fucking, I swear to God. Next. So I know what I'm talking about. This is an official NASA photo of the North Pole. Go back. What is that? Is that you? Or is that the... Okay, go back to the other one. Go back to the other one. Okay, this is an official Sorry to give you shit there, Dan. You're doing a great job. But this is an authentic, apparently from NASA. This is an authentic NASA photo of the Arctic, the North Pole. By applause, how many people think that this is a painting? By applause, how many people think this is bullshit? There we go. That's Europe. The sun's hitting it. Applause. You think that's a photo? Well, satellite imagery, man. There's infrared and shit. All right, next image. This is Olilapia. Next image. This is Olilapia without an Adobe Photoshop shading. And this is the texture that I cut out with a circle to create the fake fucking moon called Olilapia. Are you telling me that we just got to take black construction paper, cut out a circle, put it on fucking peanut butter and jam spills, and say, hey, it's Ipapopo? And you fucking swallow that shit every day? It's funny, I do this today because you saw the Google today, they had the Hubble telescope. It looked like a kid's drawing. Did you fucking see that today? That's why I'm doing this today. So this is the next one, you can go to the next one. That's it. I mean, I just take out, I say it's not a circle, it's not a sphere. Right away, what do you have in your brain? Well, you think it's flat and there's water falling off into the fucking outer space like Bugs Bunny. So either you have a square or a circle in your head. It's either Coke or Pepsi with the shape of the planet. What if it's bigger? What if there's more land that they're hiding from? This is a great painting. It's supposed to be Jupiter. It's funny, any telescope you try to get, the high-powered digital telescope, you won't see this. You won't go, oh wow, it's exactly, they'll show you a little light. You'll never see this. This is like you gotta get the big fucking telescopes, and then if you shoot at fucking Jupiter, I've talked to these guys, these astronomers, and they're like, oh man, no, it takes like, how long does it take to get the photo after you point it at Jupiter? It takes about 2 years. They just like, we just point it, we put it in our quadrants and our coordinates, and we don't get the image until 2 years. And it took me 2 years to even access that telescope. I was like, oh my god, that is like 5 years down the tube, man. Like for all you know, it's like, that's it. I mean, I think this is just paint spilt and bleeding into itself. Nice little images that they make at Area 51. Alright, but they make you think it's saucers. Area 51's all these spaceships. They got aliens down there, man. They're landing on this planet. Alright. Oh, this is an actual... Okay, so that one was Jupiter. This is Io, the moon of Jupiter. Am I lying? By applause. By applause. Am I lying? Is this like... Did I make this moon up? This planet up? Did I make this... Is this a homemade moon? By applause? Okay, by applause if you think this is really Io, the distant moon of Venus. No. This is a fucking actual moon of Jupiter called Io, NASA. I think it's just a close-up on bad acne. You know, and then they just ran it through like a saturation yellow filter on Adobe. You know what I'm saying? That's not an Adobe crowd. Do you remember when Pluto was a planet? Yeah. What happened to that shit? We were at 9 planets, and now we're at 8? Like, and everybody's like, oh, okay, we were off on our solar system. We're not 9 planets, we're 8. That's fucked up. I'm sorry. I noticed that. Everybody else went back to bed. You know, like we're saying, it's 9 planets going around the sun. And then suddenly, like in the year 2000, what? 7, 8? After fucking Y2K, we fucked up. Pluto's not a planet. That's no. You don't fuck up on planets. You can't fucking tell me for 500 years that there's 9 fucking planets and then just try to slip it in the Yahoo front page. We discovered Pluto's too small to be a planet. Sorry, we fucked up. There's only 8. Like, come on, you can't just do that and I go, and suck my thumb and eat your fucking shit pablum. There's no fucking way. What if the guy who works at NASA and he just studied Pluto? That's all he fucking learned. He went to university, this poor sucker. What's he doing now? He's fucking on the street, penniless. He has nothing to do. He just studied one fucking planet. You know how they become specific in their physics and they study a planet from a picture they've never fucking seen? They're like, I'm an expert on Jupiter, man. No, I know Mercury inside out. Fucking find out the news. It's like, what are you doing here, man? I came in for work. Dude, didn't you hear the news? What? Pluto's not a planet, man. You were off, man. You were fucking way off. It's a moon. You screwed up. It's too small. Well, the light emissions were big enough to be called a planet. Because apparently that light in the sky, they were saying, was that picture they've been feeding you as Pluto, suddenly one day diminished rapidly. So they had to come up with something real fucking quick, because that thing they fucking pointed at the sky, that's Pluto. That's moving around. It's like, suddenly one day everybody's like, hey, what happened to the light on Pluto? It's like, did that bulb go out? And then there was a big debate. Well, we can't decide whether it's a planet based on how much light we see. This is ridiculous. You got to give us more to work on, like a rocket that sends us there to check out to see if it's big enough to be a fucking planet. You know, like nobody's going out to this shit. They're just taking NASA's. I mean, one day NASA could come out and say something on fucking Yahoo, and we'd all be like repeating it. Like we'd just be like, yeah, it's like we found a distant planet off the distant moon Io of Jupiter. And I'd be like, wait a minute, are you saying, there'd be a bunch of fucking Star Trek physics nerds at NASA going, wait a minute, are you saying that moons can have their own planets? That's fucking crazy. You saying planets can revolve around moons now? Oh my God, planets can revolve around moons! And they'd be flipping out. Oh, moons have planets too, man. It just keeps going. This is a moon they discovered off of Mars, Opipapa, and if you do a close-up on it, you see all the craters and the texture of the moon on my shirt. There it is. It's just that. It's just a bunch of paint. Next image. I'm having too much fun up here. You guys should fucking join me. All right, so there you go again. I mean, is this a painting or is this a cartoon? Fucking challenging the whole thing, eh? It's like, wait a minute, you're saying that's a drawing? How are you gonna know? Next image. Do we got another one after this? Oh, this is amazing. Slow it, pause it. This is unbelievable because they got a really distant shot into the quasar. What is it? The Sirius quadrant. It's like a galaxy, a couple galaxies over to the left. Unbelievable stuff. They got some amazing photos of supernovas, their suns basically, that are actually exploding or being created. And this, they've never seen this before. This many suns actually colliding and exploding in their creation process all at the same time. And they actually came up with a new term for it. It's a collisionary supernova. Unbelievable that they actually caught this. If you get a zoom in on this, there's a zoom in that Hubble did on this. These are actual fucking suns being formed. Unbelievable. Look at this. All these fucking suns. Can we get another? Keep going? And they're being formed on a Christmas tree. Next one. Unbelievable. How many? Oh, this is amazing. We just went to Mars. Hey, big round of applause now for the Americans going to Mars. And this is the official image of them landing there. It's fucking funny. It's like, isn't it amazing how they were landing there and they already had an airbrush artist with his easel set up to paint it land that quick. It's unbelievable. How many people think this is real? This is the official landing. Oh, then they got another one with a metal sort of pipe and sand in black and white. That's proof. They were there, man. They're landing on the sand. Check it out. That's it. There you go. Some more images. This is what they're doing on Mars right now. Moving around with their little rover. That's a real photo. Look at that. This is another. I swear to God, they're on Mars right now. Look at that. This thing's moving around. I don't even know what it does. It's like a weird sort of sample collector. It's a spider. It's a spider sampler. It's a spider sampler. Sand sampler. It's a sand sampler. They call it. Eh?
It's getting spice.
It's getting spices from Mars. Yeah. Go to the next one. They're on Mars. That's unbelievable. Big round of applause for the Americans finally accomplishing something. That's amazing. And this is it. This is what, pause right here. This is what's amazing. I was trying to figure out, like, they brag about, like, at what distance the Hubble telescope can, like, get a picture of space. And I want to know what was the furthest this thing could, like, get a picture of our universe, right? And this is it. It's, is that 14 billion? It's 14 billion. 14 billion light years, which is unbelievable if you know light years. And I know this is a light year crowd. I could tell, like you. But right, 14 billion light years. That's unbelievable that a camera would get that distance. The only problem is that I never measured distance in time. I'd never gone up to somebody and said, like, how tall are you? Oh, I'm 42 years old. That's the only problem here is they make it, they bamboozle you. Well, first with the whole concept of like, what's the furthest distance? Oh, that's 14 billion light years. Okay, in kilometers? Oh man, that's difficult. I mean, we're talking light years. This is really fucking far, and we're at 14 billion of them. Do you want to know how much 1 light year is? And so then I did the research. 1 light year, 1 fucking light year, 1 light year out of the 14 billion light years is, I don't even think we have a fucking name for this number, do we? That's what is that? That's we got a billion here, and that's like 10 trillion? 10 trillion kilometers is 1 light year. This is where the math becomes intimidating. You just give up and you go, you're right, NASA. You've got so many fucking zeros. I wish I could get a fucking paid a check like that. That's fucking, what is this, the Matrix? What am I looking at here? I'm like, where's Neo? You know, like, you want the red pill or the blue pill? You know, like, what is this? Like, and then this is what I times it. So I 14 billion times 10 trillion fucking kilometers fucking gives me, you just give up. You're like.
We only have 1 shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Where do you think the captain is going to put in for shore leave? It'll be Wrigley's Pleasure Planet. What makes you think that? I don't think. I know. Because everyone on deck 6 and 7 thinks so. They can't all be wrong, can they? Well, I don't know. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad populum, also known as appeal to the majority. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Your argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion on the grounds that all or most people think or believe it is true. The main problem with arguments using this fallacy is the fact that many people agreeing on something does not prove what they all agree on is true. Belief is not proof, even if many people believe. You use this fallacy with your statement that we are going to spend shore leave on Wrigley's Pleasure Planet because everyone on deck 6 and 7 believed that we were. Thank you, Mr. Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad populum, the appeal to the majority. It's only logical.
It's going to sound crazy, but I was listening to John Lennon's Imagine, one of the worst songs ever made. Like, it's brilliant wizardry, but it's truly horrifying. Imagine there's no heaven, no hell below us, imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, but above us only sky, right? So, just like when I stopped watching porn and I replaced it with conspiracy videos, right? The way things work, the way humans work, the way consciousness works, the way everything works, is you have to replace things with things. So we are a people that looks up to God and we pray. And we look up and we can't believe the majesty of the clouds, and we think about heaven and just the enormity and the beauty of it. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. So we took the action of looking up and seeing God, and we don't see God up anymore. We see empty space coupled with infinite possibilities. It's the ultimate wizard spell. Because Isaac Asimov, and according to Vox Day, his son is like one of the worst pedophiles in history. A lot of these sci-fi guys are fucking awful human beings, by the way. So you have all these wizards, these high-level wizards, and they'll phrase it in ways that'll blow your fucking mind. Where they're like, this blew my mind when someone said that there's more galaxies in the universe than grains of sand on all the beaches in the world. So you think, a galaxy is full of solar systems that are full of planets. I mean, even if you have a bunch of planets with nothing on there, it's like the odds that there's another planet like us or another planet like, it could be anything, right? In your mind now, it goes infinite. It goes, anything you can imagine is there. All the grains of sand in all the beaches. There's more galaxies than that. But it's also completely void of everything. Like the space between it's like 1 light year is the distance that light travels in a year. That's 186,000 miles a second. So a full year is a distance that we cannot comprehend. That is the emptiness. That is an emptiness that you can't wrap your mind around. And space is completely empty. It has no atmosphere, it has nothing. It is the absence of everything. So what does it do simultaneously? What is this generation lost in space with no time left to start again? I mean, it's in the songs. The devil can't. So we look up and we see complete emptiness. Like we are a speck. We are nothing. We are a ball spinning with no direction in a sea of emptiness that we can't possibly conceive of. Nothing is there. But simultaneously, anything you can possibly imagine is up there as well. And so to bridge that gap between science fiction and reality, which is what science attempts to do. Science is wrong more than fucking anything. Watch any movie from the 90s or anything where they're just referencing anything scientific. They were wrong about fucking everything. So to bridge that, you had to put a human being up there. You had to blow people's fucking minds. You had to merge those two ideas, right? So you have the ultimate wizard spell. Infinite emptiness, infinite possibilities, right? You put it in the same place people used to look at God with, right? You used to look at stars to align yourself, like where you were. You looked at the moon to see, like, was it harvest moon? Like, are we planting right now? Like, how's the tides? It helped you orient yourself. And you focused on the earth and your family and your surroundings. And you
it gets, guys, I'm right about this. It's brilliant and evil. Okay, we're thinking about terraforming Mars. Just think, what does that do to a population? Okay, so people are now like, life on Mars. Okay, we skipped all over, the moon is, no one talks about the moon. By the way, the Mars is a red version of the moon. It's just as empty. There's no atmosphere. It's way farther, way harder to get to, apparently. It's just red, and it's full of dust, and nothing's there at all. But yet now everyone's like, gotta get to Mars, right? So people are like, okay, we can terraform Mars. We can alter the atmosphere. No one's doing that to fucking Greenland. No one does that to fucking Alberta. You know how much land on Earth? Earth is designed. Earth is perfect for human life. The amount of oxygen and carbon and all that. What are we saying? We are killing our Earth. We are killing it, and us being here is ruining our mother. Carbon emissions this will be uninhabitable, so we will have to go to Mars? If you think Earth, like, we could detonate all the fucking atomic bombs we've ever made. It would be a utopia compared to anything you could possibly do to Mars. Mars is hostile to all life. Mars, you can't take one breath without instant death. Mars is not capable of having any human life on it without, even theoretically, if it's even possible, an unimaginable amount of technology and engineering to keep you alive as you're in this horror of a landscape. We're like, our temperature may go up 1 degree in the world, in the sea level, and we must go to Mars, and that's a dead end. Our nearest star, Alpha Centauri, is what, 2 light years? You can't comprehend that distance. If you go the speed of fucking light, it takes 2 years to get there. So what, you go there, it takes you 2 years. But when you go the speed of light, according to Einstein's theory of relativity, time passes way faster everywhere outside. So if you travel the speed of light for 2 years, according to Einstein, it might be a conspiracy theorist, but the rest of the world would age like 30 years, right? So how in the fuck would you possibly even go to our closest star that most likely has absolutely no planets that can possibly have life, right? We have a giant Earth, and we can do amazing things here, and it's designed for life, but yet we're already not looking at it. We're done with it. We've ruined her. We've raped and murdered and sacrificed. And now when we look up, we don't see God in the heavens just saying, one day you'll get here, be a good person. You look down, you don't see hell, you don't see Jimmy Savile, all the people that fucked up that are now burning in hell. No, you see like the mantle and the nickel core and the blah, blah, blah. They took away our connection to everything. And they replaced it with nonsense. Infinite vastness and infinite possibilities, and none of it you can ever accomplish. That's the ultimate fucking psyop. It's like, it's perfect and evil as fuck. Just believe. Do you question science? Do you question science? How the fuck would you make Mars livable? Why haven't we tried to make the moon livable? And why don't we focus on the Earth that's unbelievably livable? We're just so enamored with these fucking wizard priests that don't know shit about science. I know more about science offhand than some of these wizard priests. It's like, they'll just try and blow your mind with like things that you can't imagine. It's like, on Venus, the atmosphere is so dense that 2-mile-an-hour wind would knock you right off your feet because of all the density of the atmosphere. And it gets 400 degrees, and it's like, who gives a fuck? We're not going. We're not living there. It's impossible to go there. We can't get back to the fucking moon, apparently. We never went to the moon, guys. We never went to the moon. And there's a reason these lies exist. It's to keep people, it's to keep their eyes in that shit, that just fucking nonsense. Infinite emptiness, infinite nihilism. The amount of empty, just random, hopeless, black, coupled with anything you can imagine. How the fuck is that not a psyop? And then you couple that with the fact that all evidence says that we never went to the moon and that NASA just endlessly lies. It was started by an SS Nazi who was best friends with Walt Disney. They said they no longer have the technology. They erased all the tapes and no other countries ever went to the moon. How can you believe that? How can you live in a world where you aren't skeptical enough, or you're like so just, you just have to fucking fit in? Are you scared? Like, what is it? Everything isn't a lie. Yeah, we faked the fucking moon landing. So what? That's a real keyboard. This is a real fucking White Claw spritzer. It's freeing. It makes you realize that, like, that cognitive dissonance that people feel all the time and can't put their finger on it and just get angry at dumb shit. And it's like, just let it go. I don't know. I gotta go. Hit the like button. You guys know that this shit should be listened to.
In my book, Famous Freemasons Exposed, I showed how Nicholas Copernicus, Johannes Kepler, Galileo Galilei, and Isaac Newton, the four forefathers of the globalist heliocentric doctrine, all posed for Masonic portraits, highlighting various symbols and hand signs denoting their affiliation with the Brotherhood. Galileo poses on a Masonic checkerboard floor, Kepler with the hidden hand sign, and all four of them pose with a Masonic compass and globe while flashing the Masonic M hand sign. Sir Isaac Newton was even knighted by Queen Anne at Trinity's College Masonic Masters Lodge. An inordinate number of NASA astronauts, the current propagators of the globalist heliocentric doctrine, are or were admitted Freemasons as well. John Glenn, two-time U.S. Senator and one of NASA's first astronauts, is a known Mason. Buzz Aldrin Jr., the second man to lie about walking on the moon, is an admitted ring-wearing, hand-sign-flashing 33rd degree Mason from Montclair Lodge, number 144 in New Jersey. Edgar Mitchell, another supposed moonwalker aboard Apollo 14, is an Order of Demolay Mason at Artesta Lodge, number 29 in New Mexico. James Irwin of Apollo 15, the last man to lie about walking on the moon, was a Tejon Lodge number 104 member in Colorado Springs. Don Eisel on Apollo 7 was a member of the Luther B. Turner Lodge number 732 in Ohio. Gordon Cooper aboard Mercury 9 and Gemini 5 was a Master Mason in Carbondale Lodge number 82 in Colorado. Virgil Grisham on Apollo 1 and 15, Mercury 5 and Gemini 3 was a Master Mason from Mitchell Lodge number 228 in Indiana. Walter Schirra Jr. on Apollo 7, Sigma 7, Gemini 6 and Mercury 8 was a 33rd degree Mason at Canaveral Lodge number 339 in Florida. Thomas Stafford on Apollo 10 and 18, Gemini 7 and 9 was a Mason at Western Star Lodge number 138 in Oklahoma. Paul Weitz on Skylab 2 and Challenger is from Lawrence Lodge number 708 in Pennsylvania. NASA astronauts Neil Armstrong, Alan Shepard, William Pogue, Vance Brand, and Anthony England all had fathers who were Freemasons too. The amount of astronauts known to be Freemasons or from Freemasonic families is astonishing. It is likely that more astronauts and people of key importance in NASA are affiliated with the Brotherhood as well, but not so open about their membership. For there to be this many Masons, members of the world's largest and oldest secret society, involved with the promotion and propagation of this globalist heliocentric doctrine from its outset to today, should raise some serious suspicion. C. Fred Kleinknecht, head of NASA at the time of the Apollo space program, is now the sovereign Grand Commander of the Council of the 33rd Degree of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry of Southern jurisdiction. It was his reward for pulling it off. All of the first astronauts were Freemasons. There's a photograph in the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C., of Neil Armstrong supposedly on the moon's surface in his spacesuit holding his Masonic apron. NASA's logo is a red forked serpent's tongue overlaying the starry heavens. Serpents, and specifically their forked tongues, have long been associated with lying, deceit, cleverness, two-facedness, manipulation, and with Satan, the devil. Why would the National Aeronautics and Space Administration choose this as their official logo? The United Nations, the New World Order government headquarters, built on land donated by 33rd degree Freemason John D. Rockefeller, is represented by a logo and flag which clearly depicts a flat Earth divided into 33 sections. There are 33 official degrees of Scottish Rite Freemasonry, and the UN flag features a flat Earth divided into exactly 33 sections. Why would the United Nations founders choose a logo and flag of a flat Earth map divided into 33 sections? How is it that Siegfried Kleinecht, the head of NASA, retired and immediately became the head of the 33rd degree of Freemasonry? How is it that all the forefathers of the ball Earth theory and so many NASA astronauts are all Freemasons? The Masons' esoteric religion, the very basis of their symbols and rituals, is sun worship. From their first day in the lodge, Masonic initiates learn that Freemasonry is all about light, enlightenment, illumination, hence the Illuminati, and hence worship of the sun as the giver of light. Masonic halls are all purposely constructed to correspond with the motions of the sun. They are always situated intentionally facing east towards the sun, with the worshipful master sitting in the far east on a throne engraved with a picture of the sun. The high festival of the Masons is on Christians' St. John's Day, or the 24th of June, otherwise known as Midsummer's Day, when the sun arrives at its annual highest elevation, the summer solstice. Regarding the Masonic rite of circambulation, 33rd degree Freemasonic historian Albert Mackey says, "In Freemasonry, people always walked 3 times round the altar while singing a sacred hymn. In making this procession, great care was taken to move an imitation of the course of the sun. The rite of circumambulation undoubtedly refers to the doctrine of sun worship." Masonry is derived and is the remains of the religion of the ancient Druids, who, like the Magi of Persia and the priests of Heliopolis in Egypt, were priests of the sun. They paid great worship to this great luminary, as the great visible agent of a great invisible first cause. The Christian religion and Masonry have one and the same common origin. Both are derived from the worship of the sun. The difference between their origin is that the Christian religion is a parody on the worship of the sun, in which they put a man whom they call Christ in place of the sun, and pay him the same adoration which was originally paid to the sun. In Masonry, many of the ceremonies of the Druids are preserved in their original state, at least without any parody. With them, the sun is still the sun, and his image, in the form of the sun, is the great emblematical ornament of Masonic lodges and Masonic dresses. It is the central figure on their aprons, and they wear it also as a pendant on the breast of their lodges and in their processions. The sun, as the great visible agent of the Creator, was the invisible object of the adoration of the Druids. All their religious rites and ceremonies had reference to the apparent progress of the sun through the 12 signs of the zodiac and his influence upon the earth. The Masons adopt the same practices. The roof of their temples or lodges is ornamented with a sun, and the floor is a representation of the variegated face of the earth, either by carpeting or mosaic work. The emblematical meaning of the sun is well known to the enlightened and inquisitive Freemason, and as the real sun is situated in the center of the universe, so the emblematical sun is in the center of real Masonry. Only the scientific Freemason knows the reason why the sun is placed in the center of this beautiful hall, says Thomas Paine in his Origin of Freemasonry. The real reason the sun is placed in the center of Masonic halls is because it represents the core of their 5-century-long heliocentric deception. First, the sun worshippers took us off our ancient natural 13-month lunar calendars and replaced them with unnatural, irregular 12-month Gregorian solar calendars. Second, they put the sun into the center of the universe and then convinced people the earth and everything else revolve around it. Third, they made the sun the biggest object in the heavens, supposedly 119 times bigger than the moon, even though we can clearly see they are of equal size. Fourth, they demoted the moon to being a mere reflector of the sun's magnificent light, claiming the moon to have no light of its own. And finally, in 1969, the sun worshippers, aboard a craft named Apollo after the Greek sun god, claimed to land on and thereby spiritually and physically conquer the moon. Tex Mars in Codex Magica says, "The sun has ever been at the center of false religion. The ancient mystery religions venerated the sun, the solar disk, as deity. The Greeks honored Apollo as the child of the sun. The Romans paid homage to Mithra, the sun god. These pagan philosophies form the basis for the worship of the Illuminati and indicate the importance of the sun as a symbol of satanic deity. Now today, the Masons, as did the apostate Jewish elders and priests in the days of Ezekiel, continue to worship Satan the sun god, also called Lucifer or Baal, by other names. The name of their great god Jabulon, which is revealed to the Masons in the higher degrees, is a synonym for the solar deity. Two of the three syllable in the name, Ba and Lan, mean Baal and On, both of which represent sun and fire gods. The winged disc symbol, displayed prominently over the doorway of Masonic lodges, shows a solar disc with eagle's wings and two serpents. This ancient symbol was found in Egyptian, Sumerian, Mesopotamian, Hittite, Anatolian, Persian, Native American, Mexican, and Australian tribal cultures, always representative of the sun. Eagles have also long been associated with the sun, since they fly highest, closest to the sun, and they can stare straight into its light. Roman generals kept golden solar eagles atop their rods as a sign of supremacy over the army. In Egypt, Horus the hawk was always symbolized with the sun over his head. The Native Americans also associated eagles with the sun, such as the Abenaki eagle god Kisosin the Sunbringer. NASA's Apollo 11 mission patch symbol shows an eagle landing on the moon. The Apollo 16 and 17 patches also prominently feature eagles. The Apollo 13 symbol shows three horses pulling the sun behind them, which references the ancient Greek legend of Helios, the sun god, traveling across the sky in a chariot drawn by horses. In total, NASA supposedly landed 12 men and 0 women on the moon. Since the moon has always been associated with the feminine and the number 13, the sun associated with the masculine, and number 12, putting 12 men on the moon, once again is symbolic of the Masonic patriarchal brotherhood conquering the divine celestial feminine. This is also the occult reason why Apollo 13 coincidentally had an explosion at 113 on April 13th. William Cooper in Mystery Babylon said, "To make interstellar travel believable, NASA was created. The Apollo space program foisted the idea that man could travel to and walk upon the moon. Every Apollo mission was carefully rehearsed and then filmed in a large sound stage at the Atomic Energy Commission's top-secret test site in the Nevada desert and in a secured and guarded soundstage at the Walt Disney Studios, within which was a huge-scale mock-up of the moon. All names, missions, landing sites, and events in the Apollo space program echoed the occult metaphors, rituals, and symbology of the Illuminati's secret religion. The most transparent was the faked explosion of the spacecraft Apollo 13 named Aquarius, New Age, at 13:13 military time on April 13th, 1970. So why do NASA logos feature serpent tongues and eagles? And why are there an excessive number of Mason astronauts? The eagle-winged solar disk symbol with twin serpents found in every Masonic lodge holds the answer. The double-headed eagle is the official symbol of the 33rd degree of Masonry. The 25th degree of Masonry initiates are known as Knights of the Brazen Serpent, and the 28th degree are known as Knights of the Sun. The religion of the Druids, precursor to modern Masonry, was the same as the ancient Egyptians, where priests ruled from Heliopolis, the city of the sun, a city full of obelisks built for their sun god Ra. David Bay in Freemasonry Proven to Worship Lucifer says, The Egyptians believed that the spirit of their sun god Ra resides within the obelisk. Therefore, they would worship and pray to the obelisk, always facing east, 3 times daily if possible. The greatest obelisk in the world is the Washington Monument, created by the Freemasons in honor of President George Washington. To see how important the obelisk is to the Mason, you only have to go to a cemetery where Masons are buried and look at the many graves which display obelisk gravestones. And William Cooper again said, "The serpent is universally the symbol of the sun, as the sun was the great enlightener of the physical world, so the serpent was held to have been the great enlightener of the spiritual, by giving mankind the knowledge of good and evil. And according to the Bible, you know who gave man the knowledge of good and evil? Satan, Lucifer. Now if the adepts knew that the sun was a symbol of something that the people would not support, such as a belief that Lucifer, the devil, was the god that they worshipped, they would have to continue with their charade, so that the people would not decide to stop worshipping. Because if the sheeple figured it out, they would no longer support their activities. They would have to keep their beliefs from the people, and conceal their secret worship in hidden symbols. So sun worship as a religion prospered." The first person to ever present the idea of a sun-centered universe was Pythagoras of Samos in around 500 BC. Pythagoras is also widely recognized by Masonic historians as being the very first Freemason. Master Mason Dr. James Anderson said in his defense of Masonry that, "I am fully convinced that Freemasonry is very nearly allied to the old Pythagorean discipline, from whence I am persuaded it may in some circumstances very justly claim a descent." Master Mason William Hutchinson wrote in his Spirit of Masonry that the ancient Masonic record brings us positive evidence of the Pythagorean doctrine as Basilidian principles making the foundation of our religious and moral duties. Master Mason William Preston wrote that Pythagoras was among the first Masons, but contends in his Illustrations of Masonry that the records of the fraternity inform us that Pythagoras was regularly initiated into Masonry, and being properly instructed in the mysteries of the art, he was much improved and propagated the principles of the order in other countries into which he afterwards traveled. 33rd degree Freemasonic historian Albert Mackey, in his Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, wrote that on his return to Europe, Pythagoras established his celebrated school at Crotona, a Dorian colony in the south of Italy, about 529 BC, much resembling that subsequently adopted by the Freemasons. His school soon acquired such a reputation that disciples flocked to him from all parts of Greece and Italy. Pythagoras taught as the principal dogma of his philosophy the system of metempsychosis, or the transmigration of souls. He taught the mystical power of numbers, and much of the symbolism on that subject which we now possess is derived from what has been left to us by his disciples. He was also a geometrician, and is regarded as having been the inventor of several problems. The schools established by Pythagoras at Crotona and other cities have been considered by many writers as the models after which Masonic lodges were subsequently constructed. The disciples of this school wore the simplest kind of clothing, and having on their entrance surrendered all their property to the common fund, they then submitted for 3 years to voluntary poverty, during which time they were also compelled to a rigorous silence. The doctrines of Pythagoras were always delivered as infallible propositions which admitted of no argument. Before admission to the privileges of this school, the previous life and character of the candidate were rigidly scrutinized, and in the preparatory initiation secrecy was enjoined by an oath, and he was made to submit to the severest trials of his fortitude and self-command. He who, after his admission, was alarmed at the obstacles he had to encounter, was permitted to return to the world, and the disciples, considering him as dead, performed his funeral obsequies, and erected a monument to his memory. The mode of living in the school of Crotona was like that of the modern communists. The brethren, about 600 in number, with their wives and children, resided in one large building. They arose before day to pay their devotions to the sun. The meals consisted principally of bread, honey, and water, for though the table was often covered with delicacies, no one was permitted to partake of them. It was in this secret school that Pythagoras gave his instructions on his interior doctrine and explained the hidden meaning of his symbols. There were 3 degrees. The first, or mathematic, being engaged in the study of the exact sciences, and the second, or theoretic, in the knowledge of God and the future state of man, but the third, or highest degree, was communicated only to a few whose intellects were capable of grasping the full fruition of the Pythagorean philosophy. In addition to these admissions by Masonic historians, the life and work of Pythagoras closely resembles many aspects of the craft, from his obsession with triangles and geometry to his school cult full of initiatory rites and brainwashing. Candidates were rigidly scrutinized, just like candidates for Masonry are given the 3rd degree, i.e. forced to answer many probing personal questions, and are then either given a white ball or black ball by Masons in the lodge, just one black ball resulting in being blackballed or kicked out. If initiated, just like in Masonry, Pythagorean initiates had to swear oaths of secrecy and loyalty, then submitted to various tests, trials, and rituals. The brethren lived like communists and worshipped the sun. Over time, they progressed through a series of 3 degrees in which only the privileged few in the highest degree learned the truth of the symbols and rituals. The many parallels of the Pythagorean school and modern Freemasonry are far too similar to ignore. Luckily for the world, Pythagoras' heliocentric model of the universe made little headway for almost 2,000 years, until another suspected Mason, Nicholas Copernicus, labored 27 years of his life to create his updated model called the solar system, which also featured a globe Earth revolving around the sun. Born in Prussia in 1472, Copernicus studied philosophy and medicine at Swakova and became professor of mathematics at Rome. The last decades of his life he became obsessed with the ideas of Pythagoras, and when he first presented his heliocentric doctrine to the world, it was condemned as being so heretical that he was imprisoned and released only upon making a recantation of his opinions. He published his famous treatise on the revolution of the celestial spheres in 1543, the year of his death, and even then insisted on their purely hypothetical nature. Copernicus wrote, "The Pythagorean teaching was founded upon hypothesis, and it is not necessary that the hypothesis should be true or even probable. The hypothesis of the movement of the earth is only one which is useful to explain phenomena, but it should not be considered as an absolute truth." David Wardlaw Scott in Terra Firma says, "The system of the universe as taught by modern astronomers, being founded entirely on theory, for the truth of which they are unable to advance one single real proof, they have entrenched themselves in a conspiracy of silence, and decline to answer any objections which may be made to their hypothesis. Copernicus himself, who revived the theory of heathen philosopher Pythagoras, and his great exponent Sir Isaac Newton, confessed that their system of a revolving earth was only a possibility and could not be proved by facts. It is only their followers who have decorated it with the name of an exact science, yea, according to them the most exact of all the sciences. Yet one astronomer royal for England once said, speaking of the motion of the whole solar system, 'The matter is left in a most delightful state of uncertainty, and I shall be very glad if anyone can help me out of it.' What a very sad position for an exact science to be in is this." Lady Blunt, in The Romance of Science, said, "The origin of the globular theory may be traced and shown to be pagan. It was introduced into Egypt by the Greek Pythagoras about 500 BC. He was a native of Samos and a great traveler in his early days. He traveled much in the East, and he imbibed the fallacious idea that the earth and sea together formed a whirling globe, and that the heavenly bodies were other worlds inhabited. Pythagoras returned to Europe and introduced these serious errors into his own country. Newton was no logician, and logic formed no part of his composition. Nor did he profess to possess this quality, which is absolutely essential to a discerner and founder of true science. He spent his whole life in investing, formulating an elaboration which he called the solar system, building upon the mythical fallacies which Pythagoras had brought from the East in the first place, and which had been handed down by Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo, without testing the nature of his foundations, he accepted the whole fabrication and took Copernicus's hypotheses all for granted. Gabrielle Henriette in Heaven and Earth said, Copernicus had evolved another theory, which he also explains in his treatise on the revolution of the celestial spheres, that if a body is to revolve around another, the first one must have a spherical shape and rotate about its axis in the manner of a spinning top. Consequently, in order to make this notion fit in with the movement of the earth round the sun, which he had devised in order to explain the seasons, he suddenly decreed that the earth was round, contrary to the general opinion at the time, and then proclaimed that it had a movement of rotation about its axis. The great inconvenience in this proposition is that the rotation of the earth cannot be seen to exist, either with regard to the position of the sun or clouds during the day, or of the moon and other planets by night. On the other hand, the fact of the immobility of the earth has an immense advantage over the theory of the rotation, in that it can positively be recognized as such, and it can safely be said that if the earth cannot be seen to move, there are 100 chances in 100 that it does not do so. So trust your eyes and trust your experience. Trust your feeling, trust your intuition. Look out, see the horizon flat. Feel for yourself. You're not moving. Just sit still. Just sit still for a second. You're not moving. You're not spinning around an axis at 1,000 miles per hour, rotating around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, spiraling around the galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour, and shooting off from a Big Bang at 67 million miles per hour. You're not. You're motionless. You're just sitting there. Just sit still. What does that even mean, sit still? You think you could sit still with all those motions? Just feel like you're moving? Feel that? Same thing you've always felt? Nothing? Ever? Nobody's ever felt movement? Nobody's ever seen the earth move? Nobody's ever seen the earth curve? Maybe you just got fooled by some Masons. Mark Twain said, "It's easier to fool people than to convince them they've been fooled." That's why it's so hard to convince you you've been fooled. You can't possibly believe that you and the rest of the world could have been lied to and deceived by these Masons. The oldest and largest secret society in the world, over 5 million members, all over the world, existing for hundreds of years. But not you, right? They couldn't fool you. Of course you're spinning around. Of course you are. That's what they told you in school. They don't lie to you in school.
An open letter to the Globetards. Dear Globetards, I trust you are doing well. Before beginning, a caveat must be stated to clarify exactly whom this letter is addressed. A globetard is not just someone who believes the world is a spinning ball flying around in multiple directions at once through the infinite vastness of the theory of space-time. Well, practically everyone in the modern world believes this exact theory, and everyone who now understands the truth was once counted among the very ranks of the deceived. Globetards are the so-called people who spend all of their time with hundreds of sock puppet accounts, trolling flat earth threads and comment sections on videos, arguing to no end for the absurd theory that their ass is stuck to the side of a spinning ball in outer space. Globetards are those who refuse to acknowledge whenever a valid point is made against their religion of scientism. Once you've been introduced to the concept of a motionless planar Earth, yet you refuse to consider this concept or refuse to prove to yourself that the world is in fact a spinning ball, yet you spend all of your time arguing against people who know better, you might just be a globetard. We should also discuss exactly what it is the deceived must believe by default, whether or not they are aware of said beliefs. It lies beyond the comprehension of this writer how one can count themselves among the ranks of some group or espouse themselves to a given belief system without fully comprehending the basic tenets of that system. As El Guapo says, how can you tell me I have a plethora if you do not know what a plethora is?
Jefe! The German arrived yet? Not yet, Guapo. Many presents have been coming for your birthday. German has the only presents I want. Guns! Guns, so that the name of El Guapo will be hanging on everyone's lips. He will be here, Guapo. But I think you will like your other presents too. I have put many beautiful piñatas in the storeroom, each of them filled with little surprises. Many piñatas? Oh, yes, many! Would you say I have a plethora of piñatas? A what? A plethora. Oh, yes. You have a plethora. Jefe, what is a plethora? Why, Guapo? Well, you told me I have a plethora. And I just would like to know if you know what a plethora is. I would not like to think that a person would tell someone he has a plethora and find out that that person has no idea what it means to have a plethora. Forgive me, El Guapo. I know that I, Jefe, do not have your superior intellect and education. But could it be that once again you are angry at something else and are looking to take it out on me? Like what, Jefe? Could it be because you are turning 40 today? No. Could it be because Carmen chooses to sleep in her cell instead of with you?
So according to these beliefs, the Earth has a diameter of about 8,000 miles and is a sphere housed in outer space which spins and orbits, etc. The spin alone amounts to some 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and, well, half the speed is the hour hand on a 12-hour clock at the pole. There is no direct evidence of this disparity in edge velocity on the spinning ball Earth, yet it is assumed as a fact. Another assumption is that light always travels in straight lines when convenient to the argument, yet light bends sometimes, but only when it's convenient to your argument. You believe that the Earth is moving up towards your feet in the morning at 6,600 miles per hour, and that the Earth is moving down away from your feet in the evening at 6,600 miles an hour. A total acceleration of over 132,000 miles per hour, which we should experience constantly throughout every second of every day. You believe that the universe was created from nothing by chance, and that our oldest ancestor is ultimately a rock, or some primordial ooze of natural amino acids, water, and carbon, molecules which randomly organize themselves into complex, intelligently written code, which allows for relatively simple materials to organize themselves out of their own volition into multi-organ systemed life forms, which have awareness, intelligence, and also self-replicate, by chance. The world has thus organized itself around the premise that the omnipotent men of science have concluded by some experiment that our genesis and the genesis of all the hypothetical worlds in space, zipping around far larger and more remarkable suns than ours, is due to chance and gravity and chaos. Society somehow deems those who read science in a book and repeat science are somehow more scientific or even intelligent than those of us who question what was written in the books, especially should we find a discrepancy between said dogma and reality. And finally, the social media giants, such as the very platform upon which you're probably watching this now, have decided that it is not only foolish and ignorant to question the very nature of the world within which we all exist, they have deemed it dangerous to the degree that they must step in and take action against we foolish flat earthers. I honestly don't believe YouTube could do a greater service to the flat earth movement than to disown it, as they will inevitably force the hand of flat earthers to abandon the quagmire of common social media platforms and migrate over to either smaller sites, which will become future juggernauts, forcing said common platforms towards the way of Napster and MySpace. The globe Earth theory entails one single piece of observable evidence to base its entire foundation, and that is to say that the heavens apparently rotate around Polaris in the north and some indiscernible point in the south. The entire latitude-longitude system is built around observations of the heavens, observations which can be mapped into a celestial sphere, comprising the heavens and setting the foundational basis for the globe Earth theory, where the celestial lights are effectively infinitely distant, or they can be mapped to a celestial plane, where the celestial lights are comparably local. Each assumption requires one caveat statement, that is to say, for the former, that light from the celestial objects must, for all intents and purposes, travel in absolute straight-line paths from the celestial object to the eye of the beholder, or conversely, in the latter, that light will certainly bend when propagating through variable temperature or density media, as shown by multiple experiments. The entirety of the ball Earth argument is founded upon the erroneous and outdated assumption that light must always travel in a straight line path. Globetards love to harken back to ancient philosophers such as Eratosthenes up to Galileo, who would have both been born in an era prior to the scientific acknowledgement of refraction of light, which is a direct factor in fashioning the illusion of curvature, as well as fashioning scores of generations of people devoid of any real understanding of the natural world and the unattainable universe beyond. Anyone who takes the position, the shape of the world doesn't directly affect me or my day-to-day life, so it's not worth looking into, really needs to reconsider their position. To say that it, quote, makes no difference that practically the entire world has a fundamental misunderstanding of the very nature of the world, and thus extended philosophy in many areas, should take a crash course in world politics. America has seen a drastic spike in domestic jobs being outsourced to developing countries, not just because it's way cheaper to pay slave wages to dictators, but also in large part due to the overhead of waste disposal. It may not seem like that big of a deal, but EPA standards for waste disposal are extremely costly for large corporations. Anecdotally, when I worked for a small print shop, hands down the largest single expense the owner had to pay for was waste disposal. Old Mr. Shooter used to get ill when it came time to foot the bill for the waste from the old Heidenbergs to go out. I can't tell you exactly what it was per drum, but I remember the bill one time running pert near 10 grand for a single trip, with several 50-gallon drums being hauled off to probably be processed down into some tradable commodity or the other, or perhaps buried deep in some hole in the desert. Who really knows? And let's not forget the creation of the American Dental Association in order to allow aluminum manufacturers to dump their toxic waste into our toothpaste and drinking water forevermore in the form of sodium fluoride. The point is, our entire world economy and geopolitical structures are founded upon the underlying assumption that life is a freak accident of nature, the Earth is just a speck of dust in infinity, and science somehow has it all figured out. It is the underlying consensus that the layman need not worry himself with the affairs of learned men of theory, the pinnacle of whom is undoubtedly Albert Einstein, who never bothered to correlate his thought experiments to real-world experiences, yet his musings are regarded as scientific fact forevermore. For example, the infamous equation
The infamous? Infamous? Infamous?
E equals mc squared belongs strictly in the realm of pseudoscience, or even under the banner of a fairy tale, as it inherently asserts that which cannot be demonstrated by its very nature. Never will human technology accomplish the acceleration of some bit of matter at the speed of light squared. It is mere conjecture which purports that an object accelerated near the speed of light will experience time differently than an object relatively at rest, nor is there any experimental evidence to suggest that such an object, when, if accelerated to the speed of light squared, would simply become pure energy. In the infinite void of space-time theory, there is absolutely nothing which stands absolutely still, as all matter was birthed from the hypothetical Big Bang, meaning everything is constantly in mind-boggling motion. And of course, the Big Bang is the theory from whence nothing randomly decided to manifest everything in the universe into an area the size of a pinhead, which then exploded and randomly organized itself into diffuse nebula clouds, which by nature cannot exist in a vacuum, then randomly organized itself into stars and planets, and finally self-replicating life forms, which only have the illusion of purpose and uniqueness, but are really just the result of chance, chaos, and some freak accident of natural chemistry. And a bit of luck, of course. For a so-called lifeless planet to have been created by chaos and happenstance is one thing, but to create life on such a place is another. The hypothetical planet Earth is indeed very lucky when you think about it, though. We're just close enough to the sun that our water doesn't remain in a frozen state, just far enough away that it doesn't boil off into gases. Not to mention just the right size for that distance to allow for temperate climates and convenient-to-life liquid waters. Remember, if you adjust the size of a theoretical planet Earth, then the gravitational constant would throw our temperate barometric pressure of 14.9 pounds per square inch out of whack, and then you would have to have a different distance to the sun in order to make that work in our temperate little Goldilocks zone, as they say. Very lucky indeed. And the peculiar fact that the sun and the moon appear to be identical in angular size to the lay observer, yet we cannot trust our senses in a globe land, for the sun and moon are precisely 400 times different in size, but also precisely 400 times different in distance. Thus, we are presented with the illusion that the sun and moon might somehow be the same or similar or somehow connected, when in fact they are nothing alike whatsoever, and even entertaining such a thought somehow makes one stupider than he was before. Random chance and chaos have, of course, placed the sun and the moon at such unlikely sizes and distances, tantamount to winning some sort of cosmic lottery. But of course, this illusory effect probably happens an infinite number of times in the hypothetically infinite universe theory, so it isn't that big of a deal. But of course, that's not the only amazing coincidence you must swallow in order to humor the globe Earth theory. We are only ever presented, remember, with one single face of the moon at all times throughout all of recorded history. It is proclaimed by globetards that this is due to the fact that the moon orbits the Earth in exactly 27.32 days, but the moon also spins once upon its axis in exactly 27.32 days. This would be way too much of a coincidence when coupled with all the other coincidences we just mentioned we're expected to subscribe to, so the theory of tidal locking was invented to conveniently apologize for this amazing coincidence, which is to essentially assert that the waters sloshing around on planet Earth somehow have the peculiar and unique ability to affect the directional orientation of the surface of the moon some 250,000 miles away, according to them, via the undetectable, unmeasurable pull of gravity. Whenever the theory of gravity is questioned or refuted, invariably the globetards will bring up the astute observation that, were I to jump off a building, I would certainly plummet to my death, thanks to the theory of gravity. Of course, the fact that high-density objects will indeed fall, while relatively lower-density objects will rise above them, are not contested in the slightest by any flat earther. The notion that gravity around a spinning ball is the cause of this natural phenomenon is indeed refuted. The fact is, what goes up must come down is a valid, cogent, and astute observation, which always occurs in nature under normal circumstances, and thus can indeed be considered to be an immutable law of nature. Flat earthers are not in the business of disagreeing with such laws. Quite the opposite, really. What is, however, contested is the notion that objects fall due to the theory of gravity, which fundamentally hinges upon the assumption that the world is a ball, where all nearby matter is attracted towards its center. For some reason, ball-tards contend that the fact that higher density objects find their natural place of equilibrium relatively lower to the ground than relatively lower density gases or objects is somehow exclusive to a spherical Earth. In contrast, reality dictates that were the world a spinning ball, it would thus be a centrifuge, and the last thing one would expect would be to see this sort of organization of matter. Were you to house varying density liquids in a centrifuge, higher density liquids would find their place of equilibrium further from the center than the lower density liquids. Yet, we're expected to believe that gravity, the weakest of all natural forces, as they say, is somehow strong enough, and let's not forget smart enough, and also undetectable enough to force the opposite arrangement upon the centrifuge Earth in theory. And pray tell, at what point exactly does gravity cause mass to become attracted to other mass spontaneously without any sort of magnetic field involved? Why do we not see gravity with, say, small particles of flour or salt around larger objects all the time, such as bowling balls? And since we do not see such evidence of gravity on the micro level here in reality, how then can science claim that gravity formed the stars and the planets out of diffuse nebulous clouds? There is a conundrum here, and there is always a conundrum when it comes to globe-Earth alliance. And of course, these conundrums cannot and will never be answered by the religion of scientism, so the question is simply avoided, and the dogma of random creation from nothingness is espoused and defended by Team Glotard ad nauseum. And again, we must subscribe to all of these things as being coincidental, with the largest coincidence being the planet Earth, in theory, has life upon it, which is claimed to happen once every, many hundreds of millions of planets. So aren't we lucky indeed to have life? But couple that with all these other assumptions that we must swallow in order to believe in the ball Earth theory, and it really becomes quite unlikely and in fact ridiculous. Finally, we are all walking, talking proof of an intelligent designer, a creator if you will. The notion that our DNA randomly manifest by chance coincidence is patently absurd. Equally absurd is the notion that we are all riding upon the side of a spinning sphere in the infinite theory of space-time in 4 or 5 different directions at once along great curves of hypothetical orbit. The Earth, our home, is, as far as we can tell, the only physical plane of its sort in all of the universe. The entire concept of an infinite universe is not backed by anything but fantasy and theory, and the heavens are, as far as we can tell, definitely not infinitely distant suns housing many potential planets and many potential worlds, but are instead merely local lights, a mere feature of the world itself, local lights above us which circle around a common center, not the Earth spinning around in infinite space. So Globetards, please consider and respond to some of the following facts before continuing with your incessant attacks against our intelligence, sanity, and integrity. Not only is the world perceivably flat and motionless, but every point made supposedly in favor of the ball Earth theory has either been completely refuted as fallacious, or at best can be shown to work under the assumption that the Earth is a motionless plane as well. So for a simplex example, we see the northern stars apparently circle around Polaris once every 24 hours. It can be assumed that we are spinning with our central axis point ever aligned to Polaris, in spite of axial precession somehow, or it can be assumed that we are stationary while the stars apparently spin around the central point of Polaris. Either notion can be humored with varying supporting evidence, but it is only Team Globetard who claims such points as exclusive to their theory. Such pseudoscience and unfair playing is inimical to the sacred process that is the scientific method of discernment, or better still, the zetetic process of reasoning, and is also a disservice to humankind for the remainder of history, until and unless such blatant blemishes in the scientific record are corrected or really stricken altogether. It is also the ballers who claim that ships appearing to go over the horizon somehow proves a ball Earth, when the originators of such evidences were completely ignorant of light's refractive nature, rendering any and all assumptions about distant ships null and void. The flat earthers are held to impossibly high standards, and we're expected to explain every portion of the hypothetical universe theory, which is held in dogmatic fairy tale status by the Globetards.
So you're saying the sun is not 93 million miles away? If that were true, it would take up the entire sky, because it's almost 1 million miles in diameter, you silly flat tard.
Well, but we're not saying the sun is that large. Actually, you're the one saying that.
Okay, well, prove to me the sun isn't a ball some million miles in diameter made up of the lightest gases known to humankind, which are undergoing hot atomic fusion, some 93 million miles away from us.
Well, could you prove to me that the sun is all that?
Well, science says that it is.
And this is the sort of logical fallacy we must deal with when arguing against globe earthers, who often do not even understand exactly what it is they believe. Has anyone traveled to the sun, let alone the practically infinitely distant stars, to verify their distances and to take a sample? No. So how can you tell me that you know the size and the distance, and yes, the weight of stars, which you cannot even verify the very distance or the density of, without just a buttload of assumption and conjecture?
Well, because science tells me that it's true.
Do you understand that science is not supposed to reinforce non-verifiable, non-falsifiable whims of ancients, but is instead supposed to be a process to discern the truth, really based on process of elimination and upon what we can tangibly verify? At the end of the day, it is exactly the opposite of consensus which happens to be the truth of this matter. Those who question what is asserted by the pillars of science are the skeptics, and indeed the intelligent of this conversation, while those who read the science books and repeat what they've read and indeed teach their contents are the definition of ignorant and the polar opposite of skeptical. Our so-called educational system is designed to create a non-thinking, subservient class who do not question authority. If you do not fit into this system, you simply cannot make it in the reality which the ruling class have rigged for us. You may be able to squeak by for a while, but in order to toe the modern line, one must conform to the status quo, keep your head down, work like a slave, and refrain from rocking the boat. On the other hand, should you desire to fundamentally change the world by showing really one person at a time that the world that they've been brought up to believe in is a total lie, which fundamentally affects the way we view ourselves and thus view one another. If a man sees himself as an insignificant accident of chaos, or sees the world itself as the same, it is not really possible for him to see the unique importance of his neighbor, let alone his enemy. The stark fact that our realm is one of paramount importance in the grand scheme of things is equally comforting to the truther as it is frightening to the oligarchy. This is why we see the current redoubling of efforts by social media giants to put the cats back into the bag, as it were, when it comes to certain topics like 9/11 truth and the resurgence in flat earth research and scientific progress in that realm. Let's see just how far YouTube in particular will go to quell the burgeoning topics of fake space and globe earth skepticism. Rest assured, the larger the action taken by YouTube, the larger the reaction by truthers, which will ripple through reality in response. Okay guys, thanks so much for watching this video. I hope that you enjoyed it. If you'd like to help me continue making Flat Earth content, please consider making a one-time contribution through PayPal to www.paypal.me/themorgile, or a recurring monthly contribution through Patreon at www.patreon.com/themorgile. God bless you guys. Thanks again for watching, and as always, spread the word, spread the world, and peace out, everybody.
I have to address a question which people have been asking me off and on since 2015. Mark, why have you been able to do some of the cool stuff that others with broader platforms and bigger numbers have not? The answer is simple. I doxed myself on day one. Doxed, meaning that I put my personal information online so that people could reach out and find me if they wanted to. Why? Because when I made the Flat Earth Clues in 2015, I still had a lot of questions, and I was hoping that the internet hive mind could help me, which they did, mostly because they had an easy way to message me directly. To drive this point home, I'm going to do it at this conference. What follows is just some of what is in the description box of every YouTube video I have ever made. My name is Mark K. Sargent. My email is msargent23@comcast.net. That's MSARGENT23@comcast.net. Phone number 303-494-6631. Actually works. Try it. Address 2125 Myers Lane. That is not a typo. That is how it is spelled. Langley, Washington, not Virginia. That's WA, not VA. 98260. My date of birth, 11 a.m., April 24th, 1968, Seattle, Washington. Not some underground hospital in New Mexico. My generation is X. But why stop there? I think for something as fun as an International Flat Earth Conference, we should take it up a notch. My zodiac sign is Taurus. I am looking for a double Gemini with a bad moon rising. That's not true. I have no idea what I'm looking for. Turn-ons include good kissers and critical thinkers. Turn-offs include bad kissers and anyone who thinks Elon Musk is a critical thinker. Seriously, guys, Elon is not your friend. Do not try to convince me that he should be my friend. I mean, look at this shot. He's been a fraud for the last 25 years. Room number? You wish. Yeah, so we're streaming this, and you know what trolls would do if they got that little nugget of info. The hotel would be called every 10 minutes. Can you ring room 323? I'd have to unplug it from the... Oh, wait. You thought that I just screwed up there, didn't you? Come on, guys. I'm a little better than that. Apologies if someone here has room 323. Can you go too far when it comes to doxing? I'm sure going to try. My vaccination status? From my cold, dead hands. See what I did there? I combined my stance on gun control with my stance on vaccines. Blood type? Unknown. Even now, I don't know if I am A, B, AB, O, or the negative versions. I'd like to know, but for the last 3 years, I've been a bit gun-shy about going into a hospital and finding out. I identify as a critical thinker. My favorite position is yes. My safe word, do not resuscitate. For those who don't know what that term means, it's a word that tells someone to stop tickling you. That is somewhat accurate when you think about it. If someone next to you chuckled when I said safe word, you might want to move down a seat. And if you were one of the people chuckling, come see me later about my room number. Little hint, it's not 323. Do not resuscitate is also accurate. I mean, come on, if you had to pick a time and a place, wouldn't death by tickling be your choice? Whatever, don't judge me. As you can see, I am also wearing what I call the code of credibility. By wearing it, I am automatically more intelligent than you. That's not true, of course. Some of you might be able to run circles around me, but at a subconscious level, it is having an effect. You've heard the saying over the decades. Women love a man in uniform. Every girl's crazy about a sharp-dressed man. Shout out to ZZ Top. Clothes make the man. You know that one. We react to the uniform. Policemen, firefighters, construction workers, and yes, scientists. Wear a lab coat and get in front of a camera. You would be amazed at what you can get away with. Bill Nye made an entire career by just wearing a coat and a bow tie. Now that everyone knows way too much about me, let's talk about another big question I get every year. That being, what do you see the eventual future of Flat Earth becoming? We'll address that in a minute. But first, we need to get the obligatory media sound bites out of the way. This next image and paragraph is for our enemies, our critics, and our detractors. It has been sensationalized just for them because, as we all know, mainstream media loves drama. They have always tried to villainize us, and I am happy to accommodate. It goes something like this. The Flat Earth Army is alive and well. Now that your mandates have been lifted, we are again on the move. We are coming for your friends. We are coming for your family. We are coming for your coworkers. Once we get them, we will then come for you. It's only a matter of time. We are everywhere. You can join us and thrive, or wither in ignorance as the world changes around you. Make the decision or don't. It doesn't matter. The result will eventually be the same. You will become one of us. Long live Flat Earth. And that's the end of the dramatic soundbite. Anyone in media can email me directly for the text version. The real truth behind that statement is that we already did all those dramatic things years ago. We have essentially won the social media war. The other side just hasn't realized it yet. The proof is already out there for everyone to see. It's just that the opposition refuses to look at it. Consider this. We've been creating Flat Earth online content for the last 8 years, and yet our biggest YouTube channels are all in the low 6 figures for subscriber count. The highest is ODD TV with 336,000. David Weiss and I both didn't crack 100K until this year. Jeranism is creeping along at 160K. The total number of subs from our larger content creators, including Eric Dubay, is a little over 1 million. And yet, not only do we do a national conference every year, we were putting on conferences during the pandemic when almost no one else was. Shout out to Karen B for making that happen. How is any of this possible with slow-moving channels? Because behind the scenes, we are still the biggest secret guilty pleasure of the internet. Do a search in YouTube. Type Flat Earth and sort by view count. What you are looking at are the first-generation click chasers jumping on the metrics, following the trends. Shane Dawson, 40 million hits with 19 million subs. Vsauce, 35 million hits with 20 million subs. Mr. Beast, 28 million hits with 190 million subs. The overall numbers are staggering. Over 1 billion Flat Earth views from the verified YouTube channels alone. That's just one platform. The masses have been enjoying our content for years, but for the most part have been afraid to subscribe to our channels because who you sub to is sometimes viewable by the public. 90% of our members are still in the closet. They come from all walks of life and they're all around you. An invisible army that infects everything with critical thinking and truth. A virus that opens minds. And today is the only real pandemic. At one point in 2018, we were so popular in the search engines, we were outpacing all but the highest mainstream topics. During the summer of that year, we hit 20.9 million search results in YouTube, when President Donald Trump was sitting at 20.8. And then weeks later, YouTube did the unthinkable. They removed the search results calculator from the main page for all topics, forever. In a sense, they killed the scoreboard in an effort to slow us down. They also reduced Flat Earth recommendations by 70%. Some might see that as delusional. YouTube wouldn't remove a ranking system because of Flat Earth. Really? This year, a show listener told me that so many people are currently searching for Flat Earth now it affects non-related topics as well. The listener was watching a cheesy UFO movie. You know the type, where the aliens say, "Take me to your leader." He became curious. Who is the leader of Earth? So he Googled and clicked on images. Feel free to do this with me. What do we find? Putin, Doctor Who, and, uh-oh, what's this? Mark Sargent, the leader of Earth? Sadly, no, but you can see how it happened. People searched for Flat Earth so many times that any search involving the word Earth has been infected by our curiosity. This also means that you can't give me a hard time when the spaceships show up and start asking about me. Why am I so optimistic about Flat Earth? Because I've seen what has been built so far and where it's going. I've seen the future. The content created by people in and outside of this room became the rock-solid foundation for the first-generation click chasers, who in turn have influenced the next generation to do what I never thought was possible. The masses of Gen Z and Gen Alpha kids that follow them have been influenced so heavily that for the first time, future careers have become part of the group think, an extension of the hive mind. From an article earlier this year, you can see the media endgame trend. For decades and decades, the future aspirations of younger Americans were varied and professional. They dreamt of being doctors, lawyers, and unfortunately, astronauts. They aspired to be professional athletes, singers, and actors. In 1985, Dire Straits had a hit single with the chorus was simple: money for nothing, chicks for free. The first-generation click chasers used the power of illusion and made social media creation seem easy, fun, and very lucrative. In doing so, they have influenced their audience to in turn also become influencers. 1 out of every 3 kids in America have now decided this is what they want to do when they grow up. To become an influencer, to be a click chaser, to create content. There are a few problems with this logic. The first is that there are far too many of them and not enough viewers to go around. Or as the saying goes, when everyone is famous, there is no audience. The second is that they are too young to create original content. Some are starting channels during their early parts of high school with little or no life experience, which means they will have to do what so many have done before, the never-ending reaction videos. And that is where we come in. Flat Earth is controversial but family-friendly. It generates hits and blows up the comment sections. And almost all of it isn't copyrighted. To any reaction channel, it is virtually irresistible. Where we see truth, they see gold. Every platform that is out there now contains Flat Earth, and positive reinforcement is the rule of the day. You get a spike in hits on a particular topic, you will be doing more of that topic. Most of our more annoying troll channels are based on this premise. They discovered that making fun of Flat Earth generated more hits, and eventually some dedicated their channels to the theme. While the average person thinks that troll channels are a bad thing, I go the other way. Years ago, a producer told me, it doesn't matter whether you love or hate a topic, as long as you are talking about it. I'll conclude with this summary of the future. The Flat Earth Foundation in social media is too deep and too broad. It can't be removed now without taking down the internet entirely. Without the internet, they have no control. In short, we have them right where we want them. And to the trolls, I will give you the same statement that I gave back in 2015. Bringing people to your channel to make fun of Flat Earth is like shooting wooden arrows into a bonfire. From a distance, it looks like you are doing something. At the end of the day, you are just adding wood to our fire because you are in turn exposing more and more people to our truth. And even though I'm telling you, you're just helping our metrics, you will still shoot those arrows because we compel you to. This is our war, and you never stood a chance. Long live Flat Earth.
Go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
We're also really pushing the boundaries in terms of where we're going forward with exploration. I think humans are naturally driven to do this, and this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit. I certainly plan on being around to see that.
The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. We only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Once we travel beyond low Earth orbit, the crew will be exposed to larger amounts of radiation. So we have to design both the crew protection systems and our electronic systems to withstand this radiation.
If there is something that definitely, at least in my opinion, exposes the Apollo program as a fraud, it's the Orion project. The Orion project, after they retired the space shuttle, the next project that's on the board right now is called Project Orion. And they're pretty much telling you that Apollo never happened, especially when they put out videos like this talking about the Van Allen radiation belts.
We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation.
What?
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation.
One more time.
An area of dangerous radiation.
Oh. What's wrong with that radiation?
Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back.
That doesn't sound good.
Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
What? We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space? I thought this problem was solved over 40 years ago when he sent a bunch of people in jumpsuits and tin cans through it there and back a half dozen times. Oh, but I forgot. The Apollo guys, they were clueless regarding the radiation belt. That it didn't affect them.
I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt, and if we did, it wasn't a problem. If we were going to encounter it, then we would have had to build the spacecraft and the spacesuit to not give humans a problem. You don't just build something and hope it works. You study to see what the threats are, the environment is, and then you say, how thick do I have to make the metal on the spacecraft so that going through this kind of radiation or these kind of meteoroids, it won't get hurt. And then we build it that way.
I help manage the Orion Crew and Service Module office. We're responsible for developing the crew capsule, which is where the crew lives and works when they're in space, and the service module, which is what provides the power and the fuel and the consumables then that is plumbed over to the crew module. We don't have the ultimate answer for radiation on Orion. We're still working on that. If we were to build Orion out of the materials we need and the sole job was to protect for the radiation environment, the vehicle would really be too heavy. So we have to balance the weight of the materials that we put on the spacecraft with how much protection it's providing the crew. So we're really looking at it from an operational perspective. If we understand a radiation event has happened, the crew will actually take shelter in the aft bay of the vehicle. We have found over the years that water is a really great radiation absorbing material. So we could do things like water that's already there in the water bags for drinking and things like that. That water could be used to shield them. As well as we've had some concepts like a water-filled vest that they could put on should they know there's an event and need to be protected.
we don't have a clue when it comes to like how to protect them from like radiation. So we're gonna just like put them up there in like water suits. Yeah, we like water suits, and like if we put water all around them, you know, so the radiation could go like into the water, and then you know they could drink it, and it could be like a Fantastic Four. Everybody they'll come back and be mutants when they get back. But we just got some ideas, you know. Yeah. But don't worry about it. Yeah, I know there are refugees everywhere, and like people are starving and stuff, and like we have homeless all over the place. But if we spend like a few $1 trillion, I think we should be able to figure out how to make water suits for the astronauts in space, and then maybe it'll work out like it did for the guys in Apollo.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
We went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation.
Yeah, if you pretend that it's not really there, then you can just go right through it.
To protect the astronauts from the Van Allen radiation belts, the lunar module would have required 6 feet of lead shielding. But here's what they really had for protection.
Obviously, the only shielding they had was the literally paper-thin outer hull of aluminum, and their suits consisting of glass fiber, some aluminum fibers, and silicon rubber.
It's very interesting concerning radiation that the astronauts were protected by a thin film of aluminum, when here on Earth they put a lead shield on us when they take a dental X-ray.
In conclusion, when NASA themselves admit to never having left low Earth orbit, and the fact that we don't even have the materials that could withstand the extreme temperatures and cosmic rays in space, how on earth can anyone believe that we ever went to the moon?
Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned and we'll see you back next time.
Let's talk about these anti-flat Earth defense mechanisms the vast majority of people seem to have. The first one is the term flat Earth itself. When people hear that word, or they hear you questioning the globe model, the moon landing, or anything of that sort, they go, "Wait a minute, you're not a flat earther, are you? You're a flat earther, aren't you?" With this condescending, all-knowing tone, as if you accept this label, you've been pigeonholed, and anything you say afterwards holds no value. And why is this? Because of websites like the Flat Earth Society, giving misinformation and straw man arguments, and mockumentaries like Behind the Curve, showcasing the worst examples of so-called flat earthers for everyone to laugh at. So now, you're guilty by association if you admit that you're a flat earther. I'll use the flat earth keyword for the algorithm because it's what everyone searches for. But I named my children's book The Earth Plane, and we named our movie Level, purposely creating quote-unquote flat earth content without this pigeonholed label in the title. So of course, among other globe skeptics, level earthers, whatever you want to call us, we can accept that we are flat earthers. But when your friends and family members or strangers on the street you're trying to convince hear a bit of your skepticism and then ask, "Oh, you're a flat earther, aren't you?" I recommend doing as Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve does, and insisting that no, you're not a flat earther, because the Earth has mountains, hills, and valleys, so of course the Earth's not flat, thereby disarming their first anti-flat Earth defense mechanism, because you don't admit to being their straw man version of a globe skeptic, what they have seen in mockumentaries or on the Flat Earth Society as a flat earther. No, you're not that. You're just a man or woman like anyone else, questioning their reality, questioning what they're told, not just believing outright what the government or government organization says. So the next one, once you've disarmed them and they realize, oh yeah, he is a flat earther, regardless of what he calls himself, their next anti-flat earth defense mechanism will be, why? But why? Why would they lie? The incessant mantra of the ball earther. But, why would they lie? It's not even a question. It's a defense mechanism. They haven't researched the evidence for an alternative shape of the Earth for even a minute, but suddenly they want to know the motive for this lie. Yeah, right. This isn't a genuine question. Imagine a detective rolling up to a crime scene and there's blood all over the place, bodies everywhere, stinks to high heaven, and little deputy rookie volunteer rocks up behind him, taps him on the shoulder, and says, what do you think the motive would be for a crime here? I'm not seeing why there would be a murder here. The detective looks at him, squints his eyes, waves his hand, shows the blood on the walls, the bodies on the floor, asks the rookie genuinely, are you not seeing this? Do you not see the evidence all around you? And the rookie, as if blind to the crime scene, unable to research or open his eyes long enough to see any of the evidence, just impotently continues on, asking, but why? When people ask you, but why would they lie about the shape of the Earth when they haven't even researched the evidence whatsoever? That question is not a question. It's a defense mechanism. And if somebody is just asking you a question as a defense mechanism, you're not required to give them an answer, nor is it in your best interest to try and give them an answer. Because why are they asking you that defense mechanism question in the first place? Because it's such a huge and open-ended question, and you are not the one who's lying, so you couldn't possibly explain the motive of the liars, even if you knew it to the finest detail. Therefore, regardless of what answer you give them, or how good it is, they're just waiting for you to open your mouth so they can laugh and scoff at whatever answer you try to give to their impossible question. But why would they lie? People who ask this question are unaware of just how prevalent lies have been and continue to be throughout history, in all facets of society, in the media, in government, in history, in science. The lies are everywhere. And anyone that's going to ask you, but why would they lie, is obviously a mainstream media believing conformist sheeple who hasn't got the slightest idea of how the world actually works, and trying to hold their hand and explain to them the entirety of history and politics and conspiracies that have been hidden from them is an impossible task. As they say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can lead humans to standing bodies of level water, but you can't make them understand that they're impossible to bend. So when ballers chant their "why would they lie" mantra at you, don't feel obligated to try and dish up some answer that's somehow going to satisfy these insatiable people. If they really cared, they'd be looking into it as deeply as you are. And instead of that question being some flippant defense mechanism, it would be a genuine question, like it is for you or me. I can list dozens of reasons why they would lie, and I have in other videos, but just realize that this barrage of questions that ball earthers throw at you are more defense mechanisms than genuine questions, and you're not required to try and answer all of these defense mechanism questions. One of the biggest impediments to waking up is ego, and it is their ego that's chanting these "but why would they lie" mantras, these "oh, you're a flat earther." You'll notice your more enlightened friends and family members, when you told them about it, didn't come at you with this kind of attitude and these dismissive questions. Your more open-minded friends and family members were probably curious and interested, and when they asked questions, they were good questions, and they listened to the answers, and then you had productive conversations following them. This is a whole different thing than you get with these other people, and almost all people, when you ask them if they consider themselves to be open-minded, answer in the affirmative. So everyone likes to think of themselves as open-minded, but notice theirs and your reactions to certain things, and notice if you really are as open-minded as you think. The next anti-flat earth defense mechanism, aka insincere question, asked by these egoistic people is, how could they pull it off? Why are there no whistleblowers? You're telling me everyone that works at NASA is in on it and lying? You're telling me everyone in every space agency around the world, every teacher, every astrophysicist, every scientist is in on the lie? Again, as you can tell from the attitude, from the way they asked the question, it's not a real question, but a defense mechanism. And again, people who actually ask this question genuinely can and will find the answer. For example, most people, scientists, teachers, even people within NASA and other space agencies, are just duped like everyone else. And they're compartmentalized in a hierarchy of need-to-know basis. So the only people that are actually in the know are the acternauts and the very highest higher-ups in these organizations. And again, what these scoffing people have never researched, don't understand or realize, are things like Freemasonry, the prevalence and potency of secret societies in the world. They don't realize that literally all of the astronauts were members of this largest and oldest secret society in the world, and their members are blood oath bound, sworn to secrecy. So why are there no whistleblowers? Research Freemasonry, secret societies, blood oaths, and why these people would never and could never blow the whistle. Research Freemasons like Captain Morgan and John Robison, and you'll see exactly what happens to Freemasons who break rank and try to blow the whistle. But again, the people condescendingly asking these questions, they don't care. They're not asking the question for you to give them an answer. They're asking you the question to shut you up and to laugh at you. So what is the actual effective way of dealing with these people? I've tried giving genuine answers to them, spending your time and energy and patience, eating your pride to allow them to talk to you condescendingly while you still sincerely try to give them answers, because the only reason you were talking to them about this in the first place is because you genuinely want to help and inform them. But all they see is an opportunity to laugh, condescend, and boost their own egos by stomping on yours. Now, it's not our duty, nor is it even that effective, to allow them to do this. And it may sound harsh or crass or ineffective to those who haven't experienced this to the degree someone like myself has. But I'll give you my advice. When someone comes at you with this attitude, give it right back to them. Don't waste your time, energy, and patience trying to be sincere to someone who just wants to condescend and laugh at you. Laugh right back at them for their stupid belief in a wobbling, spinning, tilting space testicle in an infinite vacuum with bendy oceans and upside-down people in Australia. Laugh at them for thinking they can dig a hole to China and find more sky below them. Roll your eyes and tell them, okay, then enjoy spinning on your wobbling space ball, genius. By refusing to engage with them and taking their ego down a notch like this, you're actually helping plant a seed that will make them genuinely more interested next time. And when you withhold information from them because of their bad attitude, that's the negative reinforcement people like this need. You know, your good friends who didn't laugh at you and condescend you, you were able to give them positive reinforcement. Use your time, energy, and patience to explain things to them. But when people use these anti-flat earth defense mechanism questions and give you an attitude, don't even bother answering these people. Just plant the seed and walk away. Come back to water it another day. Or let somebody else water it along the way. It's not your responsibility to hold these people's hand. Just plant your seed and go on to more fertile ground. Because even if you do answer their question, then they'll just ask you the next defense mechanism query. Why does it matter? How does it change my life? I still have to go to work in the morning. So why does it even matter? I don't really care either way. So now suddenly, it doesn't matter to their life if the entire world has been lied to about something as fundamental as where we are for the entirety of humanity for centuries, duped about literally the most fundamental truth possible. And these people are like, yeah, but why does it matter? What does it even matter? How does that change my life at all? If the fact that you and everyone you know has believed the biggest lie in history doesn't matter to you or change your life, what does that say about you and your life? What is important to you then? How could the truth not be important? I got so annoyed with this stupid question, I even wrote a song about it. Hey Eric, why does it even matter if the world is round or flat, or we revolve around the sun, or if the sun revolves around us? I still have to go to work tomorrow, and it hurts regardless. I still have to pay my bills, and so I fail to see your logic. Please stop adding to the list of things in life that make me suffer. I don't want to be empowered. I just want to be a martyr. I would rather ask you why you think it matters than be honest and admit the simple truth is that I haven't thought about it and refuse to do my research. I don't even click your links, and when you ask me what I thought about them, I don't even think. I just want to pop some mollies, dance around and get my jollies in a club or off in Bali. I don't want to contemplate about the shape of where we are now. Human race, mental state, being raped, and I like it. Feels good, slavery is fine with me, and now I've answered my own question, 'cause to people like me, it just doesn't matter, does it? So then the next thing they do, whether you've given them answers to their initial anti-flat earth defense mechanism questions or not, they'll start to get into the, well, then explain this, and explain that questions, with a smirk, a mocking tone of voice, and narrow-minded impatience that shows they aren't even asking to learn the answer. They're asking to put the onus of unnecessary verbiage onto you, so they can just scoff at whatever you say next, no matter how rational or logical it is. Well, explain sunsets then. Well, explain time zones then. What about the Coriolis effect? What about Foucault's pendulum? And they'll often throw a bunch of them at you all at once like that, again proving it a defense mechanism, not a real question. Because in real conversation, you can only answer one question at a time. And when people throw them all at you like that, it's an attack, not a conversation. And as a skilled conversationalist, you need to understand when you're being attacked and switch up your tactics. This isn't a normal conversation anymore. And it's not your job to explain this and explain that, and what about this, and what about that, to these people. If they actually care, they will do what you did and read books, watch videos, search the internet, perform their own experiments, and figure out the truth for themselves. And at this point, I'll give another piece of advice. When you get to the explain this, explain that stage of questions, it's difficult in impromptu conversation to give perfect answers to these difficult questions. So instead of even trying, you're better off recommending them specific videos that answer the questions. For example, on my channel, I have at least one video for pretty much every single question I've ever heard asked about the flat earth, on purpose, so that people can do this. Instead of trying to give their best version of an answer in a comment or in a conversation, they can send a link to a video that answers the question in a much more complete, well thought out way than anyone could do when put on the spot. And if they won't watch a video, which many of them will say, no, just answer it. Just talk to me. Just tell me in a comment. I don't want to watch another video. Well, again, they're showing you they're disingenuous. They're showing you they don't actually care. They're showing you these questions aren't real questions, they're defense mechanisms. And they're asking them to shut you up and to make you look stupid. So the second you recognize someone coming at you with this kind of attitude, I recommend starting to close up shop. You know? You don't have to immediately block them and run away. But I mean, recognize that, okay, we're about done here. And just take their ego down a notch. Give them a little flippant remark. You know, I like to tell them, enjoy spinning on your wobbling space testicle, genius. A little sarcastic boost to their ego, you know, call them a genius. In this day and age, you can't even call people stupid anymore. You'll get flagged and blocked for bullying. So, you gotta use strategic sarcasm like I do. And you just be like, whoa, well, enjoy spinning on your wobbling space testicle, you genius. And I'm telling you, answering them in that way piques their interest much more than giving them an actual answer to their actual question. You know why? Because they see that you do value your time and energy, and that you actually have enough intuition and follow-through to notice when some snarky moron is just trying to bait you in. The next anti-flat earth defense mechanism is the appeal to authority. You're not a scientist. You're saying you know more than Galileo, Newton, Copernicus, Einstein, and every astronomer in history? Again, not understanding the multitude of lies throughout history, the multitude of lies within science, the prevalence of Freemasonry among these heliocentric scientists, nor do they even know the trivium and logic and logical fallacies and understand what appeal to authority is. Appeal to authority is a logical fallacy. It's a sophist argument that means nothing. Just because someone is a so-called expert in a field does not mean their every word is truth. And that is why such appeals to authority are fallacious arguments that hold no merit. And what's the next one once you throw that out? Appeal to futility. Once you've thrown out their appeal to their space priests at NASA, then they may start to appeal to futility instead and say, "Oh, we'll never know. How could little old me know? How could little old you know? We'll never know in this lifetime." You even get a lot of guys in the so-called conspiracy community doing this appeal to futility. So-called flat earthers also. Mark Sargent for years said that he doesn't know if the earth is flat. He's just sure that it's not a ball. Sam Tripoli has also been riding the fence for years now, where he refuses to accept that the earth is flat and motionless, and instead continues his endless appeal to futility, where he says, "I'm too stupid. I don't have time to research it. I don't have time to figure it out. So I don't know. But what I'm sure is NASA's full of shit. The moon landings never happened. And I'm skeptical of the globe." I don't understand people that have conspiracy programs, conspiracy podcast, but then says they don't have the time or the energy to research conspiracies. And then they just sit on the fence and say, I don't know about everything. What is the point of your show if everything holds equal merit? Straddling the fence is good for viewership, because then you don't piss anyone off. But if you actually care about the truth, you can't just straddle these fences for years. If you want to be a leader, you have to actually have discernment. You actually have to make decisions and follow through with them. And that leads me to another type, the endless debater. Whether it's on the flat earth side or the globe earth side, debate is the last refuge of the cultist. Debate is not how one arrives at truth. Objective reality isn't debatable, and anyone looking to frame the discussion that way is being disingenuous to begin with. I'll talk with people about flat earth, but everyone wants to debate, like we're discussing what color to change the White House to, or something. But we're talking about direct, observable, measurable, empirical reality here. It's not a debatable subject. So when people go on about, why won't you debate? When is there going to be a debate? Again, it's an egoistic mentality, wanting to see some kind of winner or loser playing this subjective game. But again, if you wanted to change the color of the White House, that would be something you could debate. Debate the merits, the whys, the pros and the cons, and come to a final conclusion at the end. But when you're talking about physical reality, demonstrable, tangible substance, there is no debate to be had. There's only truth and fiction, reality and lies. The problem is these people have no intuition, and they're gullible as all get up. They think the government and mainstream media are bastions and beacons of infallible truth. And again, this is why no debate or well-worded answers to these questions are going to do anything to these people. They're so far gone. They've been so indoctrinated into the mainstream propaganda, their government-warped view of the world, that it would literally take them many months of genuine introspection and deep research to get out of the prison their mind has become. They don't even realize that their questions are defense mechanisms. They think they're being rational and logical. They think your skepticism is so far beneath them that they can barely hear what you're saying anymore. So again, instead of running around and doing all their research for them, I suggest just noting and verbalizing the fact that you see their attitude, you hear that condescension, and it's fine. You were just checking. You can see they're not ready. And you've been treated this way before. It's fine. You're just not going to subject yourself to it again. And they may even try to reverse then, oh, no, oh, come on. Because they wanted to laugh at you. They don't like that you're using your intuition and then asserting yourself and not playing their games anymore. They'll start coming at you like, oh, no, come on, no, I'm serious, why would they lie? No, come on. No, just explain the sunset to me. Explain time zones. So just plant the seed, walk away, find more fertile ground, and if they come back with a better attitude, then it's time to water those seeds and you may see them sprout eventually. Because that's how it actually works. Nobody wakes up in a single conversation. The subject is too big. You can only plant seeds and then hope that they are open-minded enough, intuitive and discerning enough, and care enough to actually look into it for themselves. And when they do, it'll be obvious. They'll come back with a blown mind, and your next conversation will be a whole different thing. And that leads me to my last recommendation, which is watch parties. If you really want to wake someone up, get them to agree to sit down with you and watch an informative documentary on the subject, like our new Level movie, or 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball, or The History of Flat Earth, or How Everything Works on Flat Earth, are some examples. By getting them to agree to sit down and watch a video with you that explains the answers to all of their questions without them even having to ask them, and does so in an engaging and hopefully entertaining manner, we'll get past these anti-flat earth defense mechanisms and get to the deluded soul, the deluded baller soul in there. And remember, people have been programmed through the media to view conspiracies and conspiracy theorists as crazy and unstable. So when they start making you feel this way, with their condescension and scoffing at you, don't retaliate by going all crazy and getting mad at them and raising your voice and all this, but lead by example, by showing them that you're so far above their worldview and their egos need to stomp on you for presenting something different from what they think they know. Show them that you're confident enough in what you know to be true that you don't have to share it with them. You were trying to do it as a favor, and when they show you that they don't want to hear it, do them the favor of stopping. Put your hands up if you don't want to know about it, if you don't want to talk about it. I have other more intelligent, more open-minded, less egoistic friends I can talk with about these things. Thanks.
Some of them are a million light years away. Everyone is taught these lies when they go to school, but I won't go back to the ball. And anyone who doesn't look again must love the rulers. I won't go back to the ball. Take trust my senses over Newton and Einstein. I won't go back to the ball. I can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. Gotta ask yourself,
Launch control, this is Houston. We are go for launch.
So what exactly do you think all those theories prove? 'Cause I won't go back to the ball. All it takes is two clear eyes to see the earth don't move. I won't go back to the ball. We can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when we take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. You really gotta ask yourself, why don't they just take a photograph?
We don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
It's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball. Not from where I'm set. 'Cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just want to scream, yeah, this flat. Open my eyes We don't live on a spinning ball.
Big scary gravity, the big scary institutions, the other fucking brown beating and the refuse to authority. Bollocks, this is what I'm talking about. Take control of yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Oh, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a big BMX that can fly. Canny, you're a fucking bullshit lying piece of shit, fuck off. Oh, I've got a Ferrari that goes 340 miles an hour. And I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Canny, fuck off. You're a liar. Oh, I've got this potato rock with gas and water stuck through it that's inside a vacuum and it all just slides here because of magic stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. You're a liar. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black holes and stuff, And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black holes and stuff, Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Let's all conform and behave like good little children. Do not escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Yes. We're just on 2 seconds. Now fuck off. We don't want you or your other rogue disciples to go and take a running fuck to yourself. Okay? Take it and ram it right up your boot.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing slashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time. The waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. All around the world, look around. Now if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. All around the world, look around. Now if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Light things rise up, heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow your rules. Spinning round, it makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun? What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning bar. It makes us think. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a
We all believed in that spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants, that's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real, and I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't
all these lies, I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I can see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
fight you without fears. I will fight you for 400 more. If you stay, angry Grover, if you stay, you will never be flattered with what you say. So go on a ferry, the curve it has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, angry Grover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. And if you rage, angry Grover, if you rage, don't you know that most of us have been on planes? So if you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy, me. I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Go on home, angry Glover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. Is the best thing you can do, 'cause the wind of change blows this way to show you something new. Yeah, we've all been indoctrinated from the cradle to the grave, but the truth can't be stopped. The message is clear if you're just waking up. Welcome to Flat Earth. It has the power to set you free when it comes into your life, to show you so much truth that you're looking with new eyes, wide open for the first time in my life. Can you feel it? Can you feel it in your soul? Making your intention the best that it can be, 'cause you swallowed the lie so many times, but now you finally see NASA means deceiver, and they sold you every time, but the truth can't be stopped. We're coming for you if you're just waking up. Welcome to Flat Earth. It has the power to set you free when it comes into your life, to show you so much truth that you're looking with new eyes, wide open for the first time in my life. Can you feel it? Can you feel it in your soul? Can you feel it in your soul?
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Still wanna know any signs, still wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just still wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. But when the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
Aristotle, Copernicus, Newton, Einstein, and the rest. Even Aristophanes was wrong. Now you'll hear this amazing song.
They don't have a shred of proof, cause the earth is still and just don't move. Horizons at eye level and flat. Stars show no stellar parallax. Michelson, Morley, Sagdat, and Gale. The famous series experiment failed. The earth is the center of the universe. Bury the truth and the things get worse. NASA nearly takes the lead. Bill, that science guy, shares his creed. Groaning's less a magic crew. Be sure they're Satan's children too.
Jesuits and Masons rule. They push agenda.
Tesla's energy was new, then World War I and World War II. And what did Heidelberg do? Optic first and then on to Antarctic chase the Nazi troops with the ships and planes and Cascadoos. And what did they find? We don't know. Some say German, some say snow. Some say that they reached the wall of a glass dome that's way too tall. But even though many of us are needy, they blocked us all with the Antarctic Treaty.
Back to Project Paperclip, NASA's Nazi scientists, UFOs in Area 51, where all the secret tests are done.
Yeah. They started Project Fishbowl. They try to make a great big hole in the firmament that's way up high. Planes and bombs, they try and try. False flags, pretend terrorists are actors that just don't exist. And fake Cold Wars and nuclear woes. TV tells us how it goes. Duck and cover, take your little pill. NASA's proven exactly nil. No Russia, US space race. Debunkers make too good of a case. How come I can see way past the curve? Hey? I mean way past. Incoming asteroids, could it be Earth? We'd be destroyed, we'd be destroyed. One big sun flare, that's all she wrote. We'd be destroyed, we'd be destroyed. Clinton and Obama, they just both went on Jimmy Kimmel's late night TV show. They mentioned secret files and make a note. The flat earth changed, aliens explode. Yeah. Now aliens will have to wait. Sphere versus flat debate. The more of us who know the earth isn't round will make this house of cards fall down. Careful what you wish for, friend. The flat earth, the real is not the M. This system, it just has to crash. New world order from the ass. The next step of the evil plan is to make you take the mark in your head or your hand. I know that it's a real low blow. They got the money in your mind and now they want your soul. Big Bang, random life everywhere, evolution. Where's God? Where's God?
Aristotle, Copernicus, Newton, Einstein, and the rest. Even Aristophanes was wrong. Now you've heard this amazing song.
Chemtrails, NASA shells, dollar bills, pharma kills that keep you ill. It's like this. It's like this. Tainted blood, no one's flood, pyramids, Masons run 'em
It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah.
We the best music.
It's flat, yeah.
Another one.
It's flat, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Cap gas pressure, and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that there's curved in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof when I give you some more. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind and flat smack into all of my muscles and so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Branda's clocks like a dog, C-top are less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve, hopped in a plane but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know it's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
Tell me how to comfort you. Tell me everything I need to make you see that the world is not the same for everyone. There's a wisdom from the ages coming back to teach us, babe. How you gonna feel when the world's not around? How you gonna keep our love from burning out, sweet lady, far away from me? What you gonna do when the stars keep falling? Turn out the light to this calling love every day, 'cause the sun will always shine across the plain. How do I explain myself without it sounding like I've lost my mind? The beauty in the stars for all of us to see is enough to define a new reality, baby. How you gonna feel when the world's not around? How you gonna keep our love from burning out, sweet lady, far away from me? What you gonna do when the stars keep falling? Turn out the light to this calling love every day, no matter what they say, 'cause the sun will always shine across the plain. Hey, hey, tell me one thing that you got that proves the globe is real or not. Get true with yourself, 'cause you know the earth's not spinning round and round. I know the only way to get you there is love.
across the plain. Oh, baby, love every day, no matter what they say. The sun will always shine across the plain. Hey, what you gonna do, baby? Sweet lady, so far away from me. What you gonna do when the stars keep falling? Turn out the light, truth is calling. Love every day, no matter what they say. The sun will always shine across the plain. I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake, NASA's fake, the flat earth is real. They keep me hypnotized and you feel the earth spinning. Spinning around. They keep me hypnotized. I don't feel it. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? They keep me hypnotized and you feel the earth spinning. No, it's because it's not spinning. They keep you hypnotized. I don't feel it. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Spinning around. Well, like if you Google Earth from space, it's all like cartoons and CGI. We're the real pictures.
It's a fucking fairy tale!
I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake, NASA's fake, the flat earth is real.
It's all exactly as it seems. The steel flat earth is calling. I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake, NASA's fake, the flat earth is real.
It's all exactly as it seems. The steel flat earth is calling.
I actually can't feel it spin because it doesn't spin. You're telling me I get to trust me and how I feel? I fucking like that. Here's my problem with gravity. You can't ever measure it. You can't ever test it. There's no equation for it. Show me the equation that proves gravity. Just knowing it's flat makes a huge difference. Because then every time they show you the ball, you can just go, we don't believe you anymore.
It's a fairy tale!
I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake, NASA's fake, the flat earth is real.
It's all exactly as it seems. The steel flat earth is calling. I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake, NASA's fake, the flat earth is real.
It's all exactly as it seems. The steel flat earth is calling. I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake, NASA's fake, the flat earth is real.
Hey yo, awake. What up, dudes? Is anybody out
What
there?
up, man?
What's up, man?
I just got your message too.
Oh, did you got the message?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What up?
yeah. I was gonna give you a call, but when you're free.
Either way, man. I'm free right now. I'm just working in
You're
the
free.
background.
All right, yeah. I'll holler at you real quick, and then I'll come back in here.
Cool.
I'm gonna give you a call.
Sounds good.
story of our love. I can see your face before me as I walk along the beach. But 1,000 miles of ocean tells me you're out of reach. We played a game of fortune, wrote our names there in the sand, and stood and watched them vanish as the waves came rolling in. Though your kisses make me want you, I know it's make-believe. For 1,000 miles of ocean tells me you're out of reach. When we met there on the boardwalk, I noticed your left hand. You tried to hide, but I could see a plain gold wedding band. So place it on your finger, and I'll stroll on down the beach. For 1,000 miles of ocean tells me you're out of reach. We played a game of fortune, wrote our names there in the sand, and stood and watched them vanish as the waves came rolling in. Though your kisses make me want you, I know it's make-believe. For 1,000 miles of ocean tells me you're out of reach.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they